Good afternoon and welcome to Super Saturday here at King Harled Racecourse. This is the Jcsa's English broadcast. My name is Callum Helliwell and the man to my right is Tom Collins. Tom, how are you?
I'm good. It's very hot today, Callum. Much hotter than the last 2 days where we've had lots of cloud cover, we've had thunderstorms. Today, nice calm weather, hot weather, sun's out, and we've got a fantastic few races on the card as well, including number 4, where Asfan Al Khalidiyah runs, rated 125.
Yes, Asfan Al Khalidiyah is just one of a few horses we're really looking forward to today, Tom. Personally, for me, I'm looking forward to race 7, which has got plenty of ex-British horses, ex-Irish horses as well, running in a really, really wide open cup race. Plenty of horses to look forward to there. Here are just a few horses we've got to look forward to over the next few hours. The first horse is Ford Maddox Brown. This horse goes in race 7, our feature contest on the card. He's been busy this season, 4 runs already, and he won back in meeting 2 and has been a model of consistency since. This will be a tough ask, but this horse will definitely be there or thereabouts. Asfan Al Khalidiyah is our superstar today, rated 125 and unbeaten in 10. Yes, 10 starts. He's scared off most of his rivals today and only faces 5, and you'd be very brave to select against him. Abstract is another filly that goes today as well. She goes in race 6. It's a fillies contest for horses that have won 0 to 2 races. She's won 1. It was back in meeting 19, and this looks like an ideal opportunity for her to go back to back with wins. Really looking forward to seeing some of those, and they are just a little bit of the horses that we're going to see today coming up on the rest of the card. But again, it's not, we just want to look at these cards as well. The most important thing to discuss is the 9 races, and they are a wide range of contests as well, Tom, aren't they?
Local bred horses open second up, and then we have the good races, starting with horses who won 1 to 3 races.
Yes, down at the bottom of the card, you see there at 7:45, we've got an apprentice race. It's a hands and heels contest. That'll be the first one we've seen. We finish off with a local bred fillies maiden, but really the highlight is race 7. But there's plenty of other angles to look at throughout the card.
Yeah, between races 4 and 7, we have the best horses running. Unfortunately, we end on a bit of a damp squib with the local bred fillies maiden, but at the same time, every race has to have a winner. And we've seen in some of these lower grade races that we can still have thrilling finishes. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to the whole card, Callum.
It's not just the 2 of us, though, is it? Because we do have Shamila, the hardest working woman in racing. She's running all over the parade ring, and we'll get a chance to speak to her right now. Shamila, how are you getting on?
Thanks very much, Callum. Hopefully I don't pass out due to overheating today, because it's the opposite of what it's been the whole weekend. Super nice and sunny and very warm. I am a huge fan of Asfan Al Khalidiyah, which I'm sure we all are. We cannot wait to see him. He's been the talk of the weekend, rated 125. There is only 6 runners in the race, probably because he scared the rest of them all off. He's proven himself over multiple distances, dirt, turf, so today should be easy.
Today should be easy indeed. However, Tom, I do have one question about Asfan Al Khalidiyah. I've watched all the replays, I've heard all the hype, but that horse has no second gear. It's just one speed, and then it doesn't quicken. He just seems to be so much faster at the start than all of his rivals.
That's like saying Usain Bolt doesn't have that turn of foot 50 metres in. You know, he's already got the race won. When you can cruise and go that quick early on, especially in an Arabian race where horses generally don't have a good turn of foot or acceleration, you just win. And he's unbeaten in 10. How can we imagine he's going to lose today?
Absolutely right, Tom. He should have it all his own way today. But we're not the only members of the team. You've got Tom, you've got me, you've got Shamila, but we've also got Anthony Ennis, our man in the sky.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, great to hear from you. Great to see you and Tom and Shamila as well. Great to be back on the coverage. And here are the runners for our first race. We've got a 2-year-old maiden to kick things off here over 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Okt Al Hazoun for Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Number 2, Dari Al Aitar, is the mount of Khaled Al Mimodi. Number 3 is Al Zahal for Wigberto Ramos. Number 4, Faisal Al Saad, is the mount of Nawaf Al Mudani. 5's a non-runner, so scratch Rida Al Bari. 6 is Abu Jara for Abdulaziz Al Musa. 7, Hassur for Thurb Al Timat. 8 is Black Besht. Fawas Wanas on board. 9, Asif Mohammed Al Daham rides the grey. Number 10, Ale Marie, is the mount of Rayan Al Toesh. This is a colt. Number 11 is One Amfiq for Asil Al Sahani. Number 12 is Rahati. Rahati for Naif Al Nazi. It's a filly. 13 Monbaha for Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 14 Ekam Al Jude, the mount of Ali Al Mutib. Number 15 is Badawa for Salman Al Rashid. Number 16 is Damis, son of Twilight Sun, for Adel Al Faradi. 7 Tarani Aliez, Muhammad Al Yami. And 18 Hazan, Eddie Castro is on board for the Hussein team there. Reminder again, 5 doesn't go. So we still have a big field of runners here. 2-year-olds, mixture of fillies and colts. They're maidens. They are in the parade ring ahead of race 1. They're going 1,200 metres, the distance here. So 3/4 of a mile as we go back to Callum and Tom.
Thank you very much, Enzo, for that lovely introduction for this 6 furlong contest. Tom, what do you make of these horses? They're all very unexposed, plenty of horses making their debuts. Is there any clues that the card can give us?
There really isn't an obvious standout in this race, I have to say. You know, there are a couple that, based on their previous efforts, have a fantastic chance of winning. But as you've touched on, there are loads of unexposed horses, a couple of first-time starters in the race, and lots of horses that are bred either in the US or in the UK.
This is Okhal Hassan, horse number 1.
Yeah, first time we've seen a horse today. Lovely grey-looking filly. She's a 2-year-old by Istan. Had 2 starts, finished 10th last time at meeting 28 off the long layoff. She'll need to improve on that to feature today.
A little bit on the smaller side, although hopefully she looks rather filled in. One that's sweating up quite a bit is Daré Aleta, who's a really interesting runner as well. She's got a bit warm though.
Yeah, he has got a little bit warm. He finished 11th last time back at meeting 27. He's by a sire that I've never heard of, Finest Artisan. But I'm looking forward to seeing if he can improve from a good draw today.
Al Zuhal is horse number 3, making debut today. This is a nice 2-year-old colt.
By Speightster, not Speightstar, who you might recognise, but Speightster over in the US, one of the US sires. This race is for imported 2-year-olds as well. Roberto Ramos takes the ride for a trainer who's had a lot of success here at Taif.
Faisal Al-Saad is another runner that I'm quite intrigued by, another making debut, but did catch the eye in the parade ring.
Yeah, she looks quite small in the parade ring, but she's a nice looking type. She's a filly against the boys in here. Drawn well, but we need to break.
Abu Jara is number 6, at 5 is a non-runner. Can't miss it in those yellow bandages.
Last time finished 6th back at meeting 27, which was a big step up on the debut effort, went 15th at meeting 12.
Trending in the right direction and certainly a good looker. Got that big dirt style behind that I'm always a big fan of. Horse number 7 is Hassor, one of the horses with more experience in this field.
Yeah, had 3 starts, Hassor. Finished 8th last time at meeting 16. Prior to that, finished 9th, and on debut was 5th. Generally, a bit middling form, you know, just not threatening the winners in any of the races, but it's been there or thereabouts, has earned a rating of 50.
Looks quite leggy and light despite having that high behind. Probably will get better with time. Horse number 8 is Black Best, making debut.
One of the best bred horses in the race by Practical Joke, ridden by Fawaz Wanas in those famous silks that we see Naif Al Nazi ride in plenty over here at Taif. This horse definitely has a chance. He's a black colt. I'm looking forward to see how he runs. Hopefully he breaks nicely.
I hope maybe one of these unexposed debutants can really look like an aeroplane and put the rest of these to the sword, because it's certainly passing the eye test. A colt that I'm really interested in looking at. 4 bandages on rather than the 2, and 2 handlers rather than the 1. Great to see the handlers in the jockey silks as well. Horse number 9 is Arsif, another horse that caught the eye in the parade ring, a really big, strong type.
Yeah, I think this gelding's going to come on for the run. He still looks like he's not 100% fit and ready to go, but he finished 5th first time up at meeting 27. Quickly turned out again today. He's a US bred, but I don't recognise the sire.
It's interesting to see these horses that have had a run to their name already. It's not so much about experience, just really about fitness, because this course is hard to get over 1,200 metres.
Yeah, it's a really slow and deep track out there. There's not much kickback, but that's because they water and harrow so much.
This is Ale Marie, another horse that hasn't really blown me away. And following that is One Namfik, another interesting runner as well, who's had 1 start.
Ale Marie, first time up, we don't know too much about him, but he breaks from the middling still in 10. And One Namfik, 1 start, finished 17th by Footbridge, who used to be trained by Dermot Weld in Ireland.
Interesting. Just getting a little bit jig-joggy in the parade ring there. Not a massive negative, but certainly something you want to watch. Rahati is horse number 12. 3 starts and yet to really threaten.
Naif Al Nazi rides Rahati instead of the colours that he would usually ride in, which is Black Besh number 8, which could be a sign. This filly's rated 65, run 3 times, never troubled the judge. She's definitely got a chance.
Number 13 is Monbaha, powerful connections.
Yeah, the horse to beat in here, for King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons by Tonalist, a brilliant horse over in the US. Ahmed Mohamoud is the trainer who had a fantastic day yesterday and is currently leading the standings. I think Mombaha's definitely the horse to beat.
One thing to note, no Camillo Ospina today.
No Camillo. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad sign for me personally, because we don't have a great record, but he is one of the best riders over at Taif right now. He's just taken the day off. His family was here yesterday.
El Cam El Jude, is horse number 14.
3 starts. Last time up finished 9th, which was a slight improvement on her previous 2 efforts, but she's just a no-show with a rating of just 26, Callum.
15 is Bidawa, a horse I followed before and has let me down.
Yeah, back at meeting 27. I think that was our first meeting that we covered here at Taif, finishing 9th. She's a filly with lots of experience, rated 64, but we need to break well from 15.
Horse number 16 is Darmis. This horse is making debut.
First time up for Prince Sultan Abdullah Abdulaziz in the famous silks that we've seen worldwide. This colt is by Twilight Sun, who was a good sprinter over in the UK. Interested to see how Darmis gets on.
Yeah, Darmis certainly looks more mature than some of these that I've seen in the parade ring so far. So certainly catching the eye, passing the eye test. Maybe this is the experience will do this horse good and better next time up. But we've seen plenty of first-time starters bolt up here at King Khaled Racecourse before.
Yeah, he's one of 2 first-time starters I like the look of in this race. Black Best, number 8, and number 16, Darmis.
Tarani Ali's is the horse that's number 17. This is a 2-year-old filly who's had 3 starts.
0 from 3 so far, finished 9th last week at meeting 28. She needs to improve from that wide gate.
And finally, Hazan is horse number 18 on our race cards. Ran last time at meeting 2 and hasn't been seen since.
Hasn't been seen since then. A long layoff for Hazan. Eddie Castro takes the ride. We're yet to see Eddie ride a winner here since we've been in Taif.
Absolutely. Now, Shamila's been in the parade ring. Shamila, has anything caught your eye?
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm no Ken Peterson, but I will be giving you my paddock selections for today. And a horse that really caught my eye is number 13, Mohaber. He's easily the biggest horse in the race by a mile. He's really well put together. Obviously, no Camilo Ospina, but Abdullah Al Fayrouz is on board. Shouldn't be a problem for him.
Thank you very much, Shamila. I'm actually going to join forces with Shamila as well and go for Mombaha, because I just believe this horse has passed the eye test, as Shamila said. The form is in the books there. These horses tend to come on for the run. We heard Camillo Ospina actually say yesterday that these King Abdul bin Al-Aziz and Sons horses, they tend to come on for their debut performance. So do not be surprised to see this horse really be bang up there today.
So with Mombaha in this race, I love Tonalist as a sire. I loved him as a racehorse as well. This horse ran very nicely, went 4th on debut back at meeting 9. Has been given some time to mature physically and mentally since then. Represents the leading trainer, the leading owners. Very hard to get away from Mombaha, despite the fact that both number 8 and 16 look like nice recruits to the game.
Absolutely. I was just going to bring up Darmis, number 16, but let's have a look at some form here. This is Arsif finishing 5th back in beginning of this month.
Yeah, in the light blue silks, made a little bit of a move off the home bend, but it's very one pace in the straight. Actually, at this point, as we pick up the footage, looks like he could be coming with a good run down the outside, but just flattens out inside the last 150 metres to eventually finish 5th. It was an okay debut, and in a race of this nature, you don't need to be a superstar to win, so he's definitely got a chance, but I think Mombaha's form is a little bit stronger.
Well, we're going to have a look at Mombaha now, Tom. What do you make of this performance?
Yeah, it was a much better display, I like, from Mombaha in this race. As we pick it up, Mombaha looks done and finished and not going to make a factor at all. But he actually keeps galloping the whole way up the straight. He's a very big, inexperienced and raw colt. Quite clearly he was going to come on for this effort. And I liked how he stuck to the job all the way to the line. Yes, he never got close to the eventual winner or second in this race, but he doesn't quit. He keeps going and going. And he's got early speed, which is crucial in these 2-year-old races.
I think you're absolutely right there, Tom. Darmis is another one that we did mention earlier on. It's going to definitely have a chance, being with the breeding being fascinating, but also just to look at the size of the horse and the way it passed the eye test. Black Best is another one making debut that I know you liked as well, Tom.
Yeah, they're the 2 unraced horses that we definitely need to factor into the likely winners for this race. Darmis doesn't have a very good draw, but is bred to be a sprinter over this trip and looked a lovely physical specimen for connections that we know do really well across the world. And Black Best, I actually preferred the look of Black Best. He's by Practical Joke, another fantastic US sire. Fawaz Wanas has been fantastic in the last 2 weeks since we've been at Taif as well. So they're the two horses that are going under the radar, but Mombaha's the horse that I think we should
So
stick with.
Mombaha for you, it'll be Mombaha for me as well. Shamila, I know, also likes Mombaha. If you're watching us live on YouTube with the comments, we've already got some comments coming in as well, which is great to see. Thank you for getting involved. Let us know what your selections are. If you're on Team Tom or Team Callum, we're both going to start the same way, so hopefully we can start with a win. Anthony Ellis, over to you.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yeah, runners are about to go behind here, and Faisal Al Saad, the horse we're looking at there, and just noting the colours for Tarani Alayez in yellow with black sleeves and a white cap. If you're looking at some of the websites, didn't have any colours down, but Tarani Alayez yellow, black sleeves, blue triple diamond, and a white cap for that one. In the foreground there, we just saw Wigberto Ramos in the red and yellow riding Al Zahal here. Wears a noseband. Most of these look pretty relaxed on the way down. Quite impressed by Ale Marie, certainly on looks very relaxed in the kind of yellow and green kind of check colours there with the white sleeves. Horse number 6, Abu Jara, is a little bit on his toes, but nothing to really concern any followers of that particular horse. The background there, One Amfique is number 11, the light coloured saddlecloth, got a white face, green colours for that one. But they all seem to be taking the prelims pretty well. See Oct Alazoun there in the centre of your shot now, the white and black colours, that's the grey horse. And just the centre now is number 9, Asif, who is the other grey. Interesting what Tom was saying. Yeah, it's not a sire I'm familiar with either, to be honest. Leo Frick, but is an American bred, Asif. And this horse who's had a run should improve for the outing. It's amazing how much horses improve from their first start to their second, and we might see that with him here. And runners just circling down there at the start. There's Oct Alazoun again, number 1. That's Dari Alaytar in the dark colours, the white chevron. First one going in now. Pale colours for Black Besht, kind of a silver jacket for that one. Colt by Practical Joke. Here in the blinkers, that's Rahati. Where's the white blinkers? The blue blinkers, they belong to Akam Al Jude. And Ali Al Mutib riding this filly. So mixture of colts and fillies. Loading up is underway, and certainly some impressive looking juveniles here. And again, I think they're all going to improve with a bit more experience, a few more runs under their belt. You might see these horses really develop from 2 to 3, but they are starting to load up. There's the well-fancied Asif in the light blue and white colours. Interesting that the panel were keen on Monbaha's chances. Where's the blinkers? Give her a green cap for Monbaha. Comes out of stall 13. Of course, the stall's numbers correspond with the draw in this race. And so if you're horse number 1, you're right on the inside. If you are horse number 18, you're going to be caught out quite wide for Hazan, who's going to be right on the outside in the red colours. Rider again, 5 doesn't go. We've got about 5 or 6 in now, maybe. In goes Tarani Alayez. This is number 4, Faisal Al Saad. Faisal Al Saad is about to go in. And alongside Asif there, who is got a dark-looking grey colt. Faisal Al Saad is just thinking about going in, along with Asif in the light blue and white colours. So we're getting through the loading up for our opening race here at Taif, 2-year-old maiden. 5 to go in, 1,200 metres they're going here. There is 6 Abu Jara. Got the yellow bandages on as well. Yellow colours with the white and black sash. There's number 2, that's Dari Alaytar. Kind of a brown jacket with the white Y goes forward now. Last one is going to be the well-fancied Monbaha. We're almost set for action. Here we go. Your Saturday card about to get underway at Taif. All in. A little bit edgy in stall 11 is One Amfique. One Amfique a little bit on his toes. It's quite a long hold here. 2 of them a little bit anxious. Flag goes up and they're off. They break away, but stall 12, Rahati, has given them a big start, and Rahati has given them about a 25-length start and surely has no chance as they race away for the opener. Oct Alazoun got out well on the inside. Also Al Zahal, red and yellow, showing speed. Monbaha is up with the gallop as well, the green cap. Wider out, that's Damis in the noseband, the green colours. Just off the pace then, the white face of One Amfique is next. Wanamfik is racing ahead of Bidawa, who's in about 6th or 7th position at this stage. And the light blue of Hassour is about midway down the field at this stage, racing ahead of Abu Jara. Quite a few of these outpace as they continue their journey towards halfway, travelling around 60 kilometres per hour. In the centre, Monbaha has now come forward to join in with Okt Alazoun on the inside running rail. Racing out a bit wider, trying to get back into it is Damis as they head around the home turn, looking towards the centre of the track. The red and yellow of Al Zahal is on the move as well. Quite a few chances. Monbaha one off the fence. 3 wide. Here comes with a run Al Zahal, the red and yellow, and right on the outside now, Black Besht in the silver colours is flying, and Black Besht goes on with Al Zahal. They'll fight it out. Al Zahal has a kick though for Wigberto Ramos and may have seen off Black Besht, and I think he has. Al Zahal, this big colt, is going to go on a win. Wigberto Ramos, number 3. Al Zahal is a little bit too good. Al Zahal wins. Black Besht is home in 2nd place, and they were clear of the others, but a good performance from our winner here, Al Zahal. Looked a smart colt there, didn't he, on that evidence? I love the way he quickened when he was tackled by Black Besht to draw away, and one for the Wigman. Wigberto Ramos has won our opening race on board this chestnut colt. Drew right away in the final furlong. The front pair pulled away from the others. Monbaha had every chance, really, no excuses. Okt Alazoun was keeping on the inside. 1 minute 18.49 seconds, the winning time for the 1200 metres. This was a smart effort by Al Zahal. Black Besht has run a good race in 2nd. That was the debut for Black Besht. He'll definitely come on for it. It's a 4-length success. 3rd was number 13. So Monbaha has got 3rd. But, great performance from the winner here, Al Zahal. Look at him, he's absolutely dwarfing the 2nd horse, isn't he? Black Besht. He's got a bit more size about him. Really good attitude, really grabbing the dirt as well. I love the way he pointed his toe in the final furlong. So I think we might have seen a smart one here. Al Zahal on debut for Wigberto Ramos and the opening race. And it did look like it was in the balance, 150 metres or so. I thought Black Besht was a big player when he made that big run down the outside under Fawas Wanas. But in the end, the Wigman had something up his sleeve here. And Al Zahal was won by 4 lengths. 2nd, number 8, Black Besht has run a very good race on debut. And back in 3rd, Monbaha had every chance. You'd have thought with experience he'd have given these debutants a bit more to think about, but in the end he was firmly put in his place back in 3rd place. But we might have seen a smart winner here. 4th, by the way, that was Abu Jara ahead of Dari Aletar. But the winner, that was number 3, Al Zahal. What a perfect start to Super Saturday for Wigberto Ramos, as he guides this horse to a 4-length victory in the end, beating Black Besht.
What better way to start a Super Saturday afternoon than a Wigberto Ramos winner, and a nice winner as well, Tom?
Yeah, well, Camilo Ospina and Adel Faradi were the guys yesterday. Wigberto didn't have any success. That meant that he had a big deficit towards the top 2 in the jockey standings. This is a big winner for him. It gets him back close to the 2 leaders, and it's a great start to Super Saturday, as you've already touched on.
And do you know what will make it even greater, Tom? If we get a wiggle, that's all we're after. We're just after a wiggle. I can't wait to see it. Wigberto, great ride. But let's talk about the horses, because right here we've got a debutant in 1st and a debutant in 2nd. And then the horse that we both selected running on for 3rd. But the front 2 were a fair bit away from everybody else.
Yeah, well, I thought we were on the right one in Monbaha turning in, because he was travelling lovely up with the speed, but it was the 2 debutants that came forward. We mentioned Black Besht, the horse that finished 2nd prior to the race, saying that horse was a good looker and had a good chance. We kind of overlooked Al Zahal. the eventual
We
winner.
definitely did.
Which was silly in hindsight by Speedster, ridden by Roberto Ramos, trained by Shala Aldiani, who's one of the leading trainers here. There was no reason to overlook this horse, and he was actually very smart in success.
He's just in the winner's enclosure behind us, and he is a big colt. Only 2 will certainly fill into that frame. There's plenty of potential there, definitely. I really like the fact that they had to come wide. They had to work to get into that race because, like we said, our selection had pinned themselves on the rail. All the action we've seen early on from the couple of weeks we've now been here has been on the rail. But these 2 horses came a little bit wider.
Yeah, so you can probably mark up their performance, providing the track is still riding as it has been the other couple of days.
Yes! Yes! Come on! We've got a wiggle! Yeah! Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. We love to see it. Oh, we're getting a double wiggle. All the wiggles. Superb. Sorry for interrupting there, Tom. That is just a highlight of any Wigberto Ramos winner.
Yeah, Wigberto's in good form today. You can see he obviously fancies himself to get a couple of others as well. He's got some good rides throughout the remainder of the card. This horse is very good. I don't think he'll make Tom's top moments, but he'll probably be there or thereabouts at the end, you know?
Absolutely. No, Tom's top moment, plenty more exciting horses to get involved with. Let's just talk about the way that race worked out, because he actually didn't break on a level break. Rahati threw all chances away at the start, and so did Hazan. That was another horse. You'll see them right at the back of your picture here. Both of them really struggled to get involved, and their race was run after 50 metres.
Yeah, we've seen that if you fluff the start over here at Taif, you just have no chance because you need to be on the speed or at least very close to.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with the Wigman.
I am with the Wigman indeed, Wigberto Ramos. First win of the day for you. Obviously not much to say because it was his debut run, but must be really impressed with him.
Right, you're right about that. This is the kind of baby that you want to ride. The thing I get on in the paddock, he was so kind, don't jump or anything. Then I prove what I see when I was going to the gate, relax like an old horse. Then in the race, he broke well, 6 furlongs is a sprint race. So he gave me a chance to get the good position. And then I see 2 horses fighting for the lead, so I say, okay, it's not for me first time out. I leave behind but close. In the stretch, I take him out, he sees the lead, and that's it.
He seemed to quicken again in the home straight. Do you think he could go a bit further?
Yeah, this time is wrong distance for him. he like Alpha 1,400 or 1 mile. Because it's a big horse, he got long stride.
Thanks very much, Wiggy.
Right, thanks.
Thank you very much, Wiggy. Indeed, and we can see from the start here, number 12, gate 12, does not get out. I mean, it's still not even out of a trot yet. There we go, into a canter.
Yeah, she's had 3 starts before Rahati, and she hasn't shown antics like that before, so I'm not quite sure what went on at the start with her, but that was game over instantly. So was game over from the outside stall as well, and Tarane Ali's. Just no early speed whatsoever.
Hazam was another one who was very slow early on and didn't really get involved. But Wigberto makes a great point here. He said he saw 2 horses going out and fighting for the lead and said, that's not for me, not first time up.
No, we saw this all of yesterday, didn't we? If you have that perfect stalking trip back and forth, riding the rail around the home bend, you've got a great chance of winning. Wigberto then obviously knew the front 2 were going to fall in a hole later on. They burned too much energy in the early stages. Side through on that gap. And at this point in time, it was definitely a match between the eventual winner, Al Huzail, and Black Best, who was making inroads around the outside.
Yeah, Black Best had to work hard to get around the outside because unfortunately he had to go past the fading Darmis, who was beginning to just fade out at sea, but not a bad run from the debutant son of Twilight Sun. But at this point, you think Black Best is going to go away and challenge, but then the horse finds another gear. This is an impressive turn of foot.
Yeah, really impressive, and he quite clearly stays the trip well. I think Black Best, the limit to his stamina will be 6 furlongs right now. He hit the front briefly turning in and then just had nothing left in the closing stages. He ran very well though. For a first time starter under Fawaz Wanas, who's had far too many seconds by the way in the last 2 weeks. He'll definitely win a race in due course for sure. He beat the others by 3 or 4 lengths.
And Al Zuhal is another horse who's going to step up a trip. We're going to see this horse, again, was mentioned earlier by Wigberto, that this horse is going to go 7 furlongs to a mile. I'd be really interested to see him over a mile because I think if we get to use the fact that he's got some early speed, which when you're in a mile contest you don't often always face, so you might be able to dictate and also can find those extra gears as well.
Yeah, tactical speeds are very crucial over 7 furlongs and a mile because that's when you go from being a sprinter to being a horse who is either an extended sprinter or a horse who stays further and is dropping back but has no normal speed. So if you have no early over a mile, you get found out instantly. This horse has early speed, so he should make his mark over longer trips.
And these beautiful shots we can see can give us an indication that he's on the correct leg, Tom,
Yeah.
which is a really great thing we get to see.
Yeah, exactly. He's very professional. I like how he had his ears flat back when he was asked for an effort as well, and just as he comes to the wire, he pricks them, which suggests that there's plenty left in the tank. He's still raw, he's still inexperienced and completely unexposed. Who knows how high his ceiling is?
Yes, and for those who maybe just started watching Saudi Arabia racing and maybe aren't so in tune with the terminology of on the correct leg, it basically means that the leg closest to the rail when the horse is on the straight is landing first when the horse is in a gallop. We'll have plenty of other options with all these fantastic camera angles that we get to see about horses being on the correct leg or being on the incorrect leg. And it's often, Tom, inexperienced horses can change their legs just all the way down the straight, which wastes energy.
Yeah, waste energy. It also means they can't change up a gear. It's very much like riding a car if you're being in a car if you're a jockey riding a horse. If a horse changes onto the wrong lead, you go down a gear and your car briefly stalls and then cannot go quicker because, you know, that's as fast as you can go in that gear. If you switch leads, the horse can gather some extra energy, keep the momentum going and really accelerate. So it was crucial for this first-time starter to do that, and he proved that he's ultra professional in the straight.
And it's wonderful that we get the opportunity to see those stride patterns purely because of one of the 32 cameras we've got on site here. And as the day goes on, I'm sure we'll get to see all 32 of them if our production crew has anything to say about it.
Yeah, absolutely. We get the lovely panoramic shots when the floodlights come on. It's dark later, but right now we get all of these lovely replays as well. Coming around the home bend, most of those horses are actually on the correct lead, apart from number 16, Darmis, is on the incorrect lead with the front left leg going down first around the bend, which is not what you want. He actually ran very well, Darmis. I think 5 furlongs is probably his ideal trip. 6 furlongs is fine though.
Unfortunately, you can't do 1,000 metres here at Taif, so we're going to have to find other options for that horse. Mohaba did not run a bad race. The front two have finished a mile clear, but he's led home the remainder of the field.
Yeah, he ran well. He showed early speed, which is what we were expecting. He was one off the rail throughout, which probably wasn't ideal, but at the same time, it's definitely not an excuse as to why he lost. He just wasn't good enough today. Maybe the long layoff since meeting 9 meant he wasn't 100% race fit.
Okt Al Hassan was trying to cut out the early speed and faded quite tamely towards the end. If Okt Al Hassan hadn't have got that rail and Mohaba was able to get the rail, it probably would have been easier for Mohaba to kind of settle into a rhythm, have the rail to the advantage and then go and win the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Okt Al Hassan was definitely a bit of a pain in the side of Mombaha. She's going to earn a mark now, a rating, after those first 3 starts. She'll be finding herself in handicaps, I'm sure.
Absolutely, Tom. So again, just to see these great shots where we see Wigberto cool, calm and collected. You don't often see him celebrate because he's done it so many times before.
He's also the only cool man in Taif right now because it is very hot, Callum.
It is very warm indeed. Still a lovely 37 degrees. Beautiful shots we're going to see. A little punch of the air there. And what's great is see the stable staff running over, hugs and kisses all around. It's fantastic to see. But we're also live on YouTube. We've got plenty of comments rolling in already. Great to have you guys all involved. Please remember to like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notifications. I will say it every time until I am blue in the face. Tom, we move on to race 2. Smaller field than what we've seen earlier with only 9 going to post.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? We're not used to seeing just 9 runners in one of these local bred horses opens. It's an interesting race. It's not the best race for an open, that's for sure. Bint Al Ajwad is the leading horse in the race with a mark of 86. But there are plenty of unexposed runners against him. It'll be interesting to see what happens, Callum.
Bint Al Ajwad is the only horse with a rating.
Yeah,
all
exactly.
of these horses come without a rating. All of them are very unexposed. It's fascinating to see how they've come to this contest rather than going in a different route and why this field is so small.
Yeah, well, I was expecting to see a star when I saw 47,500 Saudi Riyal up for grabs for the winner. You know, an open race, you generally see very good and talented horses in here. Bint Al Ajwad, take nothing away, is rated 86. That's a pretty high rating when it comes to Saudi Arabian 2-year-olds, for example. But there are a lot in here that could just be running in maidens, obviously shooting for the stars, trying to earn some extra prize money.
Absolutely, and again, we talk about these maidens. If you come into a maiden contest, you can often find yourself running against a horse that we just saw in the last race, where you're going against something who's far, far better than the field, and you end up stacking up runs behind you and not getting many wins. This is an ideal opportunity, like you said, to pick up some extra prize money.
Definitely, you're not going to win 47,500 Saudi Riyal in a maiden, for example. So yeah, this is a fantastic opportunity for these young horses to win a big pot. We have one first-time starter in Latim, number 3 in here, but Bint Al Ajwad is definitely the most likely winner under Naif Al Anazi.
Oh, it'd be great to see if Naif can get his second winner of the week. But to guide us through the runners and riders, it's back to you, Enzo.
Thank you, Callum. Thank you, Tom. You're looking forward to race 2 for the locally bred horses. 2-year-olds here. Number 1 is Besht Alakem. Now Al Fayrouz on board this colt. Number 2 is Yohakwi. Mohammed Aldaham on board him. He's also by Flashy Ball. Number 3 is La Tim for Salman Al Rashid, a debutant. Number 4 is Mutasare. Mutasare, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 5, Bint Al Ajwad for Naif Al Anazi. Horse who's got plenty of experience so far. Number 6, Wahaja Al Duray has only had the one start so far. Rayan Al Soesh is on board that one. Number 7, Anna Al Sayef for Wigberto Ramos, looking for a quick fire double on board this colt. And number 8 is Midrak, who's had one start so far. Fahad Al Faradi on board this colt by Roaring Fever. And number 9 is La Shan. Alexis Moreno gets the mount on this Bandini colt. Had the one start so far. So lightly raced horses, potentially going to be improving with more experience. But as you say, it's the 9 runners. I'm quite looking forward to the smaller field for race 2 coming up next.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Yes, you're absolutely right. You can take a bit of a breather here, get your feet up, pour yourself a nice cup of tea and just take a breath, because it's a rarity to see a 9-runner field here at King Khalid Racecourse, but plenty to get excited about and plenty of horses to get into, Tom. As you've mentioned on paper, Bint Al Ajwad being the horse that you're most keen on.
Yeah, we just see Bint Al Ajwad there in the pre-parade ring walking around. These are great shots, aren't they? We don't often in the UK, for example, see horses in the pre-parade ring. Obviously in the paddock we do, but just see that horse in a more relaxed environment on this racetrack is crucial to, earning that link between horse and human.
I've just seen number 3, Latim, the only debutant in the race. Big, strapping type, but again, another horse that looks like it will come on for the run.
They quite clearly like him, though, putting him into an open race first time up without the experience. It'd be interesting to see how he goes. Next time up might be more interesting, against horses that aren't as talented, but is that Bint Al Ajwad?
Yes, here is Bint Al Ajwad. Fascinated to see him with the cross noseband on. That's a noseband that's pinned onto the front and is in a cross shape. Now, the reason why horses have something like this is because to stop them from pulling, it gives you a little bit more control. What we know about Bint Al Ajwad is that this horse is going to show early speed and fly out.
Yeah, back in meeting 20 when Bint Al Ajwad won. As we see the 3 Musketeers, let's get
there, they need a shout out. We didn't see them this morning. We didn't see them coming by the course this morning, so we do have to give them a shout out.
We have to. Early on, every day we give them a shout out. They're fantastic. Yes, Bint Al Ajwad will definitely show that early speed. She did that back at meeting 20 when she won. Last time at meeting 30, she wasn't as quick from the start, albeit she did show some early. Only finished 7th for that day. I think that was probably a prep after a 3-week layoff. Naif Al Anazi is going to have his hands full early on because she has lots of speed, but to get across to the rail could be the winning factor in here.
Now, Naif will be hoping that things go better in this race than they did in the last, because he was left in the stalls in the last race. So hopefully, swings and roundabouts, he can go peaks and troughs, all the phrases you can use to describe Naif's day to day, and hopefully he can come out with a winner here in our second race. Is there anything else that's caught your eye on paper before we have a look at them?
Yeah, it's an interesting race because there aren't that many horses in here with solid form. We have Besht Al Hakem, number 1, who's actually the only other previous winner in the race, as well as Bint Al Ajwad. But that horse won back in meeting 2. We're talking right at the start of the season, then had a long layoff before finishing 6th last time. So we don't know whether he's fit enough to run again today off a minor layoff once more. There's another son of Flashy Bull in Yohakwi. I don't know, it's not the best race, we don't know too much about these, but Bint Al Ajwad is definitely the form setter, Callum.
Absolutely, as we can just see the jockeys coming in, and I've just seen an Alex Moreno without his face covering. I thought he was trying to keep it clean to keep those stitches safe.
Well, absolutely not by the looks of things. He was starting to develop a profile, wasn't he? We knew that was Alex because of the bandage on his face, but obviously it's healing nicely after the incident last Thursday, and that's just great to see because it wasn't nice.
We had a chance to catch up with him actually yesterday, just had a quick word whilst he was with Shamila, and he's one of the loveliest guys you'll meet in the weighing room, a really positive character, was very blasé about the injury and how close it was to his eye, which could be very, very bad for not only his career, but just for his life in general. So it's great to see that he's up and about, and finally he's one of those riders that we hopefully will see in the winners' enclosures. He gives great winning interviews, full of details. Here's Naif as well, hoping for a better run of things in the last race. One of the best beards in racing, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very jealous of that beard, and he's talking to Wigberto Ramos, who won the last race and is on a high. So there's a good jockey group in this event, despite the fact there's no Adele Alfaredi or Camille Ospina, who's not riding today. Interesting group of horses, not the best, but hopefully we see a star, or Bint Alajwad just proves that she is the best with a rating of 86.
Absolutely. Are you tempted to go in that direction of Bint Alajwad?
Yeah, in races like this, when we don't know too much, you have to go with the solid option. I think that's the safest play. The most likely winner is undoubtedly number 5, Bint Alajwad. There could be a good horse that is just not screaming that they are a good horse on paper. The likes of Latim, maybe Midrak for Farhad Al-Faredi, who had 3 winners the other day. But we'll start with Besht Al-Hakem.
Yes, this horse is an interesting runner, still without a rating, but one back in meeting 2. Horse number 2 is Yaharkwi, Tom, 7th, but back in meeting 1.
Yeah, coming off a long layoff. That experience will obviously do some good, but at the same time, we have major fitness concerns today.
Latim is a debutant, another horse we know very little about, but when I first saw it in the pre-parade ring, Latim caught my eye because he's a big colt, maybe not quite as strong as he can be.
Yeah, we just see Farhad Al-Faredi there give us all a thumbs up. He's very nice, by the way. We've seen him twice the last 2 days coming out of the weighing room, and the happiest guy on course. Here's Latim, beautiful looker, really beautiful looker. You can see why they have high aspirations with this colt. He's by Casino Host, and we've seen a fair few winners of the progeny of Casino Hope in the last couple of weeks.
Mutasari is horse number 4, not from 2, and hasn't shown much in those 2 starts.
Ran right at the start of this season, finishing 13th in meeting 2 and then 8th in meeting 8. Had a long layoff since, maybe that was just to freshen the horse up for some targets going into Riyadh. Mutasari needs to improve to beat the likes of Bint Alajwad.
Well, Bint Alajwad is the horse we're going to look at right now, horse number 5, Tom, certainly an eye-catcher in the paddock.
One of just 2 fillies in this race, but gets some weight allowance because of that. She's on her toes, she looks rock hard fit, as you can see her ribs.
She's gorgeous, isn't she? She is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, there's nothing there that's putting me off Bint Alajwad, I have to say.
Warej Aldeira is horse number 6, not from 1, and showed very little on debut. Would need a complete turnaround of form if she's to feature here.
I'm surprised she's not in a maiden, I have to say. She's in this open race instead. Maybe they're just seeing whether she can compete at this level. I think she'll probably come up short.
Anna Al-Zef is horse number 7, not from 2, became 3rd in meeting 1, then had a layoff, struggled last time, back once again, will be fit.
Yeah, probably put a line through that last time effort off the long layoff. Wigberto Ramos takes the ride. He's obviously ridden the first winner, so there'll be a lot of supporters for number 7, Anna Al-Saif.
Number 8 is Midrak Farhad Al-Faredi on board. Now, he had a treble on Thursday. Really a jockey in fine form.
Yeah, good form. Happiest guy on the racetrack, I'm sure, apart from Wigberto after that opening winner. Yes, this colt ran okay on debut, but didn't really scream like a future success.
And Lashan is the horse that rounds out the field, 1 run and finished 12th on debut in meeting 20.
He's on his toes. He's another big horse for a 2-year-old. Looks nice and powerful as well. Alex Moreno is a positive in the saddle. Based on that previous effort, though, I struggle to see him beating Bint Alajwad.
We've had a look at the Shamila's been closer. What's caught your eye, Shamila? Little bit of a sound issue there, sorry about that, but as we hopefully will get to hear from Shamila sooner rather than later. But Tom, as I've looked through those, horses that caught my eye, number 7, Ala Al-Saif, caught my eye, really nice looking type. Latim, debutant, caught my eye, and Shamila has apparently caught my ears, because hopefully we can hear her now.
I was initially leaning towards Bint Al Jawad, number 5, the only filly in the race. Nasser Fawaz didn't want to speak to us before the race because he can be a little bit superstitious, but he did give me a little nod to say that he was very confident in her. However, I will take my chance and go with number 3, Latim, the debutant. He's really well put together. He's calm, cool and collected, everything I want to see here in a 2-year-old race.
Mila, and I'm glad to think great minds think alike, because Latim was a real eye catcher for me as well. I imagine, Tom, you're going to stick with Bint Al Jawad.
Yeah, there's no reason for me to go against the filly number 5. I think she looked rock hard fit. She's got the best form in the book. Naif Al-Anazi is one of the best riders in the race. I like that the trainer as well has a bit of a superstition. That's something that I can resonate with. So yeah, Bint Al Jawad for me. Hopefully we can get off the mark with the winner today after a highly successful day for both of us yesterday.
Absolutely, we do need to get off to a little bit of a better start than the last race, but yesterday was superb from a selection standpoint. Talk to me a little bit about your suspicions, Tom. I feel that's something you want to open up to the group about.
Well, I don't know. If someone says, who do you like in this race? If I'm not on air, if we're not doing English coverage like this, I'll keep it to myself and just wait and then roar the horse home if they're leading and be quiet if they lose. So that's one of my superstitions. But I can understand why sportsmen in general and sportswomen as well are very superstitious because, I don't know, it feels like you put a lot of effort and time into something and then one little factor can change whether you win or lose. So it's a very tense moment for everyone involved.
And especially when you're working with live animals, I always feel that there is so much that can go wrong with a racehorse, and the build-up just to get them to the racetrack is a success. And then if anything was to go wrong on the racetrack, it's the only bit you cannot control as a trainer is when you leave all of your responsibilities to the jockey. And I think that's a massive moment. And I can totally understand why they sometimes don't want to involve anyone else in that process.
Yeah, definitely. It would have been nice to hear the thoughts, but at the same time, I fully respect that that's not in the mindset of the trainer right now. He just wants to watch his filly run, hopefully win this big prize, and then he'll be happy in the interview, I'm sure.
Now, we mentioned Enzo was going to have an easy run of things, but if you look at this field, 6 of the 9 runners are in green. So although Enzo doesn't have many runners to look at, he's going to have a tough time differentiating between all of them. Yeah,
absolutely. There are some very similar colours as well. The likes of Mutasare and Yohaqui are very similar with the white chevron and the green silks. Ana Al Saif and Wahaja Al Dareya are very similar as well with the slash. So yeah, Enzo's going to have his work cut out. But he's been lucky today. You know, yesterday we had Mark Francis calling 18-runner fields in every race. Today Enzo's got 9 in this. He's got 6 in race 4. It's just a nice, easy time for Anthony Ellis, isn't it?
There's a rumour that goes around that he's one of the hardest working men in racing. I think he's probably the luckiest man in racing. And I am going to go with you as well, Tom. I'm going to go for Bint Al Jawad. I'm interested to see about Latim, but for me, everything Latim does today is a learning experience. I think Bint Al Jawad is going to be the horse to beat. We've actually got some form of Bint Al Jawad winning back in July. Let's look at this performance.
Yeah, she's really professional this day. You've got to remember, she's just a 2-year-old, but she showed loads of early speed right at the top of the home straight there. She was asked to change leads, and she did that instantly. And she quickened up on the front end. You can see her noticeably put lengths into the 2nd and 3rd horse. She's really game in victory. She does flash her tail a little bit, which is a slight mentality concern. But she's unexposed, she's green, she's inexperienced, yet also at the same time professional. I've got to stick with her.
Best Al Hakim is another one of our winners, and this is some footage of this horse here. Tom, what did you make of this performance?
Yeah, Best Al Hakim showed his best form right at the start of the meet, back at meeting 2. This day he showed some early speed, but was wide on the track. He just changed his leads halfway up the straight, so he wasn't 100% professional, and he fends off a King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons owned beast at the inside, who's like twice the size of the eventual winner. It was a good performance. But this was meeting 2. He's run once since, finished 6th at meeting 24. Seemed to be on the downgrade that day. Maybe he needed the run, but he could also need the run today, Callum.
Yes, and if we're going to talk about wagging tails, that tail was moving 10 to the dozen there. Really getting going. That is horse number 6, Wahaja Al Dareya. Really nice looking animal. And again, we see the jockeys going down without any stirrups, keeping that horsemanship contact, wrapping the legs around, squeezing with your calves to make sure the horse can feel you all the way down. And it's great for balance with these young horses. Sometimes they can start rolling all over the place in these big, wide, open expanses.
Yeah, you just don't want to waste too much energy prior to the race. I think that's the key here. You want to keep all that energy at the highest level possible. comfortable within the horse so that they can produce their best efforts on the track. We see over in the UK and in France and at different venues actually, some horses can bolt to start or they can get loose and that's race over. As we've already touched on with trainer superstitions, you want everything to go right in the interim. So this is the safest way of doing just that.
Absolutely right, Tom. One of the other factors we do have to mention here is if you're just joining us for the first time, firstly, where have you been? But secondly, the thing that you have to know about Saudi Arabian racing is they do not mess around at the stalls. If you bolt to start and unseat, you're withdrawn. If it takes you, I've tried to work it out, I think you get 3 attempts. So you have 3 strikes. If you fail to load after 3 strikes, you're out. If you kick out and injure one of the stalls handlers as well, you are also out. There is definitely a very strict protocol to this, and it's fascinating to see how quickly we can see horses withdrawn. And it's one of those where we have to keep our eyes peeled, Enzo has to keep his eyes peeled, and we can take advantage of all the cameras we have at the start to make sure if anyone does get withdrawn, we can let our viewers know as soon as possible.
Yeah, we had 3 withdrawn horses yesterday, as well as Zayrat Tashreen, who hopped and leaped right up at the start and basically lost her chance. We've already seen 1 horse today break slowly, so the stalls area is the critical point of the race. You know, prior to the race, whether the horse will actually go into the stalls and then whether they will jump out. It's not 100% guaranteed over in Saudi Arabia all the time, but hopefully all 9 of these runners jump out and we get a highly competitive race.
So Tom, what is your selection for this race?
Bint Al Ajwad, a solid option. She's a filly in here against the boys. She ran well 2 starts back when she won at meeting 20. I have to have her under Naif Al Anazi.
Yes, and I am also going to join you with the Bint Al Ajwad selection. I cannot believe we are also joining forces for the second race in a row. Shamila's not gone with us, she's gone with La Team. I can totally understand that selection. So Enzo, it's only left for you. Who do you think is going to take this?
Well, I think this is obviously a race that I've got to respect, the one that Tom likes, Bint Al Ajwad, but I'd be looking maybe for Muta Saray to run a better race than he has so far. He does need to improve a little bit, but I think he might do and might run a better race than we've seen so far for Abdulaziz Al Musa. So I'll take a little chance with Muta Saray. But again, there's a lot of unknown quantities here, horses that are probably going to improve. And the previous winners, Besht Al Hakem, number 1, who is a grey, got a noseband on as well. Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Yeah, you mentioned about all the green and white in this race, which is not going to help me. But yeah, 6 in green and white colours in the 9-strong field. You see 3 of them there in shot right now. Midrak is in light blue and red. He'll be easy to spot anyway. And he's a horse that I think will also improve for his debut run. And the grey, Besht Al Hakem, who's had 2 runs and a victory already in his career so far. Runners are going behind the stalls now. I thought Muta Saray looked an absolute picture on the way down, horse with the noseband. Does need to improve on the runs we've seen so far. Beaten a fairway on debut. So I'm hoping for some improvement to come from this colt by New Line, although perhaps he might be a horse that might just peak as a 3-year-old next year. Anyway, they're going 1,200 metres for our second race. Once again, 3/4 of a mile, 47,500 Saudi Riyal for first place here. And there is Midrak. We're looking at, spot the red cap. He'll be easy to find in this field anyway, amongst all the green and white. It's a light blue jacket for Midrak, Fahad Al Faradi on board. With Berta Ramos riding Anna Al Sayef, another one of those in green and white colours. So I think the call to load up has just gone out. So first one has gone in. Quarters for La Team. That one's loaded up. Salman Al Rashid. Going forward to is Anna Al Sayef. Again, they're in race card order in terms of the draw here. So horse number 1 will be on the inside, Besht Al Hakem. I don't think the draw is going to be as big a factor here with the field size this time. Not that many runners. So I think even if you're drawn in stall 9 where Lashan is, it's not going to be a massive negative. Waiting for Bint Al Ajwad, the filly to go forward, already a winner. Black and white, again, she'll be easy to find in this field. Just trying to get number 2 to go forward. This is number 6. This is Wahaja Al Dareya. Wahaja Al Dareya going forward. The Rayan Al Toesh. Stall 5 is still empty. Black and white for Bint Al Ajwad. Midrak going forward. for race 2 here at Taif. Waiting for Bint Al Ajwad with the last one for race 2. Besht Al Akem isn't in yet either on the inside. Waiting for Besht Al Akem in the black and white. Nawaf Al Fayrouz with a noseband on. This horse is a grey, coming forward now. And we're set. Right, flag up. And they're off. Bit of a messy start, wasn't it? I'm not sure they were totally ready there. Yohakwi missed the break somewhat and just roused to gather stride as the filly Bint Al Ajwad, but she's up there. She's got that early pace we're expecting, and she goes through to lead. So Bint Al Ajwad, the black and white, picks it up and goes on to Lashan, the outside stall into third place. Moving into second, that's the grey, Besht Al Akem. Midrak is on the move, now goes third. And then a sea of green and white in behind. Wahaja Al Dureya, Anna Al Sayef. Lashan is caught deep on the track. And then comes Latiman Yohakwi, the slow starter. Making the turn then around the bottom bend at around 59 kilometres per hour. The leader is Bint Al Ajwad and Naif Al Anazi by 3 parts of a length. The grey, Besht Al Akem, is giving chase in second. Has got to within a length now. 5 lengths back to a ridden along Midrak, who's on the outside of Mutasare on the inner in the white sleeves. They turn for home, or at least the leader does. Bint Al Ajwad, she's got something left here, and she goes clear by 4 lengths. So in second place, Besht Al Akem, who's giving chase. The rest are in trouble. Midrak out of the pack to go a clear third. They've still got 200 metres to go, but it's Bint Al Ajwad who's out in front by about 6 lengths, and she's dominant. The tail's going round, but it's not stopping her from going forward, and she can be eased down. Naif Al Anazi can admire himself on the screen. He's going to absolutely hack up. Bint Al Ajwad to Besht Al Akem, and third, that was Midrak. So it will be 5-1-8, a win for Bint Al Ajwad. The early speed, the experience, and no sign of any green and white anywhere. Second was number 1, Besht Al Akem, and third, number 8, Midrak, under Fahed Al Faradi. But this was easy, wasn't it? He was able to sit up in the irons. You don't often see that, do you? Jockey able to take things easy. 1 minute 19.28 the winning time this time. But he was able to sit up in the irons. He's won by 6 3/4 lengths. There could have been many more, but he just spent the last 50 metres just easing her up. She was far too good, and she's a class apart. Well tipped up by our expert panel as well. Bint Al Ajwad, a class apart in race 2. Second, number 1. Best of the rest was Besht Al Akem. I thought he ran quite well. I thought the start was a little bit messy. Yohakwi missed the break quite badly. Mutasare didn't get away that well either. Third was number 8, Midrak. So 5-1-8 the result in race 2.
As we can see, Bint Al Ajwad and Naif Al Anazi taking victory there in very comfortable fashion, Tom. That was a demolition job.
Yeah, she was the horse to beat in here by far going into the race, and as soon as she broke well, Naif was adamant he wanted the front and the rail. Once she got it, there was never really a moment she was in trouble.
What do you make of the time of 1:19.28?
Yeah, it was quite slow. Obviously, this was an open for 2-year-olds. The previous race was a maiden, worth basically half the amount to the winner, yet they ran far quicker in 1:18.49 compared to 1:19.28 just then.
Is there an element of the fact that Naif was eased down towards the end?
Yeah, of course there would be. You know, she would have run a quicker time if she was asked for maximum effort all the way to the line. She had the race won with 200 metres to run. There was no horse within 4 lengths of her. So, yeah, she probably could have run faster. But at the same time, the first-time starter in the opener, Al Zuhail, has run a very nice time in comparison to this open race.
Absolutely. Interesting angle from the start was Besh Al-Akem. As soon as that horse's butt had entered the stalls, the front gates opened. I think there'll be a few jockeys who'll be a bit disappointed with the starter.
Yeah, it seemed to catch them off guard a little bit. We'll see the replay from the start in a few moments' time. But Taif certainly wasn't caught out. He instantly realised the stalls broke, get straight to the front, and you can win the race instead of in the final closing furlong, in the opening furlong, and he did just that.
They were going up to around 65 kilometres an hour early, and then they slammed on the brakes and they crawled round that bottom bend. And as they've turned into the straight, he's kicked again and he's left him in the dust.
Speed just dominates over 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres here at Taif. If you can get to the front, no matter how hard you're going over this short distance, you have a great chance of holding on. Yes, he steadied it up around the bend, which allowed number 1 and the eventual runner-up, Besh Al-Hakem, to come alongside the winner, Bin Al-Ajwad. But he had plenty left in the tank. This filly was quite clearly the best horse in the race, and she'll go on to bigger and better things now.
Yeah, she'll certainly be rated in the 90s after that performance, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her return again quite quickly here in King Khalid Racecourse, rather than waiting to go to Riyadh and taking on some serious animals there. I'd be fascinated to see what Taif makes of this, because if you weren't watching with us, Taif had a really tough week last week. Didn't have a single winner and was touched off in the dying strides in the final race of last week. He had a winner on Thursday, didn't have a winner yesterday, has had a winner today, and confidence breeds success. And I think this man is very confident.
Yeah, he's got his confidence back. He's up to 17 winners for the Jockey Championship so far this season. He's in 4th place currently. You know, he's one of the leading riders at the track, and last week would have been an anomaly for him. I'm glad to see him back in the winner's enclosure, and he could ride another winner or two today.
Absolutely, I think he has plenty more chances later on in the card, just getting weighed in now. But by this point in the race, this horse is already clear, and again we can see the horse is on the correct leg. The leg on the nearest to rail, the front right on your screen, the front left on the actual horse is hitting the ground first, and that means this is an assured, mature performance, especially prevalent considering how quick they went early.
Yeah, you can see she's actually just changed leads now in the closing 100 metres. Taif is just gearing down, is about to gear down at this point, knowing he's got the race won. As you can see, a little look to the screen. She's on the wrong lead, but she didn't need to be on the left lead throughout.
Well, Taif can tell us all about it because he's in the winner's enclosure with Shamila.
Absolutely, absolutely brilliant performance by Taif Al-Anazi. You know this filly really well, and she just proved today how well she does over 6 furlongs.
Yeah, Shamila. Good evening. Thanks God, this second win with me, the Bint Al-Ajwad. Last week she have racing, but another jockey. She finished 6 or 7. I don't have chance to ride my filly because I have another horse, so I win him. Today, thanks God, I love this filly, perfect filly.
Was Nasser Fawaz confident before the race, as she was the only filly in the race as well?
Sorry?
Was the trainer confident before the race?
Yeah, and he told me, you know, this filly, you know your filly. You know what you're doing, you know. Thanks God, Shamila. This class filly and beautiful filly, thanks God.
And by the end, just tell me how you were riding the race. Explain the race from the beginning.
This race today, I think so like my race before when I win this filly. She scared a little bit, Shamila, when they gave him the way, you see, before the race. Before, you know, and before win, she do it like... That's scary, you know. Today, thanks God, I come very, very fast and come the rail. She's fantastic filly.
Well done, Nathan. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you.
Yes, Taif hitting the nail on the head, and we can talk about this crazy start. It's purely because they just haven't got enough time to settle.
Yeah, she broke slightly out to the right, but Taif was alert and ready, and instantly he actually got the whip out ready to give her a little reminder because he was that desperate to go straight to the front. She actually responded, and you know, at this point she's 2 lengths clear. Taif's probably thinking, I've probably got this race won already.
But they're going 65 kilometres an hour into that first bend, and I think Taif is lucky that he's not in a pace battle and no one else has tried to go with him because he's actually able to settle down now at 60 in cruise.
Yeah, the thing is, obviously a horse is going to decrease their speed going around the bend because naturally you can't run as fast around a bend as in a straight line. But it wasn't that necessarily he wasn't in a pace battle, in my opinion. It was also that every other horse in behind was within 2 lengths, so they were all going that quickly, but she had the track position. She was out in front, not getting any kickback, not behind any other rivals. She was setting her own speed, whereas all the others were trying to match her. They all had their empty tanks turning for home. As you can see, 2 horses 10 lengths clear of the rest.
I'm very fortunate to, and I think you have as well, work with a ex-champion jockey named Seb Sanders, who said something very crucial about being from the front. If you're from the front, you have to bully your other rival. You cannot make it easy. I think that's what Nate's done. He said, if you're going to come with me from the front, you're going to do it at my speed. You're going to go fast, and we'll see who's clinging on to me at the end. He takes a lovely look through his legs as they turn off that final bend, kicks for home, and nothing can keep tabs.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the US and Saudi racing style rather than UK. You know, in the UK they just crawl in the early stages to reserve stamina and turn of foot, whereas over in the US and over here in Saudi as well, they use their speed to try to burn off all their rivals. She was the pace of the pace today. When you have more speed than the rest of your field, yet they're trying to go with you, you save energy, they're wasting far too much energy, and therefore you can win nice and decisively, as Bint Al Jawad just did then.
She's clearly got some level of personality as well, because she did give a tail swish at the bottom of the home straight, but when Nave allowed her to go clear, and she did respond to pressure, which was great to see, because sometimes you get a tail swish and no response. That was a tail swish and response, but you see with this beautiful angle as we swing it for home, we'll get a little tail swish, and then as Nave puts the stick down, she brings that tail down and cruises through. Here you just see the reminder there. There's another wave. That's a reminder. You see the switch of the tail. The horse is still responding. We've now gone out of shot to the other horses. Nath is keeping her up to her work and then cruises to success. Absolutely cruises over the line. Here's the start. This is all over the place. The stalls handlers have barely got away from the stalls.
Yeah, they've gone very quickly here. The horse in number 2, Yohakwi, has briefly missed it. So has the horse number 6, Wahajay Al Daraya.
This is a brilliant angle here. We can see, we'll get to see Nath in full flight. He misses the kick, doesn't he? There's no doubt about it. You see the way he dips so much, and the horse's head comes directly up. That's a surefire sign of missing the bricks. He's given 1, 2 down the shoulder, and I think we're going to get 1 behind the saddle as well, because he's broken in about 3rd. Look at him rouse this horse clear. He's driving for all his worth to get that lead and get the rail.
She had the most early speed in the race. He was just making sure that she was ahead of Besht Al Hakem, number 1. It looked like the filly was on her back legs rather than her front legs as they were just about to jump. So when the stalls opened, she kind of went backwards rather than forwards. But Nath quickly, with his fantastic horsemanship, corrected that, got her on an even keel and balanced. And she instantly picked up, showed that early speed. And from there, she was never in any danger, Callum.
It's the equivalent of wheel spin on a car.
Yeah.
You're just in the wrong position, you get caught out, and you have to be rousted out to get back into the prime position where she was never headed.
No, never headed. Besht Al Hakem made a brief bid along the outside of Bint Al Jawad. He definitely ran the best race, as you can see him there on the outside in the white and black silks, compared to Nath with the black and the white sleeves. Nath fully cruising on the inside, just trying to steer Bint Al Jawad around the bend. Meanwhile, on the outside, Nawaf Al Farouz on Besht Al Hakem is fully under the pump and asking for absolutely everything. You can just see Midrak, the eventual 3rd place finisher in the blue, coming into shot. He had far too much to do to even get close to these top 2, but that was a much better performance from him after finishing 16th on debut.
Yes, Midrock is a fascinating performance there because of the 16th last time out. This is probably better. I know he finished an absolute country mile behind the winner, but that was a better performance, and hopefully they're the winner in his future. Lartim, the debutant, had a very wide trip throughout. It wasn't ideal with that rush start. It probably all would have been a bit too much too soon.
Yeah, never really showed up in the race, Lartim. It was a difficult race for a first-time starter to run in, you know, an open. They think he's obviously quite good. They probably should have, in hindsight, gone down the maiden route because it would have been a nicer introduction, but you never know until you run in a race.
Indeed, Lartim certainly will have better days. Anna Al Saif, another one who was wide throughout, didn't particularly get involved. Lashard, I thought was bang up there for a point and in a nice pocket, but wasn't able to really kick on when the race turned, when the chaps were turned.
Probably just went a little bit too hard early on to actually have that energy left. As we can see now, fully calm and composed, crossing the line.
Look at
with
those
the
goggles
breeze.
as well. Look at the goggles. He's got the fancy cycling goggles on and the white gloves, all the gear and some idea.
Oh, lots of ideas. Yeah, he's one of the best riders here. He'll be glad to get that winner on the board, because I imagine when he looked at the race card this morning, he'd have gone, race 2 is probably my best chance for a winner.
Absolutely, and as you can see, that cross noseband again is just, we saw it working at full effect, driving to the start, but when Nath put the brakes on, it was able to regain control, blowing a kiss. I'm hoping that's to Shamila, really. I think Shamila's hoping that was for her, as Nath celebrates a victory as well. Really impressive ride, very mature ride, very comfortable ride, and he's now one up on the card with Wigberto Ramos. Who do you think is going to have more winners today, Tom?
Ooh, it's a difficult question. Maybe Wigberto. I reckon 2-1 to Wigberto at the end of the card, but we'll see. There's still 7 races to go.
Absolutely. I'm thinking about Farhad. I think Farhad's going to have a couple more winners today. I'm a big fan of his. As you mentioned before, one of the loveliest guys in the weighing room, and certainly riding on a high after his treble on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. He finished 3rd in that previous race. That would give him a nice little piece of experience today in the hot weather. Hopefully Farhad does ride a winner today.
As we move on to our next contest, this is over 1,400 metres, so 7 furlongs to go with this time. Not quite the mile, but we're stepping up in trip a little bit more. This is for horses who have won between 1 and 3 races. Certainly a good race on paper, Tom. Plenty of horses with good chances, but we'll let Anthony Ennis take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, plenty of runners in this one as well. As you say, 1,400 metres for race 3. Horses who have won 1, 2 or 3 races, 3-year-olds here. Number 1 is Dula Barty, the mount of Rodriguez Jose. 2, Al Mustarad for the rider Ahmed Al-Azari. 3 is Mabara, Eddie Castro. Number 4 is Marti for Ayad Al-Tarisi. Number 5, High Accolade, Mohammed Aliyami. 6, Adjudicator for Rakan Al-Abaid. Number 7 is Tho Al-Atlal, ridden by Youssef Al-Huzim. Number 8 is Guillavant, who is the mount of Fawaz Wanas. Gelding by acclaim, that Guillavant. Number 9 is Karsir for Naif Al-Anazi, looking for a double, the son of Dark Angel. Number 10 is Ali Hawaii, who is the mount of Yasser Al-Bakawi. Number 11, Layla Bad, is written by Saeed Al-Laimi. Number 12, Layat Al-Sara for Nawaf Al-Fairuz. Number 13, Emblem Game, Alexis Moreno on board the son of Twirling Candy here. Number 14, Operating for Jimmy Jerkins and Wigberto Ramos, looking for a double here on this son of Warfront. 15, Nordic Lights is the mount of Ali Al-Mimoni. Number 16, Rajil for Jimmy Carrion. 17, National Gallery is a grey son of Caravaggio running here. And number 18, Ryan's Party makes up the lineup, caught by Memas down the bottom there. Reserves don't go. Plenty of horses that used to run over in Ireland and the UK here. 19, 20 and 21. The 3 reserves don't go, but it's a maximum field. 18 runners looking forward to race 3, Callum.
Thank you very much, Enzo. And yes, get your feet back off that footrest and back into prime position, because we've got 18 going to post and plenty with chances, Tom.
Yeah, it's a really good race, as Enzo just said. There are lots of horses coming in from Europe that was ranging from marks of 70 up to mark of 109 in the case of Nordic Lights. So, yeah, interesting race, and let's get stuck in.
Dulabati, horse number 1, 2 from 7.
Formerly trained by Michael Dodds, was rated 73 in the UK, won at Southwell, which proves that this horse can handle dirt. 2 from 7, last time finished 8th.
Al Mustarwad is horse number 2. 2 wins from 23 Saudi starts.
It's by Elzam out of a dam called Docklands. Yeah, I couldn't find too much about this Irish-bred colt. He's 2 from 23, hasn't run this year, and definitely has fitness concerns.
Certainly one who will probably relish this performance and go on to bigger and better things. Mahaba, 3 wins from 22, 5th last time out, but will certainly be fit.
The first filly in this race, actually number 3. There aren't too many fillies in this event, so interesting spot for her. Yes, she's fit. She finished 5th last time. Still awaiting that first success for Eddie Castro.
Just going to wait in case we can see her in the parade ring. This is her indeed, and she does look quite fit as well. We saw fitness certainly play the part in the last race.
Yeah, she's gleaming in her coat. She looks ready to roll. I just don't know whether she's good enough today, but as I keep saying, I really want Eddie to ride a winner.
Absolutely. Marty is horse number 4. 3 wins, but has shown nothing this season in one run.
We'll definitely need to come on for that 13th place finish back at meeting 20. Doesn't really look the most likely winner in this event.
Number 5 is High Accolade. 3 wins from 14, Tom.
It was rated 84 over in Saudi Arabia, but was rated 85 in the UK when 2 from 2 for under trainer James Tate. Last time up finished 6th at meeting 27. Should be rock hard fit.
By old Godolphin Stallion Outstrip. Adjudicator is horse number 6, a Dark Angel colt, 4 years old.
Talking about good stallions, Dark Angel is one of the best. Generally best over 6 furlongs to 7 furlongs as well, so this trip should be fine. This horse used to be trained by Kevin Philippart de Foy and was rated 73 in the UK. Has some form to find with some others in this race, but will definitely come on for that seasonal reappearance.
So Al Atal is horse number 7. 2 wins from 10 runs, but this is the first run this season.
Again, might lack fitness in this race. It's drawn nicely and is rated to go close with a mark of 87. Bedan Al-Sabai, the trainer, has had a very successful week.
We haven't had a chance to look at some of these lower down the order, but Guillavant is a horse who is very consistent, very Callum Hellywell horse, lacks early speed.
Last 3 runs, finished 3rd each time. Kevin Philippart de Foy, not the last or first time I've said that today, was rated 76 in England, now rated 82.
Number 9 is a horse called Jcsa. We're looking to give Nath a double on the card.
Talented performer, rated 94. Same trainer, same jockey as the last winner, ex-Simon Crisford.
As the horses make their way to the racecourse, we'll talk to Shamila about what caught her eye in the parade ring.
I think it could be a very quick Naif Al Nasser Fawaz double. I'm going with my number 9, Kasir. He's also by Dark Angel, one of my favourite stallions. He just looks lovely, and I'm a sucker for a grey.
All Shamila indeed. Kasir for you. Ali Hawaii is horse number 10, Tom. That horse has 3 wins from 48 starts. But let's have a look at Kasir in action. Shamir's selection.
Yeah, he ran okay this day, Kasir, in the orange silks around the outside, just moving into a prime position right now, into 3rd. He does get collared late on and eventually finishes 4th. Marlborough is back in 5th. That's number 3 that we've already talked about, ridden by Eddie Castro today. These 2 horses ran okay races, completely contrasting. You know, Kasir was always up with the speed. Marlborough was right out the back, and then they only finished around a length and a half between them at the line. They're probably quite well matched. I think Kasir needs to improve to win today.
Absolutely. I think he'll have to improve to beat this next horse, National Gallery. This is my selection. I love this bit of footage.
Yeah, he was really good, National Gallery this day. Just tracked the speed up the inside, as you can see. Got a lovely trip through the race. Just wondered a tiny bit under pressure, but that didn't stop him running in a straight line. This horse, again, ex-Kevin Philippart de Foy. It seems like every runner in this race used to be trained by that man in Britain. He's rated 86 and definitely has fitness.
Yes, I'm a big fan of his. So Al Atlal is the other horse we're going to have a look at. This is Riyadh form from February, where this horse finished 5th.
We've seen that Riyadh form has worked out very nicely here at Taif the last couple of days. He just plods on though. He really does. He doesn't make any inroads on the leader, who's just moving further and further clear at this point. He's actually slowing up, in my opinion.
He's going backwards, isn't he? There's no getting away from it. He's going the wrong way.
He's going the wrong way through the field. He's actually hanging out to his right as well. And today he's coming into this race off the back of a long layoff. Since the start of Riyadh, not being seen yet at Taif. I struggle to see Thoat Alal playing any part today.
Absolutely, Tom. I am going to agree with you on that one. A few we haven't talked about. Laith Al-Azra, horse number 12, 2 wins from 10 starts. Are they already circling down towards the start? We're rattling through the card today.
We are. They've gone down very quickly today. Nawaf Al-Farouz rides Laith Al-Sarah, but definitely not one of the major players today.
That's horse number 15 within shot there. It's Nordic Lights.
Rated 109 over in the UK, the highest rated horse by far, but only rated 78 over here. Used to be trained by Charlie Appleby, is probably regressing now at the age of 8.
Rajil is horse number 16, 2 wins from 7 starts. Rather prolific, but shown very little this season.
Definitely fit after 2 recent efforts of meeting 27 and 28. Jimmy Carrion rides, but a poor gait.
Ryan's Party is the bottom horse on the list, number 18, one we haven't talked about. 2 wins from 23, 3 runs this year. I'm not blown away.
No, by Memas, a sprinting sire. Used to be trained by Kevin Ryan in the UK and rated 75 there. Mark of 72 looks fair over in Saudi, but last time only finished 6th. Should improve for that given the layoff between his penultimate start and his most recent effort.
Emblem Game, a son of Twirling Candy, is horse number 13, unlucky for some.
Hopefully not for Alex Moreno. $75,000 two-year-old purchase by Twirling Candy, a very good US sire. He's rated 81, so must be a leading player. But there's still one horse that we haven't touched on, Callum, that I really like in this race.
Would that be number 14 Operating by any chance?
Yeah, that absolutely is the horse that I'm talking about here. Roberto Ramos, Jimmy Jerkins, team up. This is the horse I think Roberto will get his second win on today. Only a 4-year-old son of Warfront, is rated 88 and has had one run in Saudi so far this season when finishing 7th at meeting 26. Would have definitely needed that start. We've seen loads of horses improve for their first reappearance run at Taif. And this horse used to be trained by John Gosden and owned by Ballydoyle.
Very interesting indeed. James Jerkins trained. We had the pleasure of having his wife watching the YouTube and commenting yesterday, which is fantastic. Hopefully she's watching today, because I know she's coming in October when we move over to Riyadh, which will be great to see. Hopefully we'll get to meet her and James properly and have a proper catch up and find out how they're both handling the adjustment to being here
and
in
the weather.
Saudi Arabia, and how they're handling the weather. Tom, you're not handling it. Me personally, loving every second of it. I don't want to go home. No, this is fantastic to see. This horse Operating, though, for me, I'm looking in other directions. I know James Jerkins has had 2 winners so far since his arrival in Saudi Arabia, but this horse isn't jumping off the page to me.
That's interesting. I thought the UK form was as good as any in here. Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz has had a phenomenal couple of weeks as well with his horses in the famous red and white silks. The reappearance run I'm happy to put a line through, despite the fact it wasn't terrible finishing 7th. I just think fitness was a major issue that day. Jimmy Jerkins was giving this horse Operating a chance just to get the blowout, just to get rid of the rust and ready to run today. So providing Roberto can get Operating to jump nicely and sit just behind the leaders, I think he's got a good chance from 14. I mean, the other players, obviously, Nordic Lights, rated 109, High Accolade, Giavant if he breaks nicely, and your pick, which is National Gallery.
Absolutely. So just to run through the team selection, Shamila is on Kassir, a horse you'll be hoping to have a little bit better luck than in the last race. I'm all about National Gallery, horse number 17, and you, Tom, are on Operating, horse number 14. So it's 14, 17, and 9 for us. But what about you, Enzo? What have you got?
Well, I think after the last race, I've got to agree with Tom here. I do like Operating. I think he's potentially the best horse in this race, and he should be at the peak of his powers now, I think, as a 4-year-old, this colt by Warfront. Draw perhaps not great out in 14, but I still think he might be good enough for James Jerkins, who, of course, has trained some big winners, hasn't he? Breeders' Cup winners over in America, and he's settling in nicely, I think, to life in Saudi. With Berto Ramos, for me, Operating. The one in the centre there having the adjustments currently is Nordic Lights. The runners are down there at the start. There's number 1, Dulabati. It's almost saying to be trained by Michael Dodd's got a noseband on, followed around by Marty in the blue blinkers. The darker the greys there is Adjudicator, and that's followed around by number 18, Ryan's Party, a purple saddlecloth for that runner. Of course, it does help to try and identify those colours of the saddlecloths as well, which can be a helping hand for the commentator. 11, Leila Bad in yellow and red. And there's the 7, Tho Al Atlal, but it's a really competitive race, this one, isn't it, for these horses? 1,400 metres, so up slightly in distance here. And National Gallery, the horse that Callum likes, number 17, we saw him winning last time. He's got a nice attitude when he gets going, son of Caravaggio. Another horse used to be trained over in Newmarket. National Gallery, he's another horse who is probably yet to hit his peak. He certainly looked well, though, I thought, in the prelims. And the other grey horse, the lighter of the greys, is High Accolade, who's a son of Outstrip, who tends to stamp all of his progeny with his grey colourings. So the runners are just being checked at the start, and they're going to start loading fairly soon. But this is a big field of runners here. 18, the 3 reserves don't go, 19, 20 and 21, but a big field of runners here beginning to load up. Already in is Ali Hawaii for Yasser Al-Bakar. He's gone into stall 10. Stall 5 has been filled. That's High Accolade. Inside stall Dulabati. That's Mohammed Ali Yami riding High Accolade, red and black. This is Ryan's Party, who's got the outside stall. It's not going to be easy, is it, from out there? You've got to either use up some petrol early on to try and get a good start and get across, or just take your medicine, take a pull back, drop in behind the other runners and try and come from off the pace. But we know that's not an easy thing to do around here. So decisions to be made for those drawn wide. But I'm going to trust in Wigberto Ramos to get it right from stall 14 on operating. That's one of the ones yet to go in. National Gallery's one from the outside. Here he comes now, the green sleeves and cap. So 6 to load. This is Al Mustarad, the blinkers, yellow and blue. Ahmed Al-Azhari riding, and that's going to leave Marty as one of those still to go forward. Should find this tough, Marty. Eddie Castro riding the 3 here. Mabara is already in the stalls. Couple to go now. 2 out. Here's Wigberto operating. James Jerkins, the red and white, and that will leave Emblem Game. He leads now by a length to Garcia, racing in second. Third place was Emblem Game. National Gallery racing in fourth. Looking for the black and white in behind. That's Ryan's Party, who's gone into 5th place. Just nudged along behind those is Dulabati, who's on the inside, the green and white. Further back to find Toe Al Atlal as they make the turn around 60 kilometers per hour. It's still operating, but not so far ahead. Garcia has come back on the inside, the grey, and Garcia, orange and black, has now nosed on. Operating is going to have to try and lift his game from there. Back in third, National Gallery has a big shot, the noseband, and Ryan's Party on the outside, running a blinder 2, out 4 deep. On the home turn, Garcia goes for home. Naif Alanazi leads by a neck, but National Gallery is coming hard at him. The green cap down the centre. National Gallery and Garcia, these two will face off. Ryan's Party's not far away down the centre, but it's now National Gallery who's put his nose in front and is pouring it on. National Gallery in front, just drifting across, but will win. National Gallery to Garcia, and then Ryan's Party in third place, and they're away from Tho Al Atlal in behind them. National Gallery did shift a bit left-handed late in the piece, but he's won it. Son of Caravaggio. Tipped up by Callum, of course. Good shout, Callum. National Gallery, a horse you really like, has delivered the goods. Number 17, Garcia, who was at Shamila's big fancy. He's run a brave race in second. Naif Alanazi in the orange and black. He couldn't believe it probably when National Gallery came past him. There was plenty of pace on, wasn't it? Operating was the source of the speed, really. Showing lots of early. Ryan's Party's run an absolute cracker. Horse I didn't really consider has finished third in the end. Massive run by him. But it was National Gallery who wins again. He's got the winning habit. Wins by a length and a half. National Gallery. You can see in second place, Naif Alanazi accepting it in the end. I wonder if the stewards might have a look. I don't think it was that bad on that angle. He did look like on the side, like he was just drifted left-handed under pressure in towards the rail runner, who was number 9, Kasim. I think he'll be fine. And there's the celebration as well from the rider of National Gallery, who wins length and a half. Second, number 9, Garcia's run well. And Ryan's Party, a huge run by number 18, the worst of the draw, big run in third place.
A very jubilant Mohammed Al Hubail has guided National Gallery to a tight victory there in a thrilling race, Tom.
Yeah, well done. You picked the winner there. Nice selection. Got the perfect trip, though. Just behind the front 2. Again, riding the rail. Found the gap turning in. And this horse had plenty left. It looked briefly like Ryan's Party was going to make a challenge down the outside. Or even Garcia was going to re-rally and get back on top. But no, National Gallery was too good today.
Yes, haven't spoken to Shamila yet, but you can see my very smug face. I can't wait to see that. However, I cannot be too smug because we may have a little look from the stewards because there was a little bit of a lean and the horse drifted towards the rail towards the end of the race. I don't think it was enough to change the stewards' decision on positionings. However, I'm looking at this through rose-tinted glasses. So, Tom, I need you to be a more honest opinion of what you made of that finish.
I want to see the head-on again, but I would agree with you. I don't think it was enough to change the result right there. You know, he does.
Ooh, steady on.
He does lean back a little bit to his left. We saw that in the VT beforehand. He shifts left and right under pressure, but it doesn't stop him running. And although he might have briefly tightened up the runner-up Kassir, that horse wasn't ever going to get back on top.
Kassir ran a very good race, front rank throughout Ryan's party. What a run from stall 18, because it wasn't like he came from the front, cut across and led the running and ran the rail. He was wide throughout and still ran a very good race in third.
Yeah, ran a fantastic race back in third. I didn't really factor him in as a leading player in here, just rated 72 with a record of 2 from 23. But he's running a big career best from the outside gate. Mr. Fawaz trained both the second and third after having the winner of the previous event. So he's gone from very happy to probably a little bit frustrated.
Absolutely, but still not a bad performance at all. We're seeing the head on here. The VT department were bouncing in the production office as there was So Al Aslal finished in fourth and Operating came home in fifth. I think Operating's race was made at the start. It'll be fascinating to have a look at what happened there because I think Operating got cleaned out early on and had to really pick up later on. But as we can see this head on, the winner is definitely drifting across. There's no getting away from that.
Just drifting across in the green sleeves with the white body. We're just about to see the interference right now. I don't think it's too bad, Callum. He switches whip and, yeah, Naif Al-Anazi he leans up slightly, but I don't think that stopped him winning this race at all.
Absolutely. Shamila is down in the winner's enclosure with our winning trainer.
I'm with Thamar Al-Dahani, who's just won this previous race. National Gallery by Caravaggio, used to be trained by Joseph O'Brien, has formed from Dundalk and Limerick, now Taif.
Yeah. His progress too good, you know. Second win in the row. Last time he won the 6 furlong, and we go to the 7. We try with him today, and he progress a good race, you know. He's a good now.
And what are your plans for him in the future? He's already settled in here. Do you think you might go on to turf in Riyadh?
Yeah, for sure. But now I want to make his rating, you know, up and up, you know, step by step, because he was rating 90 in England. But here now going down. Now I hope after today, maybe he will go more than 95.
And, sorry.
No, it's okay. And since that, I will choose for him a good races, you know, 6 furlong, 7 furlong, good races, because today he ran with a good horses, you know, and he beat in a good rated horses with Fawaz. His name is Al-Qasir. I hope next time he will be more better, you know.
Do you think in the final last 100 meters there was some interference?
No, nothing. It should be, if you see the camera in the front, the jockey straight until the line straight. The other jockey, I don't know what's going on with him. Maybe he's thinking about the losing time or something. But if you see him now, you see my horse and the jockey, Chabuk, everything is okay for me. I know it's okay.
Thank you very much, Thamar.
Thank you.
Great interview there from Shamila, but look at the start. Your selection here, Operating, just seems to get squeezed up a little.
Yeah, gets squeezed up, but actually gets to the front. You know, has Egberto wanted to get to the front, so it might have been a minor excuse, but I don't think it really cost
quite
him.
enough. It wasn't quite as severe as I first thought it was, but still a little bit of a squeeze there, but not enough to put him off the race completely, and ends up trying to cut out that early running.
Yeah, tries to cut out the early running with Kassir up the inside in the orange silks, as well as the horse in yellow as well, Emblem Game. There was a good early pace on. They're going 65 kilometres an hour at this stage.
Yes, absolutely. And as Operating begins to sweep on the outside to try and grab that rail, Kassir does not give him that opportunity.
No, sticks to the inside. Naif Al-Anazi knows that's the place to be. Egberto, unfortunately, then was shifted 2 off the rail. But just look at the ideal trip that your horse is getting back in third.
Now, our winning trainer was a bit critical of Naif. I don't think they'll be too happy about Egberto here, who left the door wide open for National Gallery to come through.
Yeah, you've usually got to shut the door and make them go around you to try and win. I don't know if Egberto actually had the horse underneath him to do that, as Naif right here is just drawing away on Kassir in the orange. National Gallery threads the eye of the needle straight through, and at this point, it looked like he had the race won easily.
Absolutely. I was beginning to get very excited right here. It was only when I saw Ryan's party raging up on the outside, but he flattered to deceive, and I think he's worked hard to get to that position, taking nothing away from that performance. The winning trainer here said Naif actually is probably a bit too overdramatic with the way he's lifted off there and trying to play on for the little bit of interference. And look, there's a fair enough gap between the two of them. It's nearly 2 lengths after they've crossed the line, the distance.
Yeah, I think he was probably anticipating interference rather than interference actually being there. Fortunately, Mohammed Al Hubail re-steered National Gallery out back into the second path, so there wasn't any kind of dramatic closing stages where he completely tightened him up.
This is the lovely drone shot here. As you can see, National Gallery gets a dream passage into the race. We can see the horse in third, Ryan's party, having to come through via the car park. Al Soatal is another horse that's going to finish quite strongly as well, again for our VT department, as operating begins to drift off. But here is where we may see some interference. Horses both remaining straight. It's close, it's still close, the gap is still there, the gap is still there, the gap remains there. I'm not seeing any more closing. The stick changes hands, that's not interference at all, is it?
No interference. He was just anticipating because the horse was shifting very slightly to the left. Maybe he thought the horse was going to come right in on him, especially if he watched the footage beforehand like we did, where last time out he was quite violently left and right in the closing stages. But Mohammed Al Hubail did a great job at this moment in time that we can see. He has to whip in the right hand. You can see there with the green sleeves, whip in the right hand. But once this horse starts to lean slightly to his left, he changes the whip to his left hand, and that straightens him right up.
Absolutely no issues there on a riding front. So at Atlal with another fascinating performer coming home late. Wasn't even in shot for most of the thing. As we just saw them coming around that bend, you'll just see him in the blue colours with the little white star on the face, just coming home quite strongly. Finishes fourth, quite one-paced. I think takes advantage of other horses falling out the back of the picture.
Yeah, another good run, though, for a horse trained by Bedan Al-Subai, finishing fourth. As you touched on, Riyadh form not been seen so far this year, so we'll definitely come on for that from a fitness perspective.
That's one maybe for the notepads, definitely.
Yeah.
But one who you can certainly put in your notepads is this winner, who will no doubtably maybe remain at this trip, could drop back again, but this certainly looks like an ideal distance, and also could go to the turf at Riyadh.
Yeah, has form on turf as well, so it isn't a one-trick pony. He's by Caravaggio, has lots of early speed, quite clearly a lot of talent as well.
I am a sucker for a Caravaggio. I absolutely love them. I think they've got a little bit of personality about them as well. There's a horse in England called Maljoub, who I'm still waiting to see. The horse who I absolutely adore. He is another son of Caravaggio. They all have these gorgeous dark grey features, and they all just have a little bit of character about them. As you can see, Mohammed Al Hubail is looking very, very happy with his day's work on board that horse.
Yeah, he's ridden a couple of winners in the last 2 weeks since we've been here. He's a jockey in good form. Doesn't feature in the top 5 of the standings right now. They're largely filled with riders that have come in, likes of Luis Morales, Camilo Ospina, Roberto Ramos, as well as Adel Al-Faradi and Naif Al-Nazi, of course. But that hasn't stopped him really moving up the table. We could see him in the top 5.
Absolutely. I was about to say he's sort of got under the radar a little bit, but he's riding at the peak of his powers, I think, over these last few weeks. And certainly as we've arrived, he's turned on the form. It's not been the same for all the jockeys.
No, it's not at all. But yeah, he's been quite successful since we've been here. He's got a couple of chances later. He rides to Garuda in race 5, a horse who you liked last time. He's also got a couple of rides in the closing races, including the hands and heels event. So yeah, I wouldn't rule out the fact that he might ride another winner today.
A young, local, talented rider indeed. I think he'll need a rocket ship to get to Garuda to win a race, unfortunately. I don't think her mind is quite in the game, but no doubt she'll probably turn it around and win by 20 lengths now I've said that.
Yeah, probably. We've seen a couple of horses surprise us in the last couple of weeks.
Absolutely, but not take nothing away from this winning performance of National Gallery, who I'm very happy to see cross the line in front. That makes it 2-1 to me, Tom. No doubt you will come back later on in the card as we move on to race 4, the 4th race on our card. And this, Tom, is the race that I know you're really looking forward to, because we have a serious horse on display.
Yeah, I want to see those plane emojis in the YouTube comments, please, because we're about to witness a superstar, and that is Azfan Al Khaladiya in race 4, rated 125. This is an Arabian horse race. This is the highest rated horse we've seen so far at Taif, 10 from 10 in his career. Supreme Arabian horse, just a 4-year-old. I'm looking forward to seeing how far he wins by.
Absolutely. I think you and me both. I think this horse has frightening early speed, and I think that's what makes him so special. I'm actually comparing him to a horse that I saw run in the UK, an Arabian horse called Al Gadir, who's probably the top Arabian I've seen running all over the world. He's another horse who's only 4. He's a dark bay animal, but really has just got an acceleration that I've just not seen in an Arabian horse. He's won in France, he's won in the UK. Do not be surprised to see him in Riyadh competing for some of those really valuable Arabian prizes. But let's get the field from Enzo of this race, race 4 over 1,400 metres.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, just the 6 of them, but as you say, all eyes on Asfan Al Khalidiyah here, number 6. Number 1, though, is Durgam Al Ansari. The riders, the 6 of them, about to appear for our 4th race for the Arabian Breds.
The 3 Musketeers lead our 6 runners into the parade ring. No wardrobe malfunctions for those cool dudes. Someone who is having a bit of a wardrobe malfunction is Tom Collins to my right, who is genuinely now stood up because he isn't able to sit down due to the situation with his trousers in this hot weather.
Yes, it's pretty hot out here, Callum. We'll leave it at that and move on to the race.
Moving on to the race, indeed, the horse that we want to look forward to, the horse on screen now, Asfan Al Khalidiyah. What an equine athlete we're about to witness.
Rated 125, as I've already touched on, the highest rated horse we've seen so far. One of the best Arabian horses in the country and the world as well. 10 from 10 so far in his career. I've got plenty of other stats here. I could just keep reading them off. Earned 5.45 million Saudi Riyal so far in his racing season. He's won over 1,200 metres, he's won over 1,400, 1,600, all the way up to 2,100 metres. Super versatile, very quick horse, definitely the one to beat.
Absolutely, Tom. The only thing I have to mention about this horse is he seems to have that one speed. I've talked about it earlier. He doesn't quicken. His cruising speed is just so high that nothing can stay with him. So if a horse is able to stay with him, maybe they'd have a chance. But none of these horses on paper look like they'll have a single opportunity to be able to latch on to the back of this good thing.
The only other horse with the natural early speed to match Asfan Al Khalidiyah in here is Own, number 4. But last time they met, in a similar kind of race to this, Asfan Al Khalidiyah and Own went head-to-head all the way up into the home turn. And then Asfan Al Khalidiyah just powered clear. So even though Own has the early speed, to maybe go with him in the first 400, 600 metres, you won't be with him after 1,400.
If you're the trainer of Own, what do you do tactically to try and get this horse beaten?
I don't think you can do anything other than go with him in the early stages and hope that he doesn't perform, but I don't think that's going to happen. Adel Al-Alfi's ridden Asfan Al Khalidiyah on all 10 career starts as well, so there's no issue regarding a connection between rider and horse.
This is Digram Al Ansari, Tom. No win from one run in Saudi Arabia. That was 5th in meeting 28.
Very unexposed horse, big step up in grade to run here. Breaks on the inside, which is obviously a positive if he can get a stalking trip. Again, probably running for 2nd.
Turkey Al Khalidiyah, the 2nd, is the next horse we're going to have a look at.
This horse actually finished 2nd behind Asfan Al Khalidiyah in that race I was talking about a second ago. Came from miles off the speed, is rated 99 and is undoubtedly the 2nd string for Mutlaq bin Mishraf.
Mutwaheja Atbar is horse number 3. 1 win from 2 runs here in Saudi Arabia. Came 1st on debut and came 2nd last time out and looked quite promising in that 2nd place race. Has speed.
Yeah, has a lot of speed, represents the Athbart Racing Stables, which is probably 2nd biggest behind the Al Khalidiyah stables. He ran okay in an 80 to 100 handicap last time. This is open grade, so a lot tougher.
These are the connections of Fuda Pine, who I think could be a horse to really throw it up to this favourite later on in his career. Own is horse number 4. We've spoken about this one.
Yeah, this colt has lots of early, but doesn't finish his races as well as Asfan Al Khalidiyah. Unfortunately, he finds himself against the same horse again, but Adel Al Faradi rides.
Hatmat Al Khalidiyah is horse number 5, 2 from 16. Probably one of the more experienced runners in this field, but it would have to sprout wings to land a blow here.
Would be best seen in a 90 to 105 handicap rather than an open race where you're facing the likes of Asfan Al Khalidiyah. Finished 4th last time at meeting 27. I reckon he'll probably finish 4th here again.
Another great to look at, and this is the good thing, Tom. Tom's good thing. I've noticed you've not done a piece to Camera 1 talking about how this is definitely going to win. Not so confident, clearly. This is Asfan Al Khalidiyah, run 10, 110, serious animal.
Yeah. I just don't understand how anyone could pick against him in this race, basically. Unbeaten so far, rated 125, earned over 5 million Saudi Riyal. Very trip versatile, ridden by this jockey every time. He won the King Faisal Cup in September 2022. He won the Group 2 Al Manifa Cup in February 2023. He won the King Abdulaziz Cup in March 2023 as well. So this horse is just excellent. I just think he goes out from the start and wins easily.
Now, Shamila, we've said, is the best thing to come out of Ireland since Boyzone, but apparently she's found someone to take that on. Shamila, you found another Irish person in the parade ring.
I've found a fellow Irishman here at Taif Racecourse, Jeremy Green from HRI. Welcome to Taif, Jeremy. How are you finding it so far?
Pretty good, yeah, third day. Be heading home tomorrow, but been enjoying it so far here to promote the sales of, well, the yearling sales are coming up in Ireland at the end of September. First one being at Fairyhouse, Tattersalls, Ireland, and after that at Goffs. So there'll be all kinds of horses at all price ranges, and trying to invite interest there as well. And hopefully we got some guys coming over from Saudi to Ireland.
And the last 3 days you've been here, there's been a few horses that you've recognised back from Ireland, so...
Yeah, the winner of the last race there, National Gallery, he was bred by Colin Murnan in South Tipperary, and Caravaggio horse, and Joseph O'Brien had him, and he's doing well here now. I reckon that won't be the last time he wins. The first three past the post, they were Irish, so that was nice to see. It was timely.
Do you think a major key to grow racing here in Saudi Arabia is to buy these imported horses from the likes of Ireland and England?
I guess that's a pattern they've had for a long time, isn't it? Mostly going through the horse and training sales as opposed to not necessarily yearlings or foals, but I think we're seeing more of that with the sale here in November, December, that there's a bit of pinhooking going on for yearlings that have been moved on in short order. So I'm trying to facilitate that. And for my company, Irish Thoroughbred Marketing, we just help people if they come to Ireland in terms of if they buy a horse, that we give them back about, how much is it, 6,000, 7,000 Saudi Riyals. And then we look after their hotels, their transport. It's just hospitality. We just help them. There's no charge for any of that. And yeah, we just want to welcome them.
Have you had much interest since being over here with the trainers that you've spoken to?
I'd like to think so. Yeah, I hope so. Well, now we'll see if that materialises. But yeah, there seems some genuine interest. I mean, the Irish horses, they're doing well here anyway. And there's a number of horses that, have been very cheaply bought over the last while as well. I have a list here, actually. Could I go through some? Lagartha, Rhyme, Sunset Flash, they were really cheaply bought horses, and they ran in the Saudi Cup last year. Yeah, it's a good list. Flying Visit, Hesselwood, La Casa Tarifa, Riot, he ran yesterday. He was third in the Saudi Cup meeting last year. So, yeah, there's lots of good stallions who work here, like Dark Angel horses seem to work out here as well in particular, but there's no shortage of those. So, as I say, we just want to welcome people to Ireland, and we'll be able to help them.
Thanks very much for your time, Jeremy.
Thanks very much.
Thank you indeed, Jeremy. I think that's a really great point to make regarding the yearling sales and investing in these horses as yearlings unraced rather than going the horses in training route. You may remember Al Motterhead from last week cost 4,500 guineas as a yearling, has already won that back just on debut and will certainly go on to do bigger and better things. We heard Dark Angel pedigreed work here. We know Bobby's Kitten pedigreed work here. It's just great to see, and it's great to see Horse Racing Ireland getting involved and Irish Thoroughbred Marketing getting involved to try and get trainers, owners to come over to Ireland and invest in sport.
There are lots of local and imported two-year-old maidens, aren't there, around at Taif on the race programme. So they're the prime opportunity to win with yearlings. And generally, the Irish and English breeding is stronger than Saudi. So you can pick up a nice horse for a cheap amount and win it all back in one race, and then look to the big races, the Cup races, even the Saudi Cup in the future.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at this favourite in action, and we know exactly what position this horse finishes, winning easily.
Yeah, right on the front end, the big grey horse. Own is the horse in second with the yellow silks. Turkey Al Khaladia is in third, the other grey with the black cap. But Asfan Al Khaladia just dominates this race from the outset. Showed early speed, got to the rail, kicked clear, and as you can see in the closing stages, the horses in behind just go out of camera shot. He's miles ahead. It's just an excellent performance from a horse who doesn't ever stop galloping, no matter what the trip. He won't stop galloping today either. He's won over 2,100 metres. This is just 1,400 today. He's only going to be hitting fifth gear as the line comes up.
Yes, I'm just a little bit concerned about that head carriage, but for me, there's no way I can go against you here. I have to be joining Team Tom. I'm also on Afsan Al.
Take me on. Take me on.
I would love to take you on with Mutawahaja at Bar, but I just don't think they'll be quite have the quality. I think they've got better horses in their yard. I would, if Food the Pine was running, I'd take him on. 100%. If Foodapine was here, I would take him on. I think this horse has taken advantage of beating some horses that aren't going to come out on show yet. I think we're going to see some really great horses in Riyadh. I think 125 might be a bit high, personally. I think this horse has bags and bags of early speed. However, there's no finishing kick for me. The head carriage does nothing to excite me whatsoever. And I think he's been lucky that he's been running against horses that just are not of his quality. I think when we see horses like Foodapine, who I'm so excited about, Tom, I'm sure you can gather that, and all the other horses from other countries who have not yet come down to Saudi Arabia, I think this horse could be a little bit exposed. But 125 in a race like this, I mean, things would have to go seriously wrong if he wasn't to be successful here.
Yeah, well, he's going to win, unless something drastic goes wrong that you can't account for. I have nothing negative to say about this horse because I just think he's really good. You know, I think he's one of the best horses we've seen so far, and he's definitely one of the best horses, Arabian horse over here, and I hope that Enzo agrees with me.
So these are our selections. We're both going for number 6, Asfan Al Kaladir. Enzo, are you taking us on?
No, I don't think I can with this one. Having watched this horse win last time, yeah, Asfan Al Kaladir looks a superstar, and just basically beats these horses every time they meet. So I'm not certain why the likes of Own or Turkey Al Kaladir can reverse the form. But of course, you never know in horse racing, but it's going to be hard to see how this horse doesn't deliver the goods once again. So they are at the start for race number 4, 1,400 metres for these Arabian breds. And in the blue and grey sleeves, that was Mutwahaja Athbar. In terms of who could finish second, I thought possibly Mutwahaja Athbar might be able to run into that second position for Alexis Moreno, but I think they'll all be fighting for second place here. There's Own in the blinkers. Of course, he's had a rear view of Asfan Al Kaladir in the past. No reason I can see why this horse should reverse the form. There's the favourite, Black Cap, followed by, you see the feet out the irons for Alexis Moreno on Mutwahaja Athbar, who I think could run into second place here. There's number 1, Durgam Al Ansari, who was a little bit on his toes, I thought, in the prelims. Noseband of Own in the blue with the yellow spots. And then Turkey Al Kaladir also in those white and black silks. As 2 is the favourite, who's got the darker saddlecloth, the black saddlecloth for number 6, Asfan Al Kaladir, 10 from 10, 125 rated Arabian bred horse. So clearly on the form, he's going to take the world of beating here. Just at half a dozen runners then for this our 4th race, running for 47,500 Saudi Riyal for first place. And 4 greys in the lineup here. Durgam Al Ansari is a bay colt, and the other bay is Own. Well, number 4's got the yellow bridle on there. Adel Al Faradi riding this one. We're expecting another demolition job here, really, aren't we, for Asfan Al Kaladir? 125 rated, and the next highest rating is Mutwahaja Athbar on 106. So I thought was the obvious forecast choice if you're looking for a horse to finish second. Right, they are just being checked over the final time. Smallest field of the day. There's number 5, Hatamat Al Kaladir, the red with the yellow sash, black sleeves and cap. They had Al Tarisi on board. Number 2, Turkey Al Kaladir there. And they're going the distance once again of 1,400 metres this time, so won't be long before we are loading up. In fact, the first one about to be called forward here, that is Own, who goes in there. Hatamat Al Kaladir is one of 4 greys in the race. It's the yellow bridle. Slots in. Here's the red-hot favourite, if you're with Asfan Al Kaladir here. Goes in nice and calmly, and we're almost set. Waiting for Turkey Al Kaladir to go into 2. And also Mutwahaja Athbar into 3, who's now gone in. It's just 1 to load. The last one, Turkey Al Kaladir, is going to complete the line for race number 4. 1,400 metres here for these Arabian breds. The last one is in. We are ready for a start. Just making sure number 2's in okay. Flag goes up. And they're off. All jumped away pretty cleanly at the 1,400 metres. Having said that, Mutwahaja Athbar just took an awkward step and is now the early bat marker. Breaking well towards the outside is Asfan Al Khaladia, the 125 rated horse, steps forward here with Own, who can race prominently too on the inside. Now moving up after a sluggish start is Mutwaheja Athbar to come and take over. So Mutwaheja Athbar will be the target for Asfan Al Khaladia to try and run down. 4 lengths back to Own, and then comes Turkey Al Khaladia in 4th place, racing ahead of Hatamat Al Khaladia, the red with the yellow sash, just a little bit outpaced is Durgam Al Ansari in the cheek pieces. They're already heading towards the halfway point, and they're rattling through the first quarter mile there. 56.5 kilometres an hour they're going here. And now Asfan Al Khaladia asked for a bit more on the inside by Abdullah Al Orfi. He wants this horse to stretch on. He wants to try and put away Mutwaheja Athbar before the home turn. Own is about 4 lengths behind, racing in 3rd place with a nosebound, but the leader has now really stepped on the gas. Asfan Al Khaladia has gone on by 4 lengths. Own is going to run through into 2nd place and try and have a shot at the leader. Back in 3rd, Mutwaheja Athbar is now paying for that early exertions and drops away very tamely. But Asfan Al Khaladia just finds another gear off the home turn, has done it again here, has gone 8 clear. To Own in 2nd place, towards the outside, plugging on is Hatamat Al Khaladia. But this horse is a class apart. Asfan Al Khaladia by 8 or 9 lengths with 75 metres left to go. And he's going to win again. He's in a league of his own, this fella. And the 125 rated Asfan Al Khaladia wins again for Abdullah Al Orfi. It's a procession. Own was 2nd, and 3rd place in the end was Hatamat Al Khaladia. Impressive enough, wasn't he? They went a pretty fast paced, and to sort of quicken off that tempo, Asfan Al Khaladia has won again. 11 from 11 now for this likeable grey. And he's really stepped on the gas. Own has run a good race. Had the perfect setup, Own, didn't he? He trapped the pace setters. Mutwaheja Athbar taking on the favourite, Asfan Al Khaladia. Maybe the wrong thing to do. 1 minute 36.59 for the winning time there. So I think it was a pretty much near his best here, Asfan Al Khaladia. And that's why he's got that rating. He's a very, very good horse. 2nd was Own, number 4, and 3rd, number 5, Hatamat Al Khaladia. And I thought it was a quick time for the Arabian Breds over that trip, and it might be a record time. We shall find out. But well done to number 6, Asfan Al Khaladia, an 11-length score in the 4th race. Own was a clear 2nd, number 4, and 3rd was number 5, Hatamat Al Khaladia. Just when he thought perhaps that Own was going to have a shot at him around the crown of the home bend, he just seems to have another gear, and Abdullah Al Orfi just kicks in the afterburners. And lads, he was away and gone off that home bend. Very impressive. Once again, Asfan Al Khaladia.
Well, well, well. I think you and I have just seen a very, very good horse, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. 11 from 11 now in his career. He went a blistering early speed with Mutwaheja Athbar, the number 3, who eventually only just beat 1 horse home. Quickened off the home bend, just never in doubt.
Absolutely. Talk to me about the time.
136.59, as Enzo just said at the end of commentary there. That is a new track record for Arabian horses over this 1,400-metre trip. It was previously 137.21, held by Mutwaheja Al Khaladia, now 136.59, almost a whole second quicker by Asfan Al Khaladia.
And you have to remember, we've been saying this track's been riding slow since we've been here. That's just another boost to this performance. This is impressive. They flew the first half of that race. Obviously, Mutwaheja Athbar fell apart towards the end. It looked like Own may have a sniff, and then all of a sudden, this horse just went away again.
Yeah, as we were talking about beforehand, and I was saying, this horse is literally impossible to beat unless something unworldly happened. Fortunately, it didn't. He broke nicely. and just showed his real talent and quality up front. This is a very, very good Arabian horse. He's 11 from 11. He's going to be tested at some point in this season, probably at Riyadh, but I'm interested to see just how well he goes and how long this winning streak goes on for.
Absolutely. Abdullah Al-Orfi in the saddle. Abdullah was confident as it came. As the pace was up there, he said, no, I'm going to go even faster. Let's see what you can do now. And just as they began that turn for home, he squeezed again, and this horse kept on going. And then when he really pushed the button, another 6 lengths. And it's all happened so quickly, Tom.
Yeah, well, this horse, as I say, stays 2,100 metres, so he's got lots of stamina. You know, you can go super quick on a horse that definitely stays further. You know that the endurance is there, and he's not just speed, which Mutwaheja Athbar proved that he might just be speed today. But Asfan Al-Khaladiya, I'm sure that Abdullah Al-Alfi doesn't look forward to any horse as much as this one. This is his usual ride. He's ridden him all 11 times. I bet he cannot wait until he rides him again.
It must be quite nerve-wracking as well, though, when you've got a horse with such talent, such ability. Everybody knows you should win. It must add added pressure knowing that everyone almost expects you to win. You're in a lose-lose situation. Because if you win, it's never celebrated, really. And if you lose, it's absolute carnage.
Yeah, but he probably knows the chances of losing is so slim that he doesn't really think about it. You know, he just thinks, we're going to go out there, we're going to win again on Asfan Al-Khaladiya, we're going to walk into the winners enclosure, and I can add another winner to my tally. This horse is just exceptional. We've seen plenty of really highly competitive Arabian horse races over the last few weeks. This one wasn't competitive, but we saw an equine talent that we won't see on many occasions.
We've also got a riding talent here. This man, Abdullah Al-Orfi, is second in the Jockeys Championship last year. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, he finished second overall behind Adel Al-Faradi. He's a very good rider. He is the main rider for Mutlaq bin Mishrif, who's got so many good Arabian horses. So he's not. He's definitely used to success. Let's say that.
Absolutely, and obviously you won't see him as much with the thoroughbreds, but just with the power of the Al-Khaladiya string, he can really boost his numbers in all these Arabian races, and he must be licking his lips at the thought of there being 2 Arabian races every single meet now.
Yeah, well, the next Arabian race today is coming up in our next contest, and Abdullah Al-Alfi rides another one for Mutlaq bin Mishrif, so he could have a quick-fire double. That horse in the next race is nowhere near as good as this one, don't get me wrong. But yeah, this is a combination that you just cannot ever overlook.
Absolutely, and you can just see again the head carriage isn't superb. He's not a particularly trying type, which I do think may stand.
You're being critical.
I am. I have to be critical here because we could easily all lie down and say how fantastic this is and how wonderful the horse is. But I'm thinking about the future, and I'm thinking this is. As much as we love running here at King Khalid Racecourse, we know the standard is going to rise at Riyadh. And for me, I have to look at this from a perspective of what's it going to do when it faces good horses. And we talk about Al Mutahed all the time. That horse won, head bowed, driving home. I knew that even in a battle, that horse is not to be concerned with. This horse with his head in the sky is just a concern for me. Just the way it goes. I love it. I love a horse rated 125. His rating is going to go up from here. He's broken the track record. He's done everything right. Just look at the way he comes off the turn here. It's absolutely brilliant to watch. Only is trying to close the gap, just cannot mount it. And the distance is only growing. And I think Oda's going to actually disappear out of shot. Our drone is doing its best to keep both horses in shot, but you can just see just how good this winner is. But the head carriage is a concern. Hasn't had to battle. What will happen when another horse is upsized and tries to challenge, I think will be totally different.
Well, it doesn't. I don't think it matters because he hasn't ever been challenged. He's too good to be challenged. He's 11 from 11. He won the King Abdulaziz Cup last year. He won the Al Manifa Cup, a Grade 2, both at Riyadh. I can't find one negative about this horse. I think he's phenomenal. Yes, there will be potentially the chance that he faces a similar talented horse, but there aren't many around.
Exactly, there aren't many around at all, and we can see from the start here, breaking widest of all, but never a concern and never rushes to get across to the rail.
No, he's got early speed. Abdullah Al-Alfi just sits there nice and pretty with his hands down on the reins. You know, he knows he doesn't really need to ask for maximum effort. Mutawaja Athbar comes right along the outside after briefly missing the start. Alex Moreno probably thought the only way I could win is by going hard early and see what the reserves are left in the closing stages, but there were none. And Asfan Al-Khaladiya up the inside, albeit he just has to be nudged to maintain his position here, was never in doubt really.
Mutawaja Athbar really put lays all his cards on the table and said, we're going to take you on for speed and try a speed battle. And he did it last time out, and we've just finished second on that occasion. He's not going to finish second here today because he's just exerted himself so much on this turn. But this is what I really love. Abdullah Al-Orfi already before the turn is going, I'm going to say go, and I'm going to stretch these horses. And the distress signals are clear to see on the horse for second. As you can see, Owen creeping into contention. At this point, you're thinking, oh, Owen might have a good chance here, but no, he's not able to get involved in the finish.
No, never gets closer than he is right now. Alex Moreno on Mutawaha Athba, who eventually just beats one home. He knew not to push the horse once the race was over because this is not the style the horse usually runs in. He's much better than his performance back in fifth. Don't read this as literal. But the winner was way too good. Owen's run a very good race, actually reversing the form with Turkey Al Khaladia from last time out, where that horse finished second and Owen was third. Owen has managed to get the better of that one this time.
Absolutely right, Tom, and he's certainly a horse to watch. I still believe there's something that will take him on in the future, and I can't wait to see him again because we are witnessing a really, really classy animal. And once we get to Riyadh, we've got a very big Arabian race coming up in only a few weeks' time as well. That will be great on Saudi National Day, so that will be fantastic to watch as well. Plenty of good things to come in the Arabian racing scene, which is only growing with each passing year here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the Arabian racing scene is becoming my favourite love, I have to say. I've always loved the thoroughbreds, but there's something special about the Arabian horses, especially when you get a horse as talented as this one. I really enjoyed watching that race. I'm not going to claim the winner. You know, he was so obvious.
No, it still has to your tally. It still has to your tally. A winner is a winner, Tom. Doesn't matter. However it wins, a winner is a winner.
Okay, a winner's a winner. Fair play. We've had 4 races so far. Have you had 3 winners?
I've had 3, yes.
And I've had 2. But to be fair, we're going well. We went well yesterday. We're going well today. Hopefully there's plenty more to come.
Just continuing the good form with our picks. Everybody at home, continue to be tuned into the YouTube. Drop us a comment, drop us a like, drop us a subscribe. And remember to turn on those bell notifications so we can let you know whenever we are live, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, all the way through into Riyadh, where we will race all the way through until around February, March time, which will be great to see. Can't wait to get onto the turf at Riyadh as well. I think that will bring a whole new element to proceedings too.
Yeah, I absolutely love King Harlow's racecourse at Taif. It's fantastic, but the one thing it does miss is the turf element. I'm looking forward to getting turf and dirt races mixed in. You know, it brings that extra love and factor about horse racing. But at the moment, these races at Taif are getting better and better. Unfortunately, it's my last day for 2 weeks, Callum, and then we'll have a different guest on the English coverage. But I'm definitely looking forward to coming back in a couple of weeks' time and enjoying this once over again. Absolutely.
We are going to miss you, Tom, here for sure. You've been absolutely wonderful to work with, and we've seen an absolutely wonderful horse here in Afsan Al Khaladir. We are going to see some more Arabians up next, not quite at the same standard, but a horse that I'm really keen to talk about is an animal called Tagruda, who we'll see later on as well. But as we get these lovely parting shots of Abdullah just cruising to victory here. His tongue strap is on. Interesting little bit of tack adjustment there. The tongue strap goes on just to make it easier to breathe. Wouldn't have mattered either way today. The horse just has just too much raw speed.
Yeah, standard piece of equipment for this horse, Asfan Al Khaladia. But as you touched on, he can breathe perfectly fine with the tongue strap, and he's miles the best. This is a nice little prep, wasn't it? It's a good price, 47,500 Real to the winner. But at the same time, Connections were probably thinking, we'll just get him ready, get him fit for this race. He's probably 85% coming into today. And then next time he'll be 100% for one of his big targets of the season.
How frightening is it to think that at 85% fitness, this horse has just broken the track record?
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? And almost by a second as well. It wasn't even close to the previous track record of Mutawakkil Al Khaladia. We're about to see an Arabian horse open for 3-year-olds coming up soon over the 7 furlong trip. So we'll see just how close they can run to what we've just seen from Asfan Al Khaladia. I'm going to guess not very.
Yeah, I'm not a fortune teller, but I'm also going to go with you on that one. I don't think they're getting anywhere near that time, but hopefully we will see a good race nonetheless. This contest is over 1,400 metres still. It's for Arabian horses. The winner gets 47,500 Real, which will be great to see as well. The thing for me is Tagruda. I was really keen on this horse's chances after it won on a penultimate start. Last time I was there, I was a big supporter of the horse. He ran no sort of race, couldn't get involved. Am I willing to go to the well again? I'm not quite sure yet. I'm not ready if I'm willing to get hurt all over again.
Hey, look, if there's one Callum Halliwell selection today, it's got to be Tagruda in this race. And actually, with number 5, Maysor Al Khaladir being a non-runner, Tagruda moves in one stall, was originally in stall 9. So it's going to just be, 7 from the rail rather than 8 from the rail, which is definitely a more positive draw.
May need to sprout wings for the ultimate positive, but Enzo will take us through our runners and riders for race 5.
Will do, Callum. Yeah, runners and riders for the next. Tagruda, of course, got a very famous namesake, very good horse that won an Oaks and a King George going back a few years for John Gosden. Anyway, this version of Tagruda is number 9 here. For number 1, though, is Hadood, who is a grey. And number 2 is Sharaf Al-Muntakaba for the team there. Mohammed Suleiman is riding. Number 3, Angad Al-Khaladia for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 4, Shafa Al-Hazam, Naif Al-Anazi looking for a double. 5 is Najdia Al-Bari, who is the mount of Abdulaziz Al-Musa. That's 6, isn't it, actually? 6, Najdia Al-Bari. 5 is out, of course, and 10 is also out. Number 7 is Hafedak Ala Al-Khaladia, who is the mount of Farhad Al-Faradi. Number 8 is Mubarazat Al-Khaladia, Turkey Alofi riding. And number 9, Tagruda, there at the bottom of the card. So 8 runners. Scratch 5, Maysur Al-Khaladia, and also take out number 10. So we have 8 runners for our next.
Very much, Enzo. 8 in the field. We've got a few non-runners, so we don't have to worry about those. Any of those that have caught your eye, aside from the wonder horse that is Tagruda?
Wonder horse. We're talking about the wrong Tagruda now. Probably, well, the Al-Khaladia horses all catch my eye. You know, it's an Arabian race. You've got to always factor those in. If I was to give my selection early, which we don't often do on this show, I have to say, it's going to be Angad Al-Khaladia, horse number 3, again with Abdullah Al-Alfi in the saddle for Mutlaq bin Mishrif. I think Al-Alfi would have had the choice of the 3 big Al-Khaladia horses in this race. And Angad Al-Khaladia last time out finished a very good 3rd, and we'll see the footage of that in the next couple of minutes.
Hadood making debut today, one of a couple of debutants. What do you make of a horse like Hadood and a debut horse in an Arabian contest?
Questionable. We just don't know what to expect, and when there's some horses in here, especially the 3 Al-Khaladias that have run to a reasonably high level, the chances of Hadood running to the same level that they can run to is quite slim, so you have to be a bit conservative. I would like to see her perform nicely, but I just doubt it's going to happen.
Mabaziat Al-Khaladia, horse number 8. Fascinating runner considering it's had a win on last start.
Yeah, Turkey Alofi takes them out, but she's drawn further out in gate 8 today. It'll be interesting to see which of the Al-Khaladias shows the most natural early speed. She won last time, she'll be more fit today as well, and she's rated 86, so she's got a lot of ability, not as much as Asfan Al-Khaladia. She'll be a player, I just prefer the 3.
With such a small field, does the draw mean less when we've got a smaller field? But they are going over 1,400 metres, so they will come across quickly. We've seen over 1,600, the horses taking their time to come across due to the chute and the vast expanse of space. But over 1,400 metres, a lot more scrimmaging.
Yeah, there will be some scrimmaging, over this distance. The smaller field obviously does eradicate some of the worries about the draw, but at the same time, the rail is such the place to be here at Taif that even if you're one off the rail, because you were drawn maybe 9 instead of 4, that still makes a big difference as to how you can perform. So I would still like to be inside, show that early speed, grab the rail, make sure you go the shortest way around the track, and that'll give you a great chance of winning.
Do we have any pace angles here?
Well, I'm hoping that Angad Al-Khaladia will go to the front from stall 3. I think all the Al-Khaladias have natural early speed. Maybe the 3 and the 8 will take each other on. Tagruda won't be up there early, but she'll be running home strongly.
Yes, Tagruda lacks that good thing that we need called early speed. Tagruda does not have much of that. The more I look, the more I'm getting tempted. I'm a sucker for punishment, honestly. Mubarazat Al-Khaladia, for me, would probably be my selection straight away on paper. I like horses that come into races with a win. I think this horse has shown a very good level of ability. However, Tagruda could draw me back in because I'm weak. I'm not going to lie, that could happen. It'd be really great to have a look at some of these. One we haven't mentioned is Shafa Al-Azam. Not from 2, but 5th last time out. That's not a bad performance. However, we don't know how big that field was, considering this is Arabian races. It was highly unlikely she was running against 18 horses.
No, it would have been a small field as well. She'll improve for that reappearance run, as we've seen with so many horses here at Taif. Naif Al-Anazi takes the ride, which is, again, a big positive coming into this race. He's already had 1 winner so far on the card. She's got a chance, but she's rated 78. And even if you're going on ratings alone, Mubarazat Al-Khaladia, the number 8, is rated 86. So Shafa Al-Hazim, number 4, definitely has her work cut out to feature in this race.
Absolutely. I think there's nothing wrong with putting a lot of weight into these ratings, excuse the pun, because these horses we've seen over this time here at King Harled Racecourse that the ratings are a really good way of getting a clue into some of these races. We saw with Hawawaya yesterday, absolutely chucked it, and it was so easy to spot. And if you've got access to these race cards, which are freely available on the Jcsa website, it's very easy to find. You can get it in English and in Arabic as well. And we can see, talking about three very exciting Arabic men, it is the Three Musketeers who lead our horses out into the parade ring, Tom. And let's have a look at some of these first impressions. One is very small, that's our debutant Hakood. Two, another debutant, which is Sharaf Al-Samd Al-Muthakaba. Very long name there to deal with, but that horse is a little bit bigger and looks a lot more race ready.
Yeah, you get a lot of different physical specimens when it comes to Arabian horse races, and in this race is no different. I think the one Hadood is definitely going to come on for the run based on what we just saw from that brief shot. We'll see them in greater detail in the paddock. Here's number 9, the horse you love.
Here she is. Oh, what a gorgeous specimen. I absolutely adore her. She's big, she's strong, she's dark, she's stunning. Everything I love in a racehorse. Unfortunately, she is just a tiny bit slow.
Yeah, she hasn't got the amount of early speed as some of these in here, I'm sure. But she will, run her race. She's the most consistent horse in the lineup. She finished 3rd back at meeting 7, 5th at meeting 12, 1st at meeting 14, and 5th at meeting 30. So she's going to be there or thereabouts for sure.
Absolutely, she'll be right up there with contentions. One of the horses we haven't mentioned is Najdia Al-Bari, a horse who's 0 from 4 and hasn't shown much in 3 previous starts.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this filly might finish last. She finished 13th last time up. She's only rated 57. This is quite a good Arabian Horses Open. Maybe one of the first-time starters will be last, and she proves that experience is put to good use. But at the same time, I don't think this is her level.
We've got a couple of horses rated in the 80s, we've got a couple of horses rated in the high 70s as well. Those unexposed types who haven't had a run, that's not really quite as much of a factor in Arabian racing as it is when we see in the thoroughbreds.
No, it's not. Arabian horses generally start their career a lot later than thoroughbreds, albeit this is for 3-year-olds. Inexperience doesn't mean as much as you've just touched on. In thoroughbred, thoroughbred racing, if you're inexperienced, you can lose a length or two at critical stages in what is likely to be a close finish. Here, they tend to finish spread apart, they're spread eagled, and if you have that natural talent, it doesn't really matter if you're inexperienced or not.
I just had a lovely look at Angad Al-Kaladir, your selection there, Tom, and it's a really light frame type but gorgeous looking individual.
Lovely looking horse, Angad Al-Kaladir, the 3. Yeah, I think he's going to improve a lot from that comeback run so far this season. He's definitely the horse to beat in here for me. He stands out like a sore thumb for Mutlaq bin Mishrif and Abdullah Al-Alfi.
There she is, the gorgeous Tagruda. Oh, I love her so much. Hopefully, come on Tagruda, run a good race. Talking about people who are having good luck right now, Enzo is a man who's having some unbelievable luck with these field sizes. I think the other commentators are going to have to start having a little conversation with Enzo. How are you getting these small fields?
Absolutely, it's another small field, just the 8 runners after the 2 nons. So yeah, Enzo's probably having a whale of a time.
And again, this is to be expected with this Arabian programme only growing. We've mentioned earlier that this is the first year that there's been 2 Arabian races per fixture on the cards here in Saudi Arabia, which will only grow the sport of Arabian racing in this part of the world, in this jurisdiction, and hopefully make it one of the world powerhouses. However, it does mean that you will see slightly smaller fields in a lot of these contests. It hasn't been short for drama, though, has it? We've seen some absolutely superb finishes.
Yeah, we've seen some great finishes. We've seen some phenomenal performances, much like in our last race. Hopefully we get another phenomenal performance today.
Tell you who's always giving a phenomenal performance is Shamila. She's down in the parade ring.
I have tried my very best to go against all of the Kaladir horses in this race. However, horse number 3 behind me here has really stood out to me. Also ridden by Abdullah Al-Alfi yet again. I think it could be a quick double for him. He's been dropped back from a mile last time out where he came 3rd. I think the triple really suits him. He's only a tiny little pocket rocket, but I think today could be his day.
On the right horse then. Shamila just knows she's with me. Hopefully we team up for another victory, because Shamila's generally been with you this whole time and not with my selection.
She has. She's had great choice, great taste, and she usually goes with me, but unfortunately she hasn't. Enzo, what do you think?
Well, I'm looking in a different direction a bit here. I thought Shafa Al-Hazam, just looking at this filly go around the paddock, she looks nice and relaxed. I thought she might improve, had a couple of runs, does need to improve, but got the right man on board in Naif Al-Anazi. So I'm going to take a shot at Shafa Al-Azam. I like to agree with everybody all the time, not to have a different opinion on these races. So I think the draw looks good in the middle, and I'm hoping that Shafa Al-Azam can run a better race on her third start. But again, lots of unknowns here, isn't it? We've got these horses with not much experience, apart from Tagruda, of course, has had the 5 runs already. But yeah, I'll take a chance with Shafa Al-Azam. I was really impressed by her in the paddock. She looks very relaxed and fit enough to do herself justice, hopefully, as we have a look at the runners in the paddock ahead of this 5th race. The 8 runners circling the paddock. Still plenty of time before our next race. 5 over 1,400 metres. Back to you, Callum.
Thank you, Enzo. Yes, I'm also going to go against Tom and Shamila. I am going to go for Muzbarzat Al-Kaladia. I think that horse comes here with a win, will be fit, will be ready, and I think it's hard to go against horses with winning form. I'm also going to have a little shout out for Tagruda. I absolutely adore her. Hopefully she will run a good race, but for me, she just doesn't have the early speed to be able to contest a race over 1,400 metres. I think she is a 1,600, 1,800 metre plus horse in reality. She is, however, though, absolutely stunning. You can have a look at her. She's got this beautiful deep girth. She's got a lovely flat back, built in behind, strong in front, nothing that you don't like. Horse number 1 is much, much smaller though. This is Hadou, Tom, really lightly framed.
Yeah, lightly framed, never run before. She will definitely come on a lot for this run. I've just got a slight question because I'm looking over at the paddock. You can't see this in your shot right now, but I can't see the 8. I cannot see Muzbarzat Al-Kaladia, your selection. So maybe this horse is either late in or has been scratched.
Well, we'll have a good look around and see, because this is horse number 3 coming through shot, which is Angad Al-Kaladia. Horse number 4 as well is in shot as well. I think this is horse number 5. It's great that you can see the silks. We are looking for number 8 that we can't see. And if that isn't the case, there is no need to panic, because I will go back to Tagruda. There is no need to worry if my horse has been withdrawn. Muzbarzat Al-Kaladia, if that horse isn't running today, I will throw my hat in the ring with Tagruda, and let me tell you, if she wins, I'm on the track. I'm saying it right now. If she wins, I'm on the track. Naif Al-Anazi there, he will ride Shafa Al-Azam, which is Enzo's selection. I think Enzo makes a very good point. It's always great not to agree with everybody else, and this horse has looked very good in the prelims.
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't disagree, but at the same time, you shouldn't just not agree for the reason of not agreeing. You should go with the horse you think is going to win, and Angad Al-Kaladia is definitely the most likely winner. Just to confirm that Muzbarzat Al-Kaladia is a non-runner. They don't call me Eagle Eye for no reason, Callum. We're miles away from the paddock, but I couldn't see him over there right now.
Eagle Eye Tom at it again, a great spot. So yes, Tagruda for me, that makes my choice a lot easier and will make me feel a lot less guilty if Tagruda goes in and bolts up today. 2 of the debutants, the one we haven't really had a lot of time to talk about is Sharaf Al-Shams and Muntakaba, who is horse number 2, Tom. This is another debutant, but certainly looked a lot more prepared to go racing today.
Yeah, look prepared, look bigger, a nicer sort than the 1. But again, it's a colt rather than a filly, so it's going to be a better physical specimen. Drawn inside with these 2 first-time starters, it's going to be interesting from the start. It's whether they're going to break in a straight line, whether they're going to break on time as the stalls go open. If they don't, that's a huge positive for my selection in the screen. By far the best looker, in my opinion,
absolutely gorgeous
in this race. Yeah, Angad Al-Kaladia, Abdullah Alofi on a high after winning the last race on an absolute superstar. Hopefully this horse has even half of that one's ability, and he'll go very close.
Yeah, so Tom, sticking with your selection of number 3, as well as Shamila going with that selection as well, as she is our eagle-eyed in the parade ring. Tom has had, how many winners have you had now, Tom?
2 so far, 2.
2 winners. I've had 3. I like to keep reminding people that, as Tom is the analyst. But it's
going to be 3-3 after this.
It's going to be 3-3 after this. But if Tagruda wins, honest to goodness, if Tagruda wins, it's going to be carnage. There'll be carnage in our press position if this thing gets up. I adore Tagruda so much. I just had my producer go in my ear, why do you like this horse so much, Callum? She's not that good. It's just, I have a big thing about horses that just catch my eye. I used to work in yearling prep. I used to work with young horses and watch them develop. I love horses that develop into real aesthetic models. And I think Tagruda is the ideal example of a real aesthetic model. A lovely looking animal that is big and strong and fantastic to look at. And one of the fact she's doing this all being a filly as well is just another element that gets me really excited. Let's have a look at some of these in action. The first horse we're going to have a look at is Angad Al-Kaladia, who's seen finishing 3rd here at the beginning of August.
Yeah, I thought this was a decent effort. Was not up with the pace from the early stages. Has actually run a good 3rd. The winner is just miles ahead of the rest and actually ran a very nice race. Angad Al-Khalidi is making inroads in the closing stages. What are you looking at right now?
Well, I'm just looking at a horse. What's going to come first, Christmas or this horse crossing the line? It's a very, very slow performance. I was hoping to see something to jump off the screen to make it worthy of your selection, Tom. I'm getting even more excited now. Finished well, but the lead is stopping. The lead is stopping. The second has run on quite nicely.
Hold on, let me take over. Angad Al-Khalidi ran a very good race there. We're staying on all the way to the line. Mubrizat Al-Khalidi is in this footage here. Unfortunately, is not running in the race, but we're just showing what this horse could have done. I'm telling the producer in a sly way. This filly is very good. And actually, the fact that she's not running here is probably a positive to both of our selections because, as you can see, she's quite talented, winning first time up. So the late withdrawal has affected this race somewhat, probably in a positive way for all the other horses in the lineup.
Absolutely. See, you can see, ladies and gentlemen, my selections are always good. Sometimes the horses just don't turn up. I have a bit of a habit of selecting horses who do not end up running, either withdrawn before or during the race. But yes, interesting, we didn't get any footage of Tagruda finishing languishing in fifth.
I don't know what your thing is with the Al-Khalidi horses, but you said Asfan Al-Khalidi is not good and got a high head carriage. You just said this one was slow in the prelims, yet you're raving about Tagruda. This is very confusing, Callum.
No, I totally understand, and I will hold on to that point about the head carriage of our previous horse, who is still an absolute monster. No getting away from that very, very talented individual, breaking the track record by over a second. I think that's definitely a Tom's top moment for sure.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. We've got some good races coming up, especially race 7. But I think that will be a Tom's top moment. But now, with only 7 runners to deal with, as they keep dropping like flies, Enzo, it's over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Callum. Yes, the runners then arriving at the start here. Tagruda there in the turquoise and pink colours. And Hadood going behind there is in blue colours. We're looking for Hadood. Number 1 is a grey. And number 2 is Sharaf Al-Muntakaba here in the light blue and white colours. Here's number 4, Shafa Al-Hazam. That's the one I like, the light blue, the purplish coloured sleeves. 3 in the background there, Angad Al-Khalidi. 6, Najdia Al-Bari. Is written by Abdulaziz Al-Musa. So runners then there at the start. There is Tagruda, of course, that Callum was talking about in glowing terms. She's had 5 races so far. That's one of those 5. There is Hadood, who's a striking looking grey, isn't he? Real steel grey looking horse, and she is, I should say, looking ready for action here. Hadood, number 1. So they're going to go behind shortly. 1,400 metres for these Arabian breds, 3-year-olds. For race 5, 6:10. This race due off here at Taif racecourse. And the first prize here, 47,500 Saudi Riyal. So again, good prize being up for grabs here. You can see 7 there behind the tape, the one that's not going to run in this race. So the 7 that are taking their chance are having the final checks. There's number 3, Angad Al-Khalidi. This is a horse that should improve for that debut run. Abdullah Al-Orfi, who had a very nice ride round, didn't he, in the previous race, aboard the impressive Asfan Al-Khalidi. Red and white, that's Najdia Al-Bari in the background. Number 2 is Shafa Al-Hazam. Naif Al-Anazi looking for a double on the card. There's Tagruda in the background. It's got a noseband on. Got a white bridle as well. It's filly Tagruda. Hadood in the blue. Horse number 1. So the red saddlecloth, again the draw as per the race card here. Although they are going to slide across one now, aren't they, with the late withdrawal. There's number 4, Shafa Al-Hazam, looking to improve from her 2 starts so far. But in need of the run, I thought, first time out. It's got the red noseband on and blue blinkers for Shafa Al-Hazam. There's the grey, the striking grey, Hadood. She's a filly who has had yet to race, obviously, in public, but has certainly looked well in the prelims today, Hadood. Might improve for the run there, you would imagine. There's number 3, Angad Al Khaladia. About to go behind for this 5th race. 1,400 metres then. Here at Taif Racecourse, and as we get past 10 past 6 local time. This is Sharaf Al-Muntakaba. So Hudud has got in. Waiting for Sharaf Al-Muntakaba to come in, the grey, very light blue colours for Mohammed Suleiman. We've got 5 in, means just a couple of empty stalls. Number 3, Angad Al Khaladia. Here is Angad Al Khaladia. And that means we're waiting for 7 to come forward. Hafedak Allah Al Khaladia. So just about set, 7 runners. Flag goes up. 3's a bit restless here. Angad Al Khaladia. Ready, and they're off. 7 runners jump away for our 5th race. One of the first to shop towards the outside to Gruda, also up there too. On the outside is Hafedak Allah Al Khaladia. Right up there too is Najdia Al Bari as they race through the first 250 metres or so. Towards the inside, that is Sharaf Al Muntakaba. That's the grey, just dropped back. Hudud is trying to make a place. The back marker, Shafa Al Hazam in the light blue with the dark sleeves. Racing through the first 400 metres then at around 56.5 kilometres per hour. And the leader is Najdia Al Bari, leads by a length. So up on the outside in second, Hafedak Allah Al Khaladia is poised, number 7. 3rd place for Angad Al Khaladia, black cap on the inside, then comes to Gruda in the turquoise and pink. Making a move now is Shafa Al Hazam to the outside on a fast forward move too. And then comes Hudud shaken up, and the back marker struggling to go is the grey Sharaf Al Muntakaba round the turn. 4 deep to Gruda, 3 wide Shafa Al Hazam moving well. The inside still battling away is the grey. That's Hafedak Allah Al Khaladia. And 1 off the paint, still going there too with the chances. Angad Al Khaladia around the home turn. Gruda's effort was rather short-lived. Similar comments apply to Shafa Al Hazam, who now drops out of it. And number 7 has kicked on here. Hafedak Allah Al Khaladia has gone for the judge and leads by 4 lengths to in second place. That's Angad Al Khaladia. Gruda running on again, getting a second win down the outside with the sheepskin noseband, but the grey's in front here, number 7, Hafedak Allah Al Khaladia, and holding on from Angad Al Khaladia, who's closing near the line, but up front it's going to be Hafedak Allah Al Khaladia, number 7, who beats into second place Angad Al Khaladia, and Gruda, I thought she ran really well in 3rd place. 7, Hafedak Allah Al Khaladia has won. 2nd, number 3, Angad Al Khaladia, and 3rd, number 9, Gruda. The non-runners there were numbers 8, 5 and 10. Left a field of 7. Good performance by this winner, this grey colt, Hafedak Allah Al Khaladia, for Fahad Al Faradi. Has come home in front here. Just for a moment, I thought the horse on the outside, the stable weight was closing. There was a leg between them at the line. So 1-2 for the same stable. Well done to Connections here. Angad Al Khaladia was 2nd, and 3rd was Gruda, who I thought ran really well. 4 wide move, covering a lot of extra ground around the turn. Did well to get so close. The winner was the grey. 1 minute 39.12 seconds the winning time. 0.92 seconds the winning time. Hafedak Allah Al Khaladia, the grey, storming home. Lead home a 1-2 for the stable. 2nd, number 3, Angad Al Khaladia. And the front 2 pulling away in the end. 7 beat 3, and Gruda, not disgraced at all. There's surely a race in her soon. She was 3rd today, horse number 9.
It's an Al Kaladir winner, not particularly the one that Tom wanted. It's an Al Faradi jockey, and not the one we normally talk about. Farhad Al Faradi with the win, bouncing back from a blank day yesterday, having ridden a treble on Thursday. And Tom, you were really shouting that horse home because it was all getting a bit close towards the end.
Yeah, I thought Abdullah Alafi was going to get Angad Al Kaladir back up in the closing stages. Unfortunately, the 3-year-old colt decided to hang slightly to the left and not go through with the effort, which was a little bit gutting, but take nothing away from the winner, who was given a great ride by the smiling Farhad Al Faradi. As we talked about earlier, one of the happiest and nicest guys in the weighing room so far, especially to us. So it's good to see him get another winner on the board.
Absolutely right, Tom. He's ridden that really well, and I think he's taken the race by the scruff of the neck because there was 4 wide going into the home turn.
Yeah, 4 wide, and you're covering the least amount of ground if you're on the rail, and that's how this horse basically won. Angad Al Kaladir, in my opinion, is the most talented horse in the race. Maybe that's a bit of heart and head talking because I wanted him to win, but at the same time, I think he was just a bit unlucky not to go past in the closing stages. But this horse, the eventual winner, was given the best ride, Callum.
But that was only Angad Al Kaladir's second start, so you can forgive that horse for being a little bit green as well, can't you?
Yeah, but it was the winner's second start as well. He was an ultra professional. You know, you expect these horses to be able to run, at least go by their opponents. Abdullah Al-Alfi just wasn't able to persuade his mount to angle out and instead ran up the backside of the eventual winner. But look at that, he's holding the 4 fingers up. Was that for this week?
Four winners this week, it has to be.
It's a good tally.
I'll tell you who has a little bit more experience under her belt and ran an absolute storm. I nearly had tears in my eyes. Tagruda in third ran a really nice race. Ended up posting 4 wide on the bend. It'll be great to see the overhead because I think the jockeys made a little bit of an error there. Mohammed Al Hubail was on board, and I think he just allows the horses to come through on his inside. But there was a lot of bunching up towards the back straight.
That's what happens when you're drawed wireless as well, though. You don't have the option of immediately coming across all the time. So sometimes you do have to take your medicine. She ran well, but she always runs that kind of race, doesn't she, Tagruda? There wasn't really a moment where she looked like winning, but take nothing away. It's another consistent performance.
Yes, the top 3 pulled quite a fair bit away from the rest of the runners. Plenty of hard luck stories. A really fascinating bit of running from a horse number 2. Sharaf Al-Sam's Al Muntakaba was a really interesting runner. Watch the way, we'll get the start for the race for you shortly, but watch the way this horse absolutely lunges out at the vast expanse of space and nearly takes the jockey off.
Yeah, just moves towards the inside. We've seen it a few times in a couple of the races, but obviously Sharat Al-Shams Al Muntakaba is very inexperienced. That was the first career start today. Saw the open expanse to the inside, darted to the left, cost him any chance, albeit he wouldn't have been good enough anyway as he finished last of the field. But yeah, it was an interesting race. The time was 1:39.92 seconds. Compare that to the previous race time won by Azvan Al Kaladeya, and we're talking 3.5 seconds slower. So that just proves how good the previous horse was. These aren't bad Arabian horses, but they're just not at that level.
But still another win for Al Kaladir horses, one in the first, the next in the next, and they've done very well indeed. And Farhad has ridden this perfectly, and we'll just see the runner-up just being pulled back out, having lugged in behind at a crucial moment.
Yeah, that was unfortunately the deciding factor just right now, lugging in again. Just wants to go to the left-hand side, despite being on the right leg as well. Just didn't want to run in a straight line, would rather run in behind and throw the race away, which is a little bit gutting because Angad Al Kaladir definitely had the momentum inside the final 200 metres.
And these Arabian races are all about that key word, momentum. Once you get rolling into that rhythm, it's very hard to get stopped. And the winner was rolling away in this rhythm. And we'll just watch horse number 2. What's the horse that comes out of stall 2? This is fascinating, Tom.
Yeah, angled to the right here, but then darts to the inside as the horse from gate 1 completely missed the start. Fortunately, the rider, Mohammed Suleiman, was able to keep him on the straight and narrow and not go down the round course the wrong way, because that would have been very dramatic. But that's what somehow, when you break from a chute over this 7 furlongs trip and the mile trip, 1,600 metres, you can see that a fair bit.
Yes, and I think we spoke about it yesterday in regards to inexperienced horses seeing that big gap and just saying, oh, there's no rail, I must go down it. And the jockey did very well to keep the partnership intact, but as you can see, their race is done with at this stage. Talk me through where we are at the beginning here. We've got Najid Balbari, who's the horse that's in the lead, but our eventual winner is cruising on the outside.
Yeah, Najder Albari already runs her race, and at this point, Farhad Al Faradi decides to take the front on Hafadek Al Kaladir, who eventually wins. But again, riding the rail and covering the least amount of ground is the defining factor here. My selection, the eventual second, Angad Al Kaladir, is throwing down a challenge in second right now. Shafa Al-Hazem eventually finishes 4th in the blue silks with the red noseband, and Tagruda at this stage was just covering way too much ground out wide.
Absolutely, Tagruda was so far wide, bless her. She was trying to get back onto the right level, but she's still showing some inexperience, which is concerning considering she's had so many starts. She's rolling back and forth.
Angad Al-Khaldir just changed leads there. Looked like he was not making any inroads and was 3 lengths back. Changed leads and instantly is closing on this leader. He's down to 2 lengths, 1.5 lengths. About to throw down a challenge late in the day and hangs into the left-hand side. The eventual winning margin was a length. There's probably not a lot splitting the two, though.
Now, I want to take your selection out of it. I want to take this out of your head, Tom. I need you to be with me here. Do you think that horse wins if it stays straight?
No. Well, I think it would have been very close. He was definitely making inroads, but there was only 100 metres left. It's hard to make up a length in that period of time. He would have probably been beaten around the neck at the line, half a length. He ran very well. I think he actually lost the race on the bend, having to go too wide instead of right against the rail.
The two horses both making their second starts. Is that I correct in saying that? Yes, both making their second starts. Come home 1-2 in our 5th race today. 95,000 Real to the winner as well, which is not a bad price to take home on a Saturday night.
No, very nice prize. 47,500 to the winner. 95 up for grabs in total.
Absolutely, so I apologise for that.
The same prize money as in the previous race, won by a 125 rated runner. So, you know, the prize fund for this event, given the quality of horse, is very good.
Absolutely, which brings up the question of why so few runners?
Well, I have absolutely no idea for the answer to that. It's a very good question. Maybe it's just there's not too many in the population right now that have targeted this event. They've got some other targets in mind. But there were 3 Al-Khaldirs in there, and they finished 1st and 2nd.
So Havek Hala Al-Khaldir wins our 5th contest. Another win for the Al-Khaldir stable and another win for Farhad, who was very good on Thursday. Had a quiet day Friday when his brother was flying in with the winner. They had a double, so that was very impressive. So hopefully bragging rights back in his side. He's now 4 wins to the 2.
Yes, Farhad's had a phenomenal week. Adel Al-Faredi, I haven't seen him had too many rides today. He's got a ride in the next on number 11, Min Barrier. But yeah, today seems a quiet day for the 2 leading riders, with Kamir Ospina also not riding.
Yes, Kamir Ospina, I imagine, spending time with his family who have come to see him. We had a lovely interview. Shamila did a beautiful piece with him and his daughter yesterday as well. It's just to just see how much of a family man he is.
Yeah, and it's lovely, isn't it? It's not just about riding and doing this for a job, but it's something that his whole family enjoy. They were here. His wife or partner was filming the interview with Shamila had with Camillo, so it quite clearly means a lot. And yeah, this is a nice drone shot now of the race. You can just see the leader on the rail covering the least amount of ground. My selection, Angad Al-Khaldir, is sticking to the shoulder, but just as they come off the bend, he loses two lengths instantly. Around now.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see because the winner has then begun to drift out himself. So there's so many stories you could get off that bend because you were right on the hip of the eventual winner and just didn't find anything. Tagruda then looked like this horse was going to stay on and try and grab second, but then you change the leg again, as you've mentioned before, and just keep finding and going away and closing the gap. But as you'll see here, the lug in.
Yeah, begins to lug in. Right now, as the leader's coming out slightly, my horse is coming in. Abdullah Al-Alfi just had no option. Definitely wouldn't have changed the result after seeing that drone footage.
No, not at all, but certainly a very strong performance from our winner. As we'll see the start, relatively even break. We can just see all the horses. It's only number 1, isn't it? One of the debutants, Hadood, who struggles to come out of the stalls. Will be a massive learning experience. That full connection of Hadood will hopefully run a better race next time.
Yeah, both the 1 and 2 were very inexperienced and green at the start of the race. We said that might be the case. Drawn 1 and 2, not the ideal position. I was hoping that Angad Al-Khaldir would take advantage and get to the rail with those 2 inside, failing to show early speed, but that just wasn't the case either.
And you see our winner coming here in this beautiful shot. Tom's selection in behind, the early pacemaker, Najdia Al-Bari as well, getting involved nice and early. Tagruda right on the outside, never really was able to get it involved from that position. But certainly lots of stories to watch as we see these beautiful angles as they pull away from our wonderful production and camera team. As we now see our eventual winner get into a rhythm in front. Really nice performance, dominating performance. Tom, I think both of those horses, first and second, go into the notebook and ones to watch next time out. Yeah,
they'll be in cup races sooner rather than later, won't they? They're both very talented. Al-Khaldir owned and trained rivals. I think the form might be reversed next time with a cleaner trip for the 3. Not just the ending, but the fact that you could maybe ride the rail. But they're closely matched. they're just not as good as Asfan Al-Khaldir in the previous race.
Would you be sticking to the same trip with both horses?
I think the second could run a mile for sure. The winner, yes, 7 furlongs looks the ideal trip, hanging a bit late on, which suggests tiredness over this distance. So probably the 7 furlongs for the winner, maybe a mile or even further for the runner-up.
Absolutely. No, I think you talk about the winner running over this trip. It's amazing that these races are available at this trip. I always thought of Arabian races as staying contests, so it's been great to see coming here and seeing the horses that are running over 7 furlongs being Arabian horses and having actually early speed to show, which has been a great addition to our coverage and something I've really looked forward to. Something else I'm really looking forward to is race 6, where Tom and I think you and I are going to join up here with the selection, aren't we, on Astabshrat, who with a menu horse, who is horse number 2. We've had good luck with the menu so far. Nice, easy selection to start with, but the second one is probably the one that could get us into some trouble.
We've also had good luck when we've teamed up. I think we're 2 from 2 today when we've teamed up, so hopefully 3 from 3 after race 6.
Enzo will give us the runners and riders in race 6.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, 1,600 metres, so going the mile this time for this race for fillies. And number 1, Malameh Al Majd for Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 2, Astab Shrat Abdullah Al Fayrouz on board. Number 3 is Garden Mohammed Al Yami riding. Number 4, Asira for Asil Al Sahani. Number 5 is A30 for Saeed Al Ajmi. Number 6 is Nafail for Wigberto Ramos, looking for a double on the card. 7 is Lily Nation, the Irish bred by Sioux Nation for Eddie Castro. Number 8 is Haya for Rayan Al Toesh. Number 9 is going to be Sinar for Naif Al Anazi. Number 10 is Sheikat Majid for Ali Al Mutib, a grey filly. Number 11, Minbaria for Adel Al Faradi. Number 12 is Mota Namia. This is a horse ridden by Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 13 is Doa Al Thakrin, Mohammed Al Daham on board. 14 is Najm for Osama Al Sharani. 15 is Hadaba for Abdullah Al Lawfi, looking for a double. And 16 is Nufat for Khalid Al Mimoni. So 16 fillies going in race 6. We're back up in terms of numbers here for a hugely competitive looking race for these 2-year-old fillies.
As the runners and riders are in the parade ring here for race 6 on our card. This is 1,600 metres for the fillies, horses who have won 0-2, and the first horse we're going to have a look at is number 1, Malameh Al Majd.
Had one victory to her name. She's rated 78, which is reasonably high for the standard of this race. But that win came back at meeting 4, then finished 11th at meeting 16 and 10th at meeting 30. She needs to refine the winning thread, but just looks a little bit of a tough task after those 2 last efforts.
Stabstrat 1 from 1 this season.
I think she's going to be both of our selections, am I correct?
Yes, it'll be hard to go against her, to be honest.
She won back at meeting 19. She was very, very impressive that day. She showed great early speed. She's by Tajawid. I'm looking forward to seeing her.
Garden is horse number 3. 0 from 3 so far. All those runs have been this season, and all of them have been quite poor.
Only rated 45, finished 14th last time at meeting 25. She has a chance to improve today from the inside draw, but as you've touched on, the previous form is nothing to shout home about.
We'll hopefully get to see her as a physical model here. She's a lovely looking filly. She's a nice size. Nothing to say is truly negative. She still looks a little lightly framed, but will certainly come on from this. One that's jogging around is Asira, horse number 4, Tom.
0 from 2 so far. This filly coming up against some similar types of fillies, but she's coming up against winners, which is never a good sign. 14th last time, had a minor layoff since then, and we need better.
A Tourney is a horse making debut. Horse number 5 will come out of stall 5.
Unraced, not sure what to make of her. Her walk is unique. It's not a standard walk. She looks a little bit green. She's got the cheek pieces on first time, which suggests she might not have her mind on the job.
Another horse with a win to its name is Nafael, but I wasn't too impressed when I watched the video of that win.
No, it was okay, I thought. I didn't think it was the best race. She's rated 79, so she's quite clearly got some talent. Prior to that victory, she's finished 4th back at meeting 7. The rider, Wigberto Ramos, already had a winner today.
Lily Nation is a daughter of Sioux Nation who does throw out fast early types.
Yeah, sprinters, Sioux Nation generally, so this mile trip's got to be a slight concern. But she finished 2nd last time. Will Castro finally get a winner?
Oh, we can only hope that Eddie Castro can get himself in the winner's enclosure, because we haven't seen anything for the first couple of weeks we've been here. This is Heya, horse number 8, another nice runner to have a look at. Oh, sorry, this is horse number 9, Sina, who is coming to shot there. We missed Heya straight away there, so we'll make sure that Heya is still going to post. Sina is horse number 9.
Yeah, I've just seen Heya canter down to post, gone down early. That's why we didn't see her. She's definitely got a chance, number 8, but we'll get involved in her in the next couple of minutes after we've seen these. Sina finished second last time. Naif Alanazi takes the ride. We'll see the footage. She was okay a couple of starts back.
Sheikh Hat Majad is horse number 10 on your race cards. 0 from 2 though, Tom. Concerning?
Yes, very concerning. 9th last time, 8th the time before. Seems to be very middling in these kind of races, but you won't miss her in those light blue silks, and she's a great filly.
Minbaria is horse number 11, striking filly, big tall girl.
Yeah, nice looking specimen. She's got a noseband and she's got blinkers on, so maybe she has a high carriage and maybe she's a bit keen in her races. Adel Al-Faradi takes them out, which is obviously a positive, and last time she finished 3rd.
The horse that you can just see there, that was Habada. We'll get onto that horse a little bit later, but Shamila is in the parade ring. Shamila, who's caught your eye?
I've been casting my eye over this parade ring, over these lovely fillies, and the one that stood out to me the most was number 8, Haya, by Liam's Map, who is a Group 1 miler, already proven, so the trip shouldn't be too much of a question for her. She was first last time out over 6 furlongs. She's the one for me.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And Haya did go down to the start early. One who didn't is horse number 14, Najim, who is 0 from 1, came 9th on debut.
We need to improve from that, but it wasn't a terrible effort first time up, and is sure to gather more momentum from that experience.
This is Hadaba, 0 from 3, but we saw this horse run last time.
Abdullah Love, he looks for a quick recompense after that previous second place finish. Last time finished 5th, time before 3rd, time before 4th, so super consistent.
Now we're going to have to call you Eagle-Eyed Tom, because have you seen Newfat, who is horse number 16 on our race card? Wasn't at the end of that parade ring, but could have gone down early.
I think did go down early. I can't see that the horse has been withdrawn so far. I didn't see the horse. Horses numbers 1 and 8 went down early to what I could see.
This is Astrabat, who is seen winning here on debut, Tom. I really liked this performance.
No, I love this performance as well. Showed lots of early speed, was one off the rail with the horse in second, currently number 1. They battled all the way to the line, but Astabstrat just had too much for that rival, drawing clear in the closing stages. And when we see the footage of Haya in 2 footages time, I'll give you a time comparison.
Love to see that, Tom. Great preparation as per usual. Lily Nation is the next horse we'll have to look at. She's seen finishing 2nd in July.
Yeah, she's bred to be a sprinter. This day she showed early speed, but it was actually the end part of her race that was more impressive. Right now she's trying to rally to get back up and challenge the eventual winner. She passes the eventual horse that finishes 3rd or 4th in the yellow silks, making serious inroads, but the leader is not stopping. She's run very well. She was on the wrong lead at this point of the race as well. Thank you. So she's only going to improve. I don't know. I don't think she's got the same level of ability as the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons horses.
Haya is the next horse we're going to have a look at. This horse is seen winning. Tom, you've got a comment about the time in this one.
Yeah, Haya came from off the speed, over 6 furlongs. It's by Liam's Map, so will only improve going this longer distance over a mile. Liam's Map was a mile in excess. A horse when he was racing over in the US, and his progeny want extra distance as well. So this was the bare minimum. She's visually impressive. The way she comes from off the speed to win, burrowing her way up the inside. But this run was 2 seconds slower than Abstabstrat over the same trip for the same connection. So I've got to take the 2 over the 8 today.
Interesting choice there, Tom. I was interested by the fact that this was meeting 10, hasn't been seen since. That's a little bit of a gap there. But this is Sina, horse number 9 in your race card, finishing 2nd in mid-August, so quite recently.
Yeah, again, we're seeing those King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons silks out in front, aren't we? We see them quite often in these kind of races. Sina just never involved, finishes 2nd, made some inroads from wide on the track. Look, not even in the shot right now, so it's too far back and hard to judge. The winner this day is quite smart and has subsequently finished 2nd, so the form isn't too bad, but at the same time, I struggle to see Sina winning.
Sina's not making any impression on those runners coming later on in the field. As you can see, these gorgeous shots of the sunset. beautiful sunset over King Harled Racecourse as the horses begin the loading process. They're coming down towards the gates, and then they will circle behind the gates, have any tack adjustments made. One of the three musketeers here, the outriders, hoping to make sure there's no dramas, any horses getting loose and having to do some rodeo catching, but hopefully all will be fine here today. One of the horses we didn't really get a chance to talk about because we didn't have the footage for was Nafayal, who won last time out. And again, winning form is important around here, Tom.
Yeah, it's very important, especially when you're in a race of this nature of fillies who've won between 0 and 2, because you're a winner. You have that prior experience of proving that you can get your head in front. Some of these have never won before, so it's a huge bonus. Nafayal was okay last time. He's rated 79, so he's quite clearly got some talent. And we've seen horses around that rating win a fair few of these lower grade events around Taif. I just thought both of the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons runners held stronger claims, but I wouldn't write off Nafayal from playing a part in the finish.
Number 12 is Motanamia, a horse we haven't really managed to talk about too much. Fourth last time, an improvement on penultimate start.
Yeah, ran okay last time, back at meeting 25. Prior to that was 12th at meeting 15. This 2-year-old filly seems to be going the right way, but she's found herself in a red-hot contest, and maybe a maiden would have been a better option.
One horse that couldn't run in a maiden is Doua Al Takrin, who is horse number 13 on paper. Won on debut, had a break, then came third last time out. Surely would have a chance here.
Yeah, she's promising. She's run well both times. She's got a mark of 81, which is the highest in the race. She must have a chance of going close, but it's just her wide draw in stall 13 that's a concern for me.
Yes, horses drawn in 14, 15 and 16. I think we can say the same thing for. I would like just to discuss Astrabat. How are you riding that horse technically in this position when you know you're probably the best horse on paper?
Straight to the front. There's no doubt about it. You've got a lovely inside draw in stall 2. This horse showed loads of early speed over 6 furlongs. The step up in trip should allow her to face probably slower opposition, which will give her the option to go straight to the front. We've seen the rails the place to be. We know that pace is always the place to be around Taif as well. So I'd like to see her rider go straight to the front with her, keep things simple, and hope that the owner companion Haya isn't within shouting distance close to home.
Malama Al-Majd is a fascinating runner when you think won on debut in meeting 4 and then showed nothing, but has been given a rating of 78. Cannot be bad.
No, can't be bad. It's probably got a chance, but I'm definitely going to stick with Abstabstrat. Are you going with me, or are you going to go for the other King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons?
I am going to disappoint Shamila and go with you. I'm also looking at Abstabstrat, so you're coming with me with horse number 2. Shamila is going with horse number 8, Haya. Enzo, what are you going for?
Well, I've been taking you on to my own cost so far, so I'm going to jump on board the good ship, Callum and Tom, with the Abstabstrat here. So the full house for Abstabstrat. I think it's also got a great chance. The early speed, I know it's a 1,600-metre race, but I think this horse has got the gears to get into a good position early on, and it is difficult, isn't it, to come from too far off the pace as the sun sets over Taif for this 6th race. Nominals are 3, these are. 2-year-old fillies. So we have got some winners in the race and some maidens. Nice mixture here. There's the drone shot. You can see the chute that takes them down the back straight here for the mile, 1,600 metres. No race longer than 1,600 today. And first few runners have gone forward already. Number 1, Malama Al-Majd has already gone forward here. So we're hopefully getting closer to a start. And there's number 8 in shot. That's Hayar, daughter of Liam's Map, who's a prolific sire over in America. We follow American racing. Liam's Map was a Breeders' Cup winner and very classy horse on the dirt. And this is a daughter of Liam's Map. Rayan Alto riding. It's got the white blinkers on there for Hayar. Number 8 in the kind of green and bluish colours. That's Doua Al Takrin. This is a filly who's got a rating of 81 on the back of a win. So she's picked up a rating already. So she's certainly not without a chance here. And the runners then beginning to think about going behind the stalls. So still got a minute or so before post time. Final check on some of these. The white and red colours there in behind. Abstabstrat's going to be coming out of stall 2. Abstabstrat. Hayar's in the same ownership as Abstabstrat, who has the green cap on. Looks like a red cap for Hayar. Stall 11 being filled by Minbario in the red and very light yellow halved colours. Grey horse is Shaykat Majid. Shaykat Majid for Ali Al-Mutib. Blue and orange silks, that's a Thurney. Saeed Al-Ajmi. Yellow cap for number 9. Just note the colour notice there for Sinar to differentiate from Lily Nation, the same ownership. Let's go with the last one, which is Haya, the red cap. Do note the red cap now for this one. Oh dear, doesn't want to go forward. Shied away quite badly there, Haya. Rayan Al Tawesh. An anxious moment there because the horse was certainly seemed to be put off by something. Let's try again. She's clearly a little bit on her toes, this filly. Second start after a winning debut. Higher. Goes in up in grade. But now she goes in. 16 runners are just about set, and they're off and racing for race 6 over 1,600 metres. They start down the chute in the back straight, and one that broke well towards the inside was Garden in the red colours with the white sash. Also up with the pace early on is Lily Nation with a grey cap. The yellow cap of Sinar is up with the gallop as well, and Sinar it is who's now come forward to lead here for Naif Adanazi. So Sinar is going on. The same ownership in second place is Lily Nation with a noseband. Also nosebanded Garden is prominent right towards the running rail, red, white and black colours. The green cap of Astab Shrat is up with the gallop too, racing in about third place now. Just off them then is Minbaria racing in fifth. 4 lengths then back to find Asira in green, who's on the inside of Doa Alf the Crean, who's next in the field. A little bit deeper out to find Nufat in the red and dark blue colours. A few of these taken off their feet at the back of the field, including Shaykat Majid, who's right towards the back. Also in rear is A30, who can't go the gallop. At around 56 kilometres per hour, they make the run then well past halfway, and up front it's still Lily Nation up top here with stablemate Sinar. These two at the head of affairs. Astab Shrat gets a shake of the reins now to go off in pursuit in the green cap. One that's moving well is Minbaria towards the outside, catching the eye for Adel Al Faradi, going wide but coming there with a strong looking run. Minbaria around the home turn, 350 metres left to go, still battling away as Lily Nation on the inside. Minbaria on the outer though has come to take it up. Between them still there is Sinar. Minbaria just slightly running off course but has the lead now, and Minbaria is powering on for Adel Al Faradi. In second place Sinar trying to go with her, but it's all Minbaria in the final 150 metres here, doing enough and now asserting by a length and a half, and Minbaria will win. Second place will be Sinar. That's home in second in the end, and they were clear of the others. Nafil was running on in behind them, but it goes the way. Clear winner, Minbaria, impressive in the end. Had to get the better of that battle with Sinar, but goes on to win for Adel Al Faradi. So 11 the winner. Well done to Minbaria. Came with a strong challenge up on the outside here, and has won it. And I think it was Nafil Nafail back in third, number 6. But the winner, number 11, Minbaria for the Aldugish stable. 1:46.81, 1 minute 46.81 seconds the winning time for number 11, Minbaria. Second, the yellow cap, Sinar, always prominent. It's done a lot of work there, Sinar, that's finished second. And third was number 6, Nafail, who's finished third in the grey jacket for the Wigman, Wigberto Ramos. 1 1/4 lengths. There's a little salute crossing the line as well from the winning rider, Adel Al Faradi. He enjoyed that, and so he should, as Minbaria breaks the maiden at the third attempt in the blinkers and beats Sinar with Nafail back in third, number 6. Astab Shrat, bit disappointing. Tried to go the early gallop and then just capitulated before the home turn. Quite a few of these never got into the race at all. 11, 9, 6. Minbaria, Sinar, Nafail, the 1, 2, 3.
It's hammer and tongs in the Al-Faredi household as Adel Al-Faredi takes the plaudits away from his brother Farhad Al-Faredi. Both the Al-Faredis are flying at the moment, and that was a very cool ride right around the outside, Tom.
Yeah, found himself and on this filly in the perfect position in fourth, just behind three dueling pacemakers, which included our selection Abstabstrat, who quite clearly paid for the early exertions. Al-Faredi moved wide along around the bend, knowing that that was the time to go and win this race. And although she looked like she was grinding out victory rather than really quickening away from her rivals, she's done it very well. Third time up this year, improved from first to second start, and has improved from second to third as well.
Absolutely, could have gone into maiden company, instead goes into a limited race company, so 0 to 2. It's a big step up in class, you'd say, but she's improved with each start, and clearly they believe that after that performance third at meeting 29, which we would have seen, it's good to see that they've decided we're going to go for a steeper test and keep out of maiden company, stay away from potential aeroplane.
Yeah, exactly that, and they can stay in this grade next time as well, which is interesting. She'll be one of the leading players if they stick to the fillies who have won 0 to 2 races company. I was really impressed with that. You know, she stayed the mile trip very nicely. She travelled beautifully. She showed early speed, which is so crucial around here. Yeah, it was a great ride as well at Al-Faredi. We know that he's super. He's the best rider around here. Won the title 4 times in the last 5 years. Farhad got one earlier. Adele's got one now.
Absolutely, and I think you've mentioned it already, the travelling. She travelled into this race really, really strongly. You called it as they turned into back straight. You said number 11 is travelling really, really nicely. Definitely will have a chance, but then I looked at her coming wide on that turn, and that's when I thought, ooh, it's a long, long way home from there.
Yeah, it really is. You waste ground, but when you have such horse underneath you that Adele had, sometimes you've got to do that to ensure a clear run. He got a clear run today. She's very impressive. I hope she's in this company next time. This wasn't a weak edition of a race either. You know, there were a couple of horses with previous winners that had good form coming into this heat. There was a previous winner that finished third. There was a good horse that finished second. Last time he finished second yet again. So it's a nice race, and she's done it well.
You can just see how wide Mimbaria has had to come just to get involved in this race. She's miles away from the rail, which is usually the good place to be. Lily Nation was the other horse that I thought ran a very nice race as well in second. Eddie Castro still can't get a winner.
Yeah, he's against the inside, Lily Nation, with the white caps. Very similar colours to Sinar, who eventually finishes second under Naif Al-Anazi. Eddie Castro, I was desperate for Castro to ride a winner this week. I really was. It's just not worked out for him so far. Naif Al-Anazi's had a good day with a winner already as well. And obviously now Adele's on the board. Is anyone surprised? No.
Absolutely not. No, it's come to be very common to see Naif Al-Anazi in the winners' enclosure, but even more common to see Adele Al-Faredi racking up the winners, and Farhad doing it as well for the family ties too. So it's really good to see that performance. Shamila has the winning trainer.
Winning owner trainer Mohammed Al-Dagush. Congratulations. Tell me about the race.
Thank you so much. It was a tough race, but she do it, alhamdulillah.
And what are your plans for her in the future? Obviously, she was third last time out. She's doing very well this season.
Yeah, the first run, when she came 7th, she wasn't ready. We registered only to take a point, but surprisingly she entered. And second run, she do good, but the race was tough, and with colds also. This race was, she was 100% ready, and thank God she do it.
Were you confident going into the race? There was a lot of strong fillies.
Yeah, because she is super, alhamdulillah.
And Adel Al-Faredi, your jockey, he's doing so well this season.
He is from the best jockeys in our track.
And this is our first time speaking to you on the English channel. How many horses do you have in training for this season?
Good maybe not all of them from our stable, but Taif season it's only to prepare for Riyadh season, and for the fillies and the colts you have to let them know the races how it's going on, and inshallah in Riyadh the big races will be inshallah very good races.
Do you have any horses specifically that you're looking forward to in Riyadh?
Yeah, like our champion, the Group 1 winner Al-Khatib. He came here just to prepare for Riyadh season, and he do good. But the disappointed point, the Okad race, the biggest race for plus 3 years old for horses, it's 2,000.
and from the first week on Taif until the Okaz Cup, there is no 2000 big prizes or cups, only open races, and it's very disappointed for us. How can we? He ran 2 times in 2400. It's not his destiny. He do good, but we not expecting much from him for 2400, and that's what the big point for us.
So you think there could be an improvement in how the calendar is made up in the season?
Of course, we hope this, and inshallah next season and the Riyadh season will be discuss with the owners and trainers to have a good good races.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Really insightful point from the trainer there. It's key to mention that this 1,600 metre contest was the longest race available to runners today. Really good to see that there's only one 2,000 metre contest between the beginning of the Taif season and the biggest race for 3-year-old and older horses. Al Habib, the stable star, has been forced to run over 2,400 metres, which is just not his trip, which doesn't do anything for his pedigree or anything to do him later on.
Yeah, quite clearly it's obviously a step too far, judging by what the trainer was saying there. So, yeah, they need to work on the race programme, get these horses the right distances so every horse can prep for Riyadh in the right way, because albeit some of these, we've got a lot of milers in this race, for example. We've had the star Arabian horse today running over 7 furlongs when his best is a mile plus. There needs to be more races that are suitable to the best horses in Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely, but this is still a program that's just beginning and just building, and these things are always going to occur when programs are just beginning and building, and it's all up to collaboration between the jockey club and between the owners and trainers and jockeys as well to discuss where's best to run and ride, and where's best to sort of set up a calendar, and how we can manage to get Riyadh and Taif both to a strong level where good horses are running at both.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you where it's best to make your move around Taif, and that's 400 metres out, as Adel Al-Faradi instantly pounces on the front here with the eventual winner, Mimbaria. Interesting to hear that the trainer thinks that she's really good, and they're going to look for similar kind of prizes going forward and prepping her for Riyadh, which is highly promising. That also gives a nice form line boost to the runner-up, who's run very well and not been beaten far. So I'm sure that Sinar will definitely win a maiden soon, or even in this kind of company, a 0-2.
Sinar worked very hard throughout that race. She was always bang up there with the early tempo. Good to see that Sinar will now probably look to stay in this sort of company, will be able to stay in this sort of company and be able to probably thrive in this sort of environment, although Minbaria will be able to run against her again if they both met under similar circumstances.
Yeah, I think she's probably good enough to win a maiden, but they'll probably stay this route because it's a bigger prize to the winner. It was 40,000 Saudi Riyal for the winner of this race. Maidens are generally quite a lot less than that, 9,500 up to around 19,000. So they've gone for the bigger prize, understandably so, given how well that she's run. But if she does bump into Mimbaria again next time, it would be a struggle to suggest that she's going to reverse the form, despite how close they finished at the end.
And it was good to hear how Mimbaria had been campaigned, starting off in a maiden, not really with a lot of potential and not really with a lot of fitness, but then coming into a completely different race when running against Colts with a little bit more fitness, finishing third there, and the trainer would have been very confident today against fillies. Despite it not being a maiden and some of these fillies had won, it was great to see that this horse was able to take advantage of the perceived drop in class to go into this fillies contest and win.
Isn't it fascinating that these trainers are coming out and basically admitting that every time these horses having a first start here, they're just not ready to go? Because in Britain, we're so used to a horse being almost ready every single time. So it's a different kind of preparation over here. First time at Taif is definitely a fitness angle, not ready, just getting used to the track, getting them ready for bigger targets further down the line. Today she was 100% third time up. An angle I love, by the way, in the US, third time up off a layoff. And she's proved that she's very good.
I certainly think it's an angle we can look to dive deeper into as we get further into the season here and in Riyadh. The big race is coming up next, a feature on our cards, race 7. This is for imported and local runners, and it is a corker on paper, Tom. Enzo has the runners and riders.
Yeah, plenty of runners and riders for our last 3 races. This is our feature race, as you say, Callum. The Makkah Almo Karamar Cup is coming up. It's race number 7. It's over 1,600 metres. It's our feature. Number 1 is Badr, who is certainly a horse you'd have to be interested in here on the pick of his form. Luis Morales is the jockey on board Badder. Number 2 is Powerlink, Wigberto Ramos on board. Number 3 is Tornadic, and at the mounts there of Nasser Al-Mudiani. And number 4, Star Cat, certainly a horse with a chance, son of Lope de Vega. Number 5 is Anna Al-Maksud. That's horse number 5. Reminder the non-runner here. 6 is out, Chiefdom. So 7 is next. That's Gabba, who is an 8-year-old. Number 8 is Expressionist. Number 9 is Emblem Eagle. Eddie Castro rides that, son of Lemon Drop Kid. Number 10 is Wakood for Jimmy Jerkins. And number 11 is Bochart for Rodriguez Jose. Number 12, Man of the Night, Turkey Alofi. Alexis Moreno on board. Number 13, New Pursuit, colt by New Bay. Ford Maddox Brown, who's been in great form over in Saudi, used to race over here for David O'Mara, amongst others. Sort of Oasis Dream is number 14. 15 is La Barossa. 16 is Asian Angel for the Abdul Waheed stable. Dark Angel colt. 17, Wonder El Zam for Khalid Al Mamoni. And number 18 for Abdullah Al Fayrouz is Rock Sound. And number 19 is the reserve that runs. That's Murbik, who will take stall 6. And Naif Alanazi gets them out on the reserve here. So, of course, Chiefdom out. And that means that stall 6 will be filled by the reserve, Murbik, who gets in here, Callum, for our feature race.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And that is a key little bit of information, a little nugget of information from Anthony Ennis there, with Naif Alanazi getting aboard Murbik. The reserve sneaking in at the bottom there, Tom, will surely have a chance.
Yeah, last time up was a winner. And, you know, when Naif doesn't have a ride in a race of this nature, it's surprising. So it's good to see that he's going to have a mount.
Absolutely. La Barossa is a horse we have to talk about, horse number 15. This is for the Group 3 winner in England.
Yeah, Group 3 winner for Charlie Appleby. That was some time ago, though. She seemed to go on a downward trail before she left Godolphin. She was rated 101 at her highest over in the UK. Now she's owned by Athbar Racing Stable, who are more known for their success in Arabian horse races. But they've picked up this gelding, who's very good. First start over at Taif, and we've already heard, first start is not normally the angle you want here.
We did see a first-time starter winning our feature last night, though, in really impressive fashion that you actually picked out, Tom. So certainly, although it is a negative, it's not something that totally wipes out your chances.
No, you definitely still have a chance, as we're looking at lovely pictures there of the track, as the sky's a lovely shade of red and blue at the same time. Yeah, I would say maybe La Barossa will come on for this. Yesterday we did see a winner first time up in the feature race, but that horse was slightly different insofar as they raced in Saudi the previous year, whereas La Barossa's coming over, going to have to acclimatise. Obviously, she's been based in Dubai a fair few times with the Appleby string, so she will know what it's like in the Middle East. Yeah, I'm looking elsewhere here.
Khalid bin Faisal is here today as well. He's actually the father of Prince Bandar, who is the head of the Jockey Club. So that is great to see as well. They'll be all here to present the winning connections of this trophy. So we'll be looking forward to seeing some real racing and political royalty here today as well. It'll be fantastic to see, Tom.
Yeah, we'll get the shot of the trophy presentation at the end to, I'm sure, joyous connections. But let's get stuck into the runners and riders to see who might actually win this race.
Yes, with 150,000 up for grabs, there'll be plenty hoping to get into it. And the first one we like to look at is Badar, horse number 1. 1 win from 8-6, first time up here.
4-year-old by Kitten's Joy, a brilliant US sire, but generally his horses want to run on turf. There he is in shot, as we can see. Finished 6th last time. I think he'll probably improve for that effort, as the 3 Musketeers are leading them into the paddock.
Absolutely, Tom. Thank you for mentioning the 3 Musketeers. I knew it was going to catch on eventually. These guys are the coolest men on the racecourse, and they will lead our runners and riders into the parade ring. Again, have to mention that one of the greatest things we've seen here at King Khalid Racecourse, and we will see all throughout Saudi Arabian races, is the grooms in the jockey silks. It makes it so much easier for us to spot these runners. It makes it so much easier for all the spectators to get involved and see who their selections are, and they're going to go around in numerical order, which is also a massive bonus.
Yeah, it's my favourite unique thing that I've seen in Saudi Arabia, the fact that the grooms or groom wear the colours of the horse. I think that's a fantastic initiative. That's an initiative the likes of the US and the UK should definitely try to adopt in the future.
Wakood is horse number 10, just going through our shot now. Quite small in front of the eyes and certainly didn't blow me away visually. But the horse has 3 wins from only 10 starts here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's rated 101 over here, was previously rated 102 in Ireland, so it looks a very accurate handicap mark based on his ability, and also suggests that he hasn't gone the wrong way yet. He's not regressing, he still seems to be running to his best. Used to be trained by Dermot Weld, and is now in the hands of Jimmy Jerkins, and the rider is Abdullah Alaufi.
Absolutely. Beauchart is the horse that comes in at number 11. That's 9 wins from 2 runs here in Saudi, so you have to understand this horse has won overseas.
Yeah, used to be with Charlie Appleby to begin his career, then moved on to the United Arab Emirates, where he was running for Mr. Seamar. He was rated 90 over there. He was a very consistent performer. Richard Mullen always used to ride him, Beauchart, and has now found himself rated just 78 in Saudi. He's a 10-year-old. I'm a bit concerned that he's probably regressing now.
Badar is in shot now, quite small on front of the eyes, but not a bad-looking animal. Swiftly followed by Powlink, a dashing grey, Tom.
Powlink used to be trained by James Tate in the UK, rated 98 on those shores. He was an all-weather specialist, which suggests that this track will suit. He's got the cheek pieces on and the visor, which is a very interesting combination there. Rated 95 over here, 3rd time up. I think he's a huge player.
Absolutely, certainly one to watch, and one whose colours you always know are very dangerous around here at King Khalid Racecourse. They've had plenty of winners, Tom. Tornadic is the horse that we're going to look at next. This is 5 wins from 6 starts.
Yeah, Tornadic's another interesting runner. Just finished 3rd last time at meeting 27. Used to be trained by Johnson Houghton, Eve Johnson Houghton in the UK, rated 86, now rated 79. Number 4 is Starcat, who is rated 98. Used to be trained by Huey Morrison and rated 90 in the UK, but has clearly improved since moving to the Middle East. Lovely looking type, but is yet to run so far this season, and looks like he'll probably come on a fair bit for this run, given he's got a pretty deep girth at the moment. He's not rock hard fit, you can't see his ribs. Number 5, which we'll get to very shortly, is Anna Al Maqsood, the mount of Farhad Al Faradi, who won a race earlier on the card. The smiliest jockey you will ever see. This horse is 4 from 13 in his career. He's a 5-year-old colt. He hasn't run yet this season though, so much like the horse in shot still, Starcat, he will also probably come on for the run.
Yes, as we can see, some more big names are just arriving just in time for our feature here at King Khalid Racecourse. Prince Saud bin Nahar, who is the governor of Taif, is going to be presenting some awards as well, and we'll be fortunate enough to hear the national anthem as well during this evening's productions too, so that will be great to hear, and we're going to just get some lovely shots of connections coming in here as well. Always good to see the handshaking and everybody coming in. There was certainly a large presence here before we got in, Tom, as well, of people who were just making sure that everything was going to be above board and under orders. So that was great to see. I certainly have felt that we're in a very safe position here and everything has been well taken care of. And it certainly seems to be a very well organised event.
Yeah, you only see scenes like this in the UK when the Queen or the King now turns up to Royal Ascot and they have that procession up the track. A police escort around the back of Taif right now. This is obviously a huge race in the calendar, and you know it'll be an honour for the connections to pick up this prize. So yeah, we're not the only ones here that's looking forward to this race.
And it's great to see the governor of Taif actually coming and supporting the racecourse, because it's one thing to be the governor of an area, but actually supporting the infrastructure and things that are going on here is great. We've had some amazing scenes here. The crowds have really picked up toward this evening as well, so there's plenty of the local residents are keen to get involved in this wonderful racecourse.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting involved, and all these. Yeah, as you touched on the crowd earlier on today, race 1 and 2, there weren't too many people in. You know, yesterday was packed, but today was a bit quiet to start with. Now more people are coming in to watch these big races. Obviously, it's a lot cooler now on the track as well, which is suitable for the Saudi crowd. Just 31 degrees rather than 38 as
was the Saudi national anthem. We are here at King Khalid Racecourse, and we are about to bring you our feature race of the day here. It's race 7. It's over 1,600 metres. It's a cup race for horses who are 4 years and older, open to fillies and colts, local and imported runners. It's a real cracker contest, Tom. Who's the first horse to catch your eye on paper?
Well, that's a good question. Let's go through some of the runners and then we can make an assessment at the end. We got up to number 5, Anna Al Maqsood. Let's go to Gabba, then number 7, just rated 79. Used to be with Sir Michael Stout in the UK and Doug Watson over in the UAE. Finished 4th last time and meeting 26 and is definitely improving. And number 8 is Expressionist, who's rated 93. Used to be with Godolphin. Used to be rated 87 for those connections and finished 3rd last time. They've got to be major players. We can go further through the card, but of the ones at the top of the handicap that I like so far, Power Link, number 2, would be my main choice.
Well, if we go a little bit further down, Emblem Eagle, 3 wins from 16 starts here in Saudi Arabia, but not so much to show for earlier on here at King Khalid Racecourse. 4th at meeting 6, 9th at meeting 12, and 6th in meeting 23. Is that an upturn in form? Are we going to see a bigger and better performance today?
Was a little upturn in form, but it's a second string for Shala Al-Adiyani. Eddie Castro is still waiting for that elusive winner. I think he's the second string behind Powerlink for these connections.
Wakud is by Dabawi, a 5-year-old colt. I'm big and keen on this.
Yeah, Wakud's definitely got a chance first time up.
Yes, and Bowchart is horse number 11, 9 wins from 2 runs in Saudi Arabia. But again, we have to mention those runs came overseas. So only 2 starts here in Saudi. Certainly getting the hang of things. You always say, give them 3 runs.
Yeah, 3rd time up for Bowchart as we see Wakud in shot right now, looking at a picture going down to post. Bowchart is a 10-year-old, was previously successful in the UAE and England, but not successful over here in Saudi at Taif. 16th last time, wasn't good enough to contest a finisher.
For a dirt horse, Wakud is an absolutely beautiful mover, really fluid. You don't often see that with dirt animals. You don't often see that with dirt horses. You see them a lot more staccato with their rear legs and hind quarters, but that really caught my eye. That was a lovely mover. Could have been in a dressage ring.
Yeah, he's by Dubawi as well, so he's always going to be a lovely physical specimen. We've got a message in about Wakud, actually. Doc Shell messaged in yesterday saying, go Wakud, go. Must have a great chance, to be fair.
Fantastic. And again, please continue to get involved in the comments. We love to see them. We love to see you guys getting involved, watching and getting really intrigued and invested in this racing at King Khalid Racecourse. Horse number 15 was just in shot there. That's Labarossa, the horse we spoke about earlier. Gelding with plenty to prove, having fallen right off.
Yeah, it was a Group 3 winner as a 2-year-old, a really good early horse in his career, but he's 5 now, first time up in Saudi Arabia for Lucas Gaitan and Mohammed Al-Hubail, who's already had success on the card. On form, he has a chance, but I just don't like him first time today.
We have talked about back form quite a bit, Tom. We've talked about horses that have shown plenty in their previous pursuits when they're working in Ireland or England and stuff like that. And what's happened is that back form has come to the fore. We've seen horses who have got very good form in Ireland run on really well over here.
We have. There's lots of horses in here with good form in Europe alone. However, the horse I'm actually going to go for was one of the worst in England that's now running over here, and that's Ford Maddox Brown, number 14, who's going to be my play under Adel Al-Faradi. He finished 3rd last time at meeting 27, 2nd at meeting 21, 2nd at meeting 11. He's very consistent son of Oasis Dream. He clearly handles this track extremely well. He only used to be rated 72, but he's now rated 102 over in Saudi and has clearly improved.
This feels very much like a Callum Helliwell selection of horse. It doesn't often win, but is always bang up there. My concern with Ford Maddox Brown is I think we've seen the peak of his powers. I think we've seen the best of Ford Maddox Brown, and now we're not going to quite get the early option. We are going to continue looking at a few of these as the Prince is also doing. Hopefully he is going to select some winners as well. Asian Angel is horse number 16. We've not mentioned this one yet.
Yeah, he used to be trained by Mark Johnson. He's the son of Dark Angel, whose progeny do exceptionally well around Taif. This horse won first time up this year at meeting 7, but in a much weaker race.
Wonder Elzam, horse number 17.
Another
last time out.
Exactly. Another former UK runner that also won last time out, this time at meeting 24. So just a couple of weeks ago, was rated 86 in England, rated 95, but it's drawn out in stall 17. So we'll have a real tough task from there.
Certainly plenty of horses with chances. We see a few horses getting tack adjustments as well. Merbik is a horse that we've mentioned earlier on, sneaking in at the bottom. That and Rock Sound. I think Merbik's got a far better chance than Rock Sound, who's an 8-year-old colt nonetheless.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be going to the breeding sheds. He's still being a colt at the age of 8. He is rated 97, so he's quite clearly got some talent. But he was disappointing back in meeting 27 when he finished 13th. He used to be trained by Dermot Weld and also George Bowie.
Oh, okay, so it's travelled all over the place. Has plenty of air miles in the tank. Tom, are you still sticking with Ford Maddox Brown?
Yeah, I'll go with Ford Maddox Brown. Look, I think Waku's going to run a good race. I think Power Link, especially from stall 2, will also be there or thereabouts. But Ford Maddox Brown is the solid option. He's rated 102, the highest rated horse in the race. He's got race fitness on his side. He's got the best jockey in Adele Alfaredi. So I'll take the 14 tentatively, but I'm just really looking forward to the spectacle of this event.
So, Tom, you like number 14. I'm going to take you on, Tom, and I'm going to take you on the horse in the stall next door. I think La Barossa has plenty still left in the tank. I think he could be absolutely thrown in this contest. If he comes here fit and ready enough and ready to take on the challenges of this contest, we've seen a horse in our feature race yesterday come up first time up at Taif and run a really good race and win. I'm going to hope that form stays the same, and I'm going to go to La Barossa for those powerful connections. Ex-Godolphin runner, son of Lope de Vega, keeping everything crossed that La Barossa wins. Enzo, are you sticking with us or twisting and going with something else?
I'm going to go with one of the horses that Tom mentioned, but I don't think it's a selection. I like Wakud here, number 10, for the Jimmy Jerkins team. Abdullah Alorfi looking for a double. I like this horse's performances last time out. I think he's a big player from a nice middle draw. Yeah, I think he's going to go well here. Star Cat was the other horse I was looking at. Just saw him go through shop. Once upon a time, as you were saying with Huey Morrison, Star Cat, I think he'll go well too. But I'll probably land on Waku, but this is so open. I love Ford Maddox Brown. I actually called him to win a race in his days over here when he was trained by David O'Mara. So I know him from his time in the UK, Ford Maddox Brown. And he has taken to life in the Middle East really well, hasn't he? Race 7 coming up, 7:15. It is the feature race. This is the Makkah Almo Karama Cup, so it's the big race coming up for 4-year-olds and upwards here. Bochart is a veteran here, a 10-year-old by Dubawi. We've got Wanda El Zam in the race as well, number 17. Don't forget the reserve that runs here, Merbik. Power Link is there. 14 is Ford Maddox Brown. There's number 7, Gabba, an orange saddlecloth. 15, La Barossa, the light green saddlecloth for that one. Mohammed Al Hubayl, who's had a winner already, is on board. Number 9, we just saw Emblem Eagle going through his shot as well. So many runners in this race, Expressionist as well. Some really useful performers that have been all around the world, these horses, a lot of them from the UK. And Underel Zam, another horse that used to race over in these shores once upon a time, over in the UK. Number 11 is Beauchart, bright pink jacket, so I can spot Beauchart there. Gabba's in black and white, number 7. And 1,600 metres to trip here, number 12. Man of the Night is in those colours we've seen carry to victory already tonight. The white with the gold braid, the green sleeves and cap. Runners loading up. Star Cat's gone in the orange colours with the black star and a blue cap. Here's number 3. Got a noseband on Tornadic, this is. Interesting horse with the bandages on. 9 still to go forward. That's Emblem Eagle. It's got a red cap now, Emblem Eagle. So slight colour notice if you're a fan of Emblem Eagle here. Some 11 drop kid, Eddie Castro, looking for that elusive winner. Stall 7 about to be filled by Gabba. Again, as per the race card, the stall draw numbers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In stall 15's been filled by La Barossa. Of course, the Callum was keen on Lope de Vega gelding. The Athbar Racing Stable. The light colours, that's the horse I've seen here, Anna Al Maqsood. Farhed Al Faradi riding, the son of Candy Ride. 14 is Ford Maddox Brown. This is Merbik, 19. Like a bluish colour saddlecloth, isn't it? Like a light grey jacket for Merbik. Comes out of stall 6. He takes the place of Chiefdom as the non-runner. Don't forget number 6 Chiefdom out, also reserves not required, 2021, 22, 23, but the first reserve gets in Merbik. And you've got Naif Alanazi on your side as well. 3 to load for the feature race of the day. We're getting set for the big one. Last couple about to come in for the Makkah Almo Karama Cup. Feature race, all in. Here we go. Runners are set. 18 strong field. Flags up. and they're off. They've jumped away for our feature race. This is the Makar Al Mukarrama Cup, and racing towards the outside, La Barossa got away to a good start. Also, Ford Maddox Brown is up in the firing line early on. Towards the inside is Beauchart in a very bright pink jacket, and towards the inside, also prominent, is Merbick. Beauchart just about has overall command to La Barossa in second, with racing up on the outside. Wonder El Zam is also very much to the fore with the orange saddlecloth, the yellow cap. Racing a bit wider out is Rock Sound. Just in behind Rock Sound, then Ford Maddox Brown drops into about 5th place. Looking for Wakood, red colours for Abdullah Alorfi at this stage. Is racing just ahead then of Emblem Eagle. Expressionist is next in the field. They're quite well strung out here. Right towards the back, Star Cat is run off his feet early on, and also Emblem Eagle is towards the rear, and Gabba, another one at the back, as they continue their journey at around 58 kilometres per hour, advancing well down the far side. They're heading towards the bottom turn, and up front now making up ground is Rock Sound on the outside to come and try and join issue with Wonder El Zam. Wonder El Zam, the yellow cap, just in front of Rock Sound to the outside as they make the home turn. Asian Angel is sweeping around the outer on the move as well as they turn for home. Wonder El Zam, Asian Angel is banged there. Rock Sound with the white cap in the middle. These three at the head of affairs. Wakood just short of room in behind the red colours as they make the home turn, and they go towards the final 250 metres. And now Ford Maddox Brown has hit the front, the grey in the blue colours, and made that manoeuvre to go on. Ford Maddox Brown in front for Adel Al Faradi. On the outside, the grey Powerlink is coming home well. Wakood is now emerging too in the red colours. Ford Maddox Brown, Wakood, Powerlink, these three. The inside man of the night staying on too. He's going to do it again though. Ford Maddox Brown's a double for Adel Al Faradi. Has beaten man of the night into second place. Third Powerlink, and fourth Wakood. Ford Maddox Brown has won it. Number 14 for Adel Al Faradi, the champion jockey, multiple champion, has done it again. It's a double for the rider after Minbaria in the previous race. Adel Al Faradi rides this track better than anybody. And Ford Maddox Brown, used to be trained to the UK, has won it, number 14, tipped up by Tom Collins. Well, I think the three that Tom gave were certainly the first four. Wakood wasn't far away. Powerlink as well wasn't far away, the grey. The other horse that finished right up there was Man of the Night. A length the winner, though. Ford Maddox Brown has won it. Made that kick around the home turn like he did when he won before here. Ford Maddox Brown, 14 is the winner. 12 was second Man of the Night. Third, number 2, Powerlink. And Wakood back in fourth, which is the front three required. It's a win for number 14. 1 minute 43.99 the winning time for the big race. The Makar Al Mukarrama Cup has gone to the tough Ford Maddox Brown. This 5-year-old grey gelding wins it and beats Man of the Night. It was almost a clean sweep for Tom's 3 selections. I think he had first, third and fourth with his 3 picks, which was a great shout. Wakood in fourth ran well. I thought a big run as well too from Powerlink, the grey. But it was Ford Maddox Brown who had that injection of pace around the crown of the turn to win it. 14, 12, 2, the numbers in the feature race. He does it again. Ford Maddox Brown.
Ford Maddox Brown coming into the winner's enclosure. Still looks full of energy under a jubilant Adel Al Faradi, who was very, very happy with that performance there. He just cannot stop riding winners, can this man, can he?
Oh, Adele's phenomenal. The best rider at the track by far. I thought he gave Ford Maddox Brown a great ride as well. Probably the difference between winning and losing in this race. You know, that's a quick fire double for Adele, and you know, this one probably means a fair bit.
Absolutely, Tom. I think it means an awful lot. You can see the trophy there, a resplendent, beautiful-looking trophy. And Tom, to talk me through at the top of that race, because at the top of the bend there were so many horses in with a chance. All three of them that you selected, Powerlink ran a stormer. You also had a Wakud as well, with another horse you really liked. Also ran a very good race. But your horse, Ford Maddox Brown, seemed to just appear from nowhere.
Yeah, I thought we were going to have the first three home, and I wouldn't have stopped talking about that, Callum, if that was the case. Unfortunately,
So you should.
Unfortunately, Man of the Night just spoiled that slightly by finishing second. He ran very well. But Ford Maddox Brown is super consistent horse. Now in his last 5 starts, he's finished first, second, third, first. He's one of the best at this track that we've seen. And actually, he finished third last time by a horse, beaten by a horse called Chiefdom, who finished second, who was actually a non-runner in this race. So if that horse stayed in, it would have been interesting to see what happened. But I'm really glad that Adele Alfaredi's ridden another winner.
Adele looking absolutely chuffed to bits with that performance. Some of the horses that we need to talk about, though, is the second place horse, Man of the Night, who rode the rail to the extreme and had to sneak up to take second.
Yeah, he was given a great ride as well by Turkey Alofi. Third time up this year, the angle that we've been talking about. Horses generally seem to improve. You can see him now with the green cap, just switching in behind Wakud from the red, who's in the red colours. Ford Maddox Brown is in the lead with the blue and black, as Man of the Night again switches to the inside as the leader is hanging out to his right late on.
Yes, I think the lead is drifting one way, the second is drifting the other, and you can just see those in behind the leader just have to follow it, don't they? Because they're all getting tired, they're all drifting towards the stand side rail. Really impressive, tough, gutsy performance with a sprinkling of class as well, Tom.
Yeah, they went relatively hard from the outset, but not too hard, as we had 5 or 6 across in a line surrounding the home bend. So, you know, it was a speed where some horses could go at. Ford Maddox Brown just stays this trip better than them. That's it, plain and simple. He was strong in the closing stages. This was a horse who was rated just 72 in England. Since he's come over to Saudi Arabia, he's gone from strength to strength. He's rated 102 prior to this race. He's got to be near 110 now.
Like a lot of us, he's thriving in the sunshine. One thing I do have to mention as well, this is another victory for the ratings. A horse highest rated 102. We say it time after time after time. I remember when we first got here, we were saying, how much can we rely on these ratings? How much can we trust them? Well, I think it's been confirmed. You can trust the ratings on your race cards, ladies and gentlemen. We say it again. It's all available online in English and in Arabic. You can get all this information, the same information that we're using today, and you can find out exactly how good the handicapper rates all these horses.
Yeah, Ford Maddox Brown's rated 102. Back in second was Man of the Night, rated 96. In third, Wakud rated 101, and the fourth was Powerlink, rated 95. So very consistent, and yeah, as we were just about to see the trophy presentation.
Just about to see the trophy presentation as well. Reminder, this is Prince Saud bin Nahar, the governor of Taif, who is going to come up and meet all our winning connections and give them this wonderful trophy. This will stick with Adele, I think. These are the sort of big prizes that will stick with you. I know he wins lots of races. I know he's one of the top jockeys over here. But a win like this will stick with you, and you get to meet the dignitaries, and you get to spend some time around the great people of Saudi Arabia. And I think it's wonderful to notice that this will be something that he'll hang on the mantelpiece, I think.
Yeah, of course. It's a big success. 75,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. As you can see, connections are extremely happy that they've managed to claim this first prize and the phenomenal trophy that I would absolutely love on my mantelpiece. I'll tell you. But yeah, Adele's a superstar. He rides lots of winners. He will definitely remember this one. And the crazy thing about Adele Alfaredi, people will assume that he has powerful connections that he rides for every race. It's just not the case. He rides for numerous different trainers, numerous different owners, yet it doesn't seem to matter. He rides winners.
Yes, and that's what he does. He knows his track like the back of his hand. He can judge pace really well. I can't wait to have a good look at that. I think the man second from left, he lost his headscarf towards the finishing celebrations as well, which is great to see everyone really getting involved and celebrating and enjoying every moment they have here. And you can just see as the crowds begin to disperse after our feature and a beautiful shot of the grandstand. You can just see us on the bottom right of the screen. Tom gives them a wave. There we go, there's the wave, as we can just see, just on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, that's where we are. And our position is wonderful because we can see right into the winner's enclosure and we can still see plenty of action happening in there. The press is still out there getting plenty of shots and information, and I'm sure it'll be heading the sports pages tomorrow in all your Saudi press. Yeah, absolutely, and rightly so. You know, we've got football, we've got lots to talk about Cristiano Ronaldo right now, but this race at Taif is one of the leading events of the weekend in terms of the sporting calendar, and it was a real good finish from a couple of horses that
deserved to be right there at the firing line. The famous jockey around these quarters as well, and Adal Al-Faredi coming out on top. I was about to say great end to the card, but it's not even the end. We've got two
more races to go, and that's what's brilliant. We've got 2 more races left. Again, just talk us through your selections again, Tom, because I think it's really clear that we should really mention these horses and the fact that you did select them earlier on before we got racing.
Ford Maddox Brown was the #1 pick, and he ended up winning, which was brilliant. I was cheered him home. To be fair, turning for home, I didn't know where he was because there was such a furore around what was going on with 7 across the track. But yeah, he came home in first. Wakud will definitely improve for the seasonal reappearance. Both Doc Shell and Julie Schneider commented on our YouTube page right now saying they were with Wakud. He ran great back in 3rd. And the 4th was Powerlink, who I also put up as being one of the leading selections. So yeah, it was a race where the form held up.
Yes, I thought Powerlink ran a really nice race as well. Interesting from stall 2, Powerlink ended up quite wide coming around that final turn. It was just so much going on though.
Yeah, Roberto was looking for a clear run, wasn't he? And unfortunately that meant he had to cover a lot of ground. He ended up right on the outside of the 4 horses in the straight. He ran very respectably, 3rd time up again this year, so take nothing away from him. I think the right horse won though.
I think the talented horse did win. It was a talented horse with a very talented rider. It's kind of shocking that I didn't see it myself. Labarosa for me was really bang up there early on, faded very tamely, ended up finishing 2nd last. I must admit that's typical first time up at Taif sort of run.
Exactly, yeah, needs to start. Also the wide draw definitely wouldn't have been ideal for Labarosa.
But broke well, that was key. It's good to see that the horse broke well and seemed to show the right attitude, so you hope that in the future we'll see some better results.
Yeah, I think it's this is a prep, which just sounds stupid given it's a cup race, but I think it's a prep for turf races at Riyadh.
Yes, absolutely, and I think you could look at a horse with the back form that Labarosa has, could be a real threat when we go over turf. But Ford Maddox Brown, I imagine, will he be staying on the turf?
Oh, it's a difficult question because in the UK he was a turf horse, but over here he's just grown. As I say, was rated 72, now rated 102. So quite clearly the dirt is his preferred surface.
And seeing this race replay, you can see Labarosa is actually going to be bang up there early on, but Ford Maddox Brown is actually in front at this stage.
Yeah, he breaks nicely under Adal Al-Faredi, which is what you want. Waku just in behind in the red silks, head to one side a little bit as he's trying to get close to the lead. Adel just takes back Ford Maddox Brown there. Interesting manoeuvre, trying to get into that stalking position behind the front 3 or 4.
We said Beauchamp would be hard to miss in those colours, and Beauchamp was even harder to miss considering that he was able to get right down to the rail and lead proceedings.
Yeah, went straight to the front. He's got lots of form over in Meydan where he's done similar tactics before, so no surprise to see him try to dictate matters.
There was a really lovely moment with Wanda Alzam when I thought he would look like the stone cold winner. The jockey genuinely was staring at everybody else going, all right, is there anyone else going? I may as well go myself then. It was really, you see that, you could just see the jockey on Wanda Alzam in the yellow cap getting right up there, ending up taking the lead and thinking, oh, I think I've got here a bit too soon, guys.
Yeah, he's got there a little bit too early. Ford Maddox Brown and Waku just in behind the horse with the yellow cap right now.
Ford Maddox Brown splits his 2 owner companions here, Rock Sound and Wanda Alzam, and splits them straight down the middle and then just gets his clear run, and it's at this point just appears. He seems to appear from nowhere.
Yeah, he really hit the front with some power as well, didn't he? Instantly went clear. It wasn't like he just sat up alongside. Waku's making a run at this point under Wigberto Ramos up the inside. Sorry, Abdullah Alalfi. Out wide is Powerlink with Wigberto Ramos. And in behind, Man of the Night, the ex-Richard Hannon trainee, did make a strong late close into the race up the inside. But Ford Maddox Brown won the race on the bend. He was given a great tactical ride in behind the speed, moved just at the right time. Fantastic.
Man of the Night has come from the clouds, really covered up all the way through and then released, but then drifted over to the far side rail. So it was a really eventful race for that horse, who seemed to cover every blade of dirt here at King Khalid Racecourse and really make the most of the finish and end up sticking on well for second. You can just see him here in the green cap.
Yeah, Man of the Night used to, and this is a story about the horse. He, I remember Richard Hannon being in an interview prior to this horse's debut, and he said this horse is by far my best 2-year-old this year. He won, I think, first time up, and then didn't progress into the horse that Hannon believed he could have been. It's nice to see him now returning to something like his best. He was rated 96 coming into today. Quite clearly had a prep last time when he finished 16th. That wasn't a true reflection of his form, but today is. And actually a few more yards, a few more strides, and he might have actually gone top.
Clearly hit the line well, and certainly a horse I will be putting in the notebook, and I hope you are too, watching us live on YouTube. Keep liking, keep commenting, keep subscribing, and remember, turn on those bell notifications as we swiftly move on. We just have our feature, but we can't catch our breath because we move on to race 8, which is a really fascinating contest because it's a hands and heels race, Tom.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of these so far. Hands and Heels Race Series, a handicap 0 to 90 for the local and imported horses over 1,600 metres. The mile, it's a fascinating race with lots of ex-Brits. We've got the leading riders, albeit the apprentices, in this race. So there's no Adele Alfaredi. He gets a nice 30-minute rest, celebrating the success of this win. But again, you can make a case for plenty in this race coming up. And it's a 0 to 90, so they're full of high-quality horses.
I don't think they'll be the only ones celebrating. I think we'll see some celebrations long into the night after the success of Ford Maddox Brown in our last race. And we just see these beautiful angles as well. Just coming out of 14, gets a lovely break there, doesn't he?
Yeah, just as the stalls split between 13 and 14, he has that extra horse width to jump to the left and not bump a rival. It's just perfect to get the horse into stride. He's a lovely physical type as well, isn't he? I love how he runs. He just reaches out with his front legs and head bowed. Yeah, he's got a lot of ability for Maddox Brown. I'm sure this won't be his last win.
He's got a bit of a knee action as well, doesn't he? He's got quite a big knee bend. We say he'd like soft ground if he was running in England, but clearly the dirt is working really nicely.
Yeah, but it's quite deep out there, so he probably likes that, the way he just digs at the ground. One of those more scatty kind of movers with the quick strides wouldn't like the surface out there. They'd be more suited to firm turf. So, yeah, I think that big loping front knee action is clearly a help around Taif.
Andy, the son of Oasis Dream, you don't often see Oasis Dreams with that knee action. They're more known for their flat speed and just being able to burn up one of Juddmont's very own sires there, Oasis Dream, who is doing a remarkable job, still at quite a nice value for money. So I'm sure connections at Juddmont will be super happy to see Ford Maddox Brown continue to just explode as a racehorse coming to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he's only gone from strength to strength since he's been over here. As soon as we go to Riyadh, I'm sure he'll be contesting some similar cup races over this distance. He's going to be consistent, as he always is. He has never run a bad race over here, so he's not only an admirable horse, but he's a very successful one too.
Yes, a successful horse indeed, and we hopefully will see some more successful horses in race 8. Just some names that you'll know from home. Magisterial is the first one that just comes into my head. You just see this. A horse called Recall the Show. I imagine that spent some time in England. Am I right, Tom?
Yeah, you're correct. Used to be with Scott Dixon. Magisterial used to be with John Gosden. So there are a fair few horses in this next race that used to be trained in the UK or Ireland. Actually, I'm just counting up now. Bit of quick maths. 10 of the 15 horses used to be trained in Europe.
Well, there we go. Great to see Bake being one of them. That's a horse I was a real fan of when he's in the UK. It's great to know he's still continuing racing, because we often see in the UK after these horses in trading sales, we often go, well, where on earth did that horse go? And it's fantastic to come over here and see that he's still doing his thing, doing what he does best, running. If he does what he does best, he'll finish about 3rd or 4th, because that's what he was very famous for doing in the UK. So Bake, hopefully, will run a big race indeed.
Yeah, Bake's definitely one of the leading players, but he is drawn quite nicely in stall 6. He's down at the bottom of the handicap, rated just 82. But we'll get into this next race in some good detail after we see the remainder of the shots from our featured contest, as Adele Alfaredi looks cool as a cucumber after it crosses the line in front on Ford Maddox Brown.
There was a cheeky punch in the air of the cross the line. You knew it meant something to him, but he is ice cool in the face of adversity. He split the field like a hot knife through butter, blowing kisses to the crowd, and so he should, because that was a masterful ride on a very good horse.
Yeah, really good ride, very good horse. Big moment here at Taif as well, and all the press you can see there, making sure they get the ideal picture. There's the presentation of the beautiful trophy. Someone has definitely polished that, because it is shining right now. Yeah, huge moment.
And so they should. Prince Saud bin Nahar, the governor of Taif, will be overjoyed to be met with such a wonderful jockey as well. I think the feelings were mutual all the way through. Plenty of great things to witness there in our feature. But we continue on with 2 more races left to go. The first over 1,600 metres, race 8. Let's go over to Enzo.
Thank you, Callum. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, looking forward to the next, as you say, for the lesser experienced riders here, part of this Hands and Heels race series, a handicap 0 to 90, race 8. We're going to Mile again, 1,600 metres, number 1, Magisterial, a one-time Derby hopeful for John Gosden, and the son of Frankel, ridden by Abdullah Al-Kharaides. Number 2 is Astaroth, Khalid Al-Mamoni rides. Number 3, Hapipi Go Lucky, is the mount of Said Al-Dayhani. Number 4, Etisalat, son of Lethal Force, for Mohammed Al-Shamari. Number 5 is Mon Chua, Nawef Al-Madani on board this son of Pivotal. 6, Emblem Girl, Ayad Al-Tarisi rides. 7, Recall the Show, ridden by Mohammed Al-Shirama. And number 8, Al-Tawidi is the mount of Abdullah Al-Khamis. Number 9 is Karyom, Yasser Al-Bakawi riding. Number 10 is Seyhan, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 11, Montakabar. Abdullah Al Saidi rides this filly. Number 12 is Baseman for Rahid Al Feroz, a colt by Kingman. 13, Direct Security, Mawas Wanas. 14, Bake is the mount of Mohammed Al Yami. Used to race over in the UK, as the lads were saying there. Number 15, Il Bandito, third Ultimat riding Son of Acclamation. So plenty of horses that used to race over in Europe lining up here in our 8th race over 1,600 metres for the lesser experienced riders.
Thank you very much, Enzo and Jockey. They're already jumping on board, so we'll have a quick flick through some of these. Magisterial, I think, is a great one to start on because a one-time Derby hope.
Son of Frankel as well, hasn't run over here so far, rated 89, was rated 99 in the UK, a lovely looking type, used to be trained by John Gosden.
Al Atwazi is the horse number 8 that we've just seen in picture, very much one of the experienced runners, making its 59th start today.
Not one of the European imports in here, finished 6th last time at meeting 30, which was a creditable effort.
Yes, we can just see the horse in shot here. This is Magisterial, if I've got my colours correct. So it'll be interesting to see how this horse gets on, as it's very much a Frankel type. Look at that beautiful, pretty small head.
Yeah, I do think he is a turf horse, though, so this might be just a prep race.
Just to warm up for things to come in Riyadh. Emblem Girl, the horse we can just see in front of us now, certainly would have a chance.
Third time up, an angle that's worked a treat so far today by Cantharos. She's a filly against the boys.
Now, as we're not going to get a great view of all of these, Tom, who was your selection straight away just on paper? And we'll talk more about them when we get to the start.
As I try to find my selection straight away, because I didn't actually have a star next to a horse in this race, it was super competitive. I would probably go for Baseman as my pick. Third time up this year. Drawn in 10 is not ideal, but is a son of Kingman, a sire I absolutely love. He was blistering, wasn't he, on the track in the Judgmont Silks.
So good. Another of those Judgmont superstars. Horse number 10 in front of us is Sayan. 2 wins from 11 starts. 3rd, 5th, 4th, last 3 runs. Are certainly in form.
Yeah, he finished 3rd last time, Seyhan. It was a creditable effort. Prior to this, he finished 5th, and prior to that, he finished 4th. He hasn't been seen for a few weeks. As you can see, he makes a decent run wide on the track this day. Just couldn't ever close it into the leaders. This was a good race, though. A repeat of this form, we'll probably see him there or thereabouts.
Yeah, I think Sian finishes quite well in this contest. You can just see change his leg and finishes really hard. That's an eye catcher for me, Tom. That certainly is in a bit of video footage I wouldn't be put off from at all. The other horse we'll look at is Emblem Girl. This is Emblem Girl finishing 2nd in Riyadh. The Riyadh form always strong to watch.
Yeah, this was last year for Emblem Girl. Had 2 starts this year and not been as close as we saw this day. It was a strong closer from the back of the pack. It was a good performance. I'm not sure what to expect on this Taif track. I don't think it's as beneficial to be so far behind. I think you need to be near the pace, and Emblem Girl doesn't really have that early speed. She's also drawn in gate 13, which presents a big task for her jockey today.
Yes, but from gate 13 with a lack of gate speed would be a slight concern. As we see horse number 12, this is Baseman in shot. The colours are a lot more glow in the dark, shall we say, than they are on our race cars. But Baseman, would you certainly like Baseman's chances?
Yeah, I like Baseman. Used to be trained by Dermot Weld and owned by Judgmont, obviously being a son of Kingman. They were trying to keep hold of him early in his career. He was very talented, rated 91. He hasn't really performed over in Saudi Arabia. He's only rated 79. One of the lowest rated horses in this race, but I'm going to take a shot on him. 3rd time up. I think he had a couple of prep races. Today could be the day.
We've seen a couple of Sioux Nations runners already. Direct Security is another one. Horse number 13, unlucky for some.
Used to be trained by Robin Brisland.
Hey!
The first runner for Robin Brisland over on these shores. Used to be rated 90, is now rated 90, so he's quite clearly run to the same mark over here as he did in the UK. She's only a 3-year-old. So, you know, she could easily improve from here. She gets some weight allowances. I just don't know if she's good enough.
For those who don't know much about Robin Brisland, he's one of the smaller trainers in the UK, but is very, very good at training 2-year-olds.
Yeah.
2-year-olds often are quick off the blocks and fast to fly. So it'll be fascinating to see how this horse gets on, who's 3, a little bit older, and maybe could come on from that, could come on from being in that yard and be bang up there and ready to go.
Her only career win came when she was a 2-year-old, so I'm not sure. I think she could just be a precocious type, and Robin wanted to move her on after the 2-year-old season. But we'll see. She's still rated 90.
And again, as a breeding prospect, she has that additional value as she is a 2-year-old winner already, so she can go to stud here in Saudi Arabia and just grow this breeding game even further.
Yeah, exactly. As they're just going behind the stalls, let's briefly touch on a couple of others. Astaroth, number 2, used to be trained by by Mr. Osborne. Happy Go Lucky used to be trained by Johnny Murta, and Mon Shuai used to be trained by Andrew Balding. Was rated 88. Now with Jimmy Jerkins, first time up at Taif, so should improve. But it's an interesting runner in here.
Jimmy Jerkins is building quite an interesting string, isn't he? Every single horse that we cover of his tends to have quite a nice little backstory to it.
Yeah, exactly that. Are you going to be with the Jimmy Jerkins horse in this race?
I'm not going to be with the Jimmy Jerkins horse in this race, actually. I'm going to go in a slightly different direction to everyone before. I'm going to go for Il Bandito.
Nice.
This is a horse, it's very much a Callum Hellywell horse. Doesn't do much winning, but seems to be coming into the right frame of mind at the moment. Plenty of runs under the belt, will be fit. Comes out of stall 12 despite being number 15, so it's a little bit of a wider draw, but not too wide. So I think Il Bandito knows which way to go around here, could go around here with his eyes shut. So Il Bandito for me would be my selection.
Used to be trained by Charlie Hills and James Horton in the UK. I remember this horse winning at Redcar when I wanted the second to win. So I've got a bit of a grudge against Il Bandito, but 4 starts will definitely improve from the latest effort. Thank you very much, Abdul, for commenting. Good. He must have enjoyed that last race with 4 Maddox Brown.
Or he's enjoyed the coverage. He must be thinking we're great. Who knows?
Or both.
Or both. Or none. And he's talking about something completely different. But no, thank you very much for getting involved. Keep getting involved in the comments. I'm glad everyone has stuck around and really enjoyed race 7. Please stay with us and enjoy race 8. This is a hands and heels contest. This will be really interesting to see some of the younger local riders who don't get as many opportunities as we say the Camille Speeders or the Nath Alanazi, those type of riders.
Yeah, but there are still a load of riders in here that we have already gained to know. We've got great knowledge of them just from being here for 2 weeks. The likes of Mohamed Al Hubail, for example, who's had a winner today. Fawaz Wanas is also riding in this race, which is interesting, on number 13, Direct Security. There are plenty of others as well that we've seen race in, race out. So it's not just full of jockeys that are really inexperienced. There's a lot of experience in this lineup.
Are you tempted to go with a horse like Direct Security purely because of the jockey booking? A man who's got plenty of experience around here could use it to his best.
It is a positive with Fawaz Wanas taking the ride. I don't think it sways my opinion too much. I don't actually put a massive percentage on who the rider is. I think mainly the horse ability is key. However, the likes of Adele Alfaredi deserve to be, put in a different category. Enzo, do you agree with us? Do you like either Callum's selection, Il Bandito, or mine, Baseman?
I'm going to get you both here. Again, I'm going to give Magisterial a shout. I remember this horse, you were talking about his career as a 3-year-old and when John Gosden trained him. I think he was a really important winner as a 2-year-old. I think he won a maiden end of the season. I think it was when Oisin Murphy was a couple ahead of William Buick, and it kind of wrapped up the title for Oisin that day. I think it was up at Haydock, and then he went to the Dante, and he was a massive fancy, wasn't he, for the Derby? Of course, I think he was favourite for the Dante, and he got beat by Desert Crown, of course. He would go on to win the Derby that season. So I just think Magisterial, if he comes back to anything like that sort of form, he's open to loads of improvements. So I'm going to go with him for Abdullah Al-Kharaidi's here. But it is an open-looking race. I remember Bake. I remember him winning at Doncaster during the Racing League. I think Martin Dwyer rode him that day, now retired, of course, Bake. So he's a horse that's got ability too, but I agree with what Callum was saying. He probably will be placed again and find one or two too good. A real mixed bag, aren't they? If you think horses like Recall the Show and never be running against Magisterial over in the UK, and here they are meeting in a race here. But I think Magisterial, obviously, it's not quite gone according to plan for him. They did think he was going to be their Derby horse at Clarehaven, and obviously things didn't quite happen after that Dante defeat for him, but I'll give him another chance to bounce back. Red Cap, by the way, Habibi Go Lucky, to distinguish from Astaroth in the same ownership. The runners are loading up here. Big prize money here, isn't it? 72,500 Saudi Riyal for these less experienced riders. There's a Tissalat, who I'm going to hopefully spot easily, the grey, by Lethal Force. Of course, stamps his progeny. That's grey colouring usually. And got about 6 in. The braid colours there, Direct Security. That's Fawaz Wanas riding. About to go forward now in the 13 runner. Direct Security is going forward. Of course, this race being a handicap means they're not in race card order in terms of the draw. So Bake is out is in stall 6. Il Bandito's out in 12. This is Mon Takiba, who's actually got the same draw as his race card number here, number 11. The next one's going to be Il Bandito by acclamation. Charlie Hills, as Tom was saying, and then it's going to be Bake, son of Toronado, goes into 6. We're down to about 3 or 4 now. This is Seyhan, jockeying for double today, Mohammed Al Hubail. Monchois still to go in as well. Jimmy Jerkins with a runner here, and Baseman, the horse that Tom gave a favourable mention to, caught by Kingman. Bright yellow sleeves for that one, green cap. Still to load as well. So we are making slow progress. One of them's a little bit edgy in the stalls and just reaching for a hood. That is Astaroth in 5. That's Khalid Al Mamoni. Monchois looks very relaxed, about to walk forward now. Nawef Al Madiani on board. Son of Pivotal. And down to the final couple then for race number 8. Stretched across the track, the field of 15 this time. Ready, flag up. A couple of shouts from the riders, but he's let them go. They're racing, off they go. A little bit slowly away was Emblem Girl in black colours towards the outside. Breaking well was Etisalat, the grey, towards the outer. Also up there, Il Bandito in the pink colours with a purple cap. Right towards the inside, Magisterial is up with a gallop as well as they race for the first couple of 100 metres. And Magisterial now coming forward on the inside to try and head them off. Monchois going with him in the red colours is racing in second position as they head down the far side. Just off the pace then, Astaroth as they continue their journey, looking further back to find Baseman is about 5th place at this stage, racing ahead of Direct Security in blue and white colours. And then behind those we have Al Tawidi in the yellow jacket. The red colours to the inside is Montakibar as they make the turn over at the far side and race towards the halfway point. Travelling at over 60 kilometres per hour here, really pacing along nicely in front. The leader, Monchois, leads by a half length to Il Bandito in second. Etisalat the Grey is racing in third. Magisterial's dropped away rather tamely as around the outside trying to get closer is Bake, and also Al Tawidi on the move as well as they continue the journey towards the home turn. This leader's going well. Monchois has gone on by 3 lengths to Il Bandito, who's racing in second place. The Grey Etisalat is coming under a ride in third. Al Tawidi is trying to get a bit closer to, trapped by Bake as they make the home turn. The leader, though, trying to get away. Monchois leads by a couple of lengths. Up on the outside, Bake, and now even wider, coming with a strong-looking run is Al Tawidi right down the outside. Monchois has stopped quickly, making ground. Hapipi Go Lucky and Astaroth. It's all changed. Astaroth, Hapipi Go Lucky, though, is coming home like a good one, and it's Hapipi Go Lucky who's picked up Astaroth. It's a 1-2 for the stable. It's Hapipi Go Lucky to beat Astaroth, and they pulled away of Al Tawidi, who finished, I think, in third place. We'll go to the judge to confirm the places in behind those, but well done to Hapipi Go Lucky, the 1-2 for the Fawaz stable here. And it's Hapipi Go Lucky, who came from a long way off the pace. It all changed. The pace collapsed this time. Doesn't always happen on the dirt here. Astaroth in second, and the Fawaz stable a 1-2. In behind those, Al Tawidi, I think it was, he was running on for third. We'll confirm that. But the winner, Hapipi Go Lucky, number 3. Confirming Al Tawidi was third. So we've got the right third there for you. 1 1/4 lengths, the winning margin. 1 1/4. Number 3, the winner, Hapipi Go Lucky. 1 minute 44.49, the winner's time. First, number 3, Hapipi Go Lucky, daughter of Memar. Second, number 2, Astaroth. And third, number 8, Al Tawidi, who was ridden by Abdullah Al Khamis. But the winner, Hapipi Go Lucky, Sanad Al Dayhani. Not a jockey I know much about. A new name for me. He's won it. Sanad Al Dayhani, and he loved that, didn't he? Big prize up for grabs there. Wearing a visor as well. So of course he faced plenty of kickback as well, didn't he? With the big out the back early on. 3, the winner. 2 was second, Astaroth. Third, Al Tawidi. A great result for the Fawaz stable. A 1-2 in race 8.
And what a ride from Saneed Aldiani, but what a finish to our penultimate race, Tom.
Yeah, fantastic finish. At one point, with around 200 metres to run, there were 10 across the track. Any horse could have won that race. It just so happened that the ones against the rail dominated in the closing stages. And what a day for Nasser Fawaz. He won race 2 with Bint Al Ajweed. He had the second in race 3 with Kassir. And now he's had the 1-2 in race 8 with Habibi Go Lucky and Astaroth.
Well, I don't know any Arabic, so I'm not a very good lip reader, but I think Saned is absolutely buzzing after that success.
Yeah, he gave a nice fist pump after the line. As Enzo said, he was wearing a visor, so he must have expected to take a lot of kickback in the race. I just want to see how far back he was at the halfway point.
It was a true pace collapse, wasn't it? Because there were plenty of horses bang out there, El Bandito being one of them, and they all came round the bend. It looked like there was going to be a breakaway. Monchoy was one of those horses that was looking to make a clear break for Jimmy Jerkins, couldn't stay there, and then the pace fell apart, and there were about 6 or 7 horses all flashing along the line together. Astaroth was always up there, but snuck right up the rail. I mean, couldn't get more of an inside passage if he tried.
Yeah, Jamie Osborne's ex-runner, the son of Bated Breath, got a lovely trip up the inside. There are no excuses for him to not win because everything went right. There was a massive pace collapse, which we genuinely haven't seen at all here at Taif. But Monchois, who took the lead turning in, and Julie was with Jimmy Jerkins' runner in the YouTube comments, looked all over the winner, and they just suddenly fell in a hole, leaving those horses right out the back to close into the fast gallop and dominate late on. It was the arguably second string of Nasser Fawaz who's got the job done.
Well, it doesn't matter when the first string finishes second as well. So I think the yard will be over the moon with that. Julie, I'm sorry, your selection flattered to deceive. You look to have the race in your grasp at one point before quickly fading out the back. Another horse that faded very quickly was Magisterial, Enzo's selection, who seemed to be right up there using that early speed, but then could not maintain. Your selection, Tom, how'd you get on?
Tell me what, he travelled okay and then went back out the back of the TV, but tell me what links Magisterial and Monchois coming into this race.
Both of them are having their first starts this season?
Yeah, Magisterial immediately got tired turning in. Monchois, the red light was coming on with about 200 metres to run. They're both going to definitely strip a lot fitter for today.
Would you say that Monchois probably run a better race looking forward, considering that it was not ready, not fit, ideally, to go, but has then gone on and actually run quite a nice race to finish it, well, a bleat down the field, but was right there for a long way. Certainly won't have as much step up in fitness compared to a horse like Magisterial, who will need a few more starts before getting into a good position there.
I don't think Monchois was fit, and saying that, I think he's run one of the best races. Now, your eye is always drawn to a closer. No matter what you watch, whether you watch swimming, whether you watch athletics, horse racing, Formula One, anything like that, your eye is always drawn to a horse or a person who is finishing quicker. But Monchois has blown this race to pieces with 200 metres to run, only to then completely run out of energy. Going forward, when he's a lot fitter, he'll be winning races like this.
The winning jockey threading the eye of a needle, coming through that tiny gap. It'll be great to see as well, but what a great shot. And they're actually going away at the line. That horse is pricked, plenty still in the tank.
Yeah, she had lots left to give. She was against the boys in here. She's a daughter of Memas, who's a sprinter, but she quite clearly stays a mile well.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with our winning owner.
I am indeed, and what a great race that was. And you said it's only the second time this jockey has ever ridden in Taif.
Yes, he's apprentice here, and he just came from Kuwait. First race, he came second last week, and this race he came the first, and it was a good, ride for him.
And tell me about the horse, Habibi Go Lucky. Ever since I've been in Taif 6 weeks ago, I've seen this horse many times.
Yeah, she's a champion. It's a good horse. This, distance, it's a little bit, far for her, but it's a start because this jockey, he's here. The owner thought of giving him a chance to ride this horse, and it came.
And this horse was trained by Johnny Murta in Ireland before coming to Saudi Arabia. But the owners must be delighted to get first and second.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And he's one of the good trainers also. Faz Gharibani, he's a champion trainer here in Saudi Arabia. And he has so many horses, good horses. And this is Habibi Go Lucky is one of the good horses too.
Yeah, he had a double today.
Yeah, he is. First and second in this race.
And where do you think Habibi Go Lucky will go next time?
As long as she's, in the races, she will stay. But, when,
the end of her, we have a broodmare because we have a red feller, before the first race he won, 2 years old. That's the filly. It's from one of the horses, was run here in Saudi Arabia. So Habibi Go Lucky, will follow the same line.
Do you have a big breeding operation here?
As for the stable, not a big, but it's when you're in the races, you have to be having all kind of race type. You have to go with the breeding, you have to go with the racing, and have all kind of these horses.
Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thanks a lot, pleasure.
Great to hear that from our winning owner. Talk about the jockey Thanid Aldiani. Kuwaiti born, comes over to Saudi Arabia and has finished second in his first ride and has a winner in his second ride. I'm sure he won't be struggling to get rides in the future.
No, absolutely not. So Ned, in the early stages, you can see the horse actually broke really nicely, Habibi Go Lucky, but it was the plan to be off the speed. He's restrained her right back. I think she's fourth last after 100 metres. They wanted to be right off the pace. They must have known that they were going to go really hard early. You can see her right out the back with the red cap against the rail, just 2, 3 behind her maybe on if you're including the horse on the outside. And she's actually getting a nice toe through by Astaroth, her stable companion, who finishes second.
Absolutely following Astaroth through the race. I wonder if those were the instructions. Sit back and let the race come to you, because up front they are absolutely flying. 61 kilometres per hour, I just saw.
Yeah, 61 going round the bend is very quick. We didn't even see that earlier in one of the faster races. 47.73, there you go, through the half. If you're talking about American races over a mile, anything sub 48 is quick. So they've definitely gone hard early, especially for the horses of their calibre. And Habibi Go Lucky needs a bit of luck right now, right on the rail, right at the back, as we can see it just coming into shot. Now, no luck there, just gets hampered. Only one behind her turning in.
Absolutely, this is one of the best rides we've seen since we've been here, but Julie was probably jumping up and down at this point because her selection, Monchoy, was flying. But this is just when Monchoy falls into a hole and we see the first of the challengers dip down the rail.
Yeah, both of the two Nasser Fawaz horses coming up the inside there. Astaroth hits the front. His jockey probably thinks, we got this race because all the pace horses are going backwards. But no, there's Habibi Go Lucky. Just a great race for the stable. A fantastic ride as well. Going up the inside takes a lot of bravery and courage, and he's quite clearly got that.
Al Tawidi was in a third position, posted wide throughout. Probably ran actually quite a nice race if you just look at the positioning all the way around. Yeah, definitely. He was broke from stall 15, which is never ideal. He's a 7-year-old. He struggles to win, which maybe flatters the performance of the eventual winner. He's always there or thereabouts. None of the top 3 finishers, as we see this beautiful drone finisher in shot right now, which just explains just how far off the pace they came from. Magisterial's still in shot. He's about to disappear out the back of the television as well. Yeah, they've come from miles back. Al Tawidi's just there on the outside now, moved into the shot. As look at the two inside horses. The winner gets real squeezed out by the stable companion who finishes second, Astaroth there. Habibi Go Lucky was going for a gap and it just wasn't there for a brief second, but she instantly refound her stride. And as you can see, they're still trying to find... Watch Aldiani here. Watch Aldiani here. He doesn't follow the stablemate, and then he's just looking for the gap between the two of them. What a ride! He has snuck through at the eye of a needle. We saw it on the head-on, but this beautiful drone footage just shows what a wonderfully timed ride that was from a young jockey who's only going up. Yeah, it's a perfect ride. The gaps did come at the right time. You can easily fall foul of that kind of brave ride anywhere, really, on the globe. But the gaps came. Everything worked out perfectly. He deserved that fist pump after the line. If you're the jockey on the second, you must be gutted because you've done all the hard work. You've actually ended up creating a toe for the eventual winner. Thank goodness they're stablemates. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it will really matter now that the stablemate won, but the jockey on the runner-up actually gave Astaroth a great ride as well, going up the inside. Monchoy kind of gifted both of them a good run, just fading off the rail. Yeah, we can just see again, they're not in shot here. It's Monchoy who's leading the way. Il Bandito is about to fade quite tamely in behind as well as they come around the bend, but we still cannot see our eventual winner or our eventual second or our eventual third. They're just about to come into shot, bottom of the picture right now. The two horses in the black and white, and there, Habibi Go Lucky gets squeezed out. She loses at least a length in that little bit of scrimmaging there as Astaroth takes the gap and not her. At that point, I bet her jockey was worrying, thinking we're never going to get back up now. But she somehow refinds her stride, gathers the momentum up again. But there's not a gap there. There's no gap. How did Aldeini just decide this is going to be the... Oh, it's so tight. Just a great ride, a really great ride. You have to be able to go for gaps like that
plenty of jockeys, even the best, might shirk out of a gap that small, but he didn't.
That was one of the bravest rides we'll see here at King Khalid Racecourse. As we see the start again, there weren't too many hard luck stories for the start, I didn't see. Tom, did you notice anything?
No, just the horses in numbers 10 and 11 both bumped at the start. That was Monte Carlo in 11 and Baseman in 10, who's my selection. Travelled actually quite well for a long way, but lacked the fitness. As you can see, right in the middle of your shot with the red cap, back in that previous shot, the horse was being, Habibi Go Lucky was being restrained, which you never see around Taif.
One horse who wasn't being restrained but was never able to land a blow was Direct Security, who slightly missed the kick and was never involved, and I think finished about 10 minutes after everything else, was just eased over the line. No issues with the horse, was returned straight back into the parade ring and back out to the stables, totally fine, but did not land a blow. You could just see posted very far wide there. So was Baseman, another horse who has tons of early speed but couldn't take advantage of it just because of the draw.
Yeah, the draw wasn't good. He actually found himself into a quite a nice spot going down the back straight and into the bend, but he lacked fitness, and yeah, there were no excuses. He just wasn't good enough today.
Not good enough today, but there's always another day and always another race, as Magisterial is still in shot there and looking very nice indeed, but unfortunately the Magisterial is beginning to fade. Il Bandito ran a good enough race as well. I certainly wasn't disappointed. I had a little bit of a shout thinking we were going to get involved as well, but you can just see these are wonderful camera angles which are even more pronounced when the sun goes down and the floodlights come on. And here we go for the final lucky last. And if you're still with us on YouTube, thank you for sticking around, thank you for staying with us, and I hope you're enjoying the action just as much as Tom and myself are enjoying it as well. Julie, we've got one more race. Can we find ourselves a winner? Tom, this is a tough way to end out the card.
Yeah, we usually end with the cup races or the feature, but we've just got a local bred fillies maiden this time around, over a mile. It's not the best race, to be honest, but there are some horses with some good form in here, likes of number 7, Jcsa finished second last time up. Number 12, Jabba Allah, also finished second last time, so both have a chance of winning.
It may not be the best race on paper, but we have the best man in the sky. Enzo, give us the runners and riders.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, looking forward to watching this one from the commentary box, and hoping we get another exciting finish. That was some finish, wasn't it, with Habibi Go Lucky bursting through to win. What are we set for here? Well, it's a fillies maiden race, locally bred horses, 1,600 metres to the mile again. Number 1 is Kadeen for the jockey looking for a treble, Adel Al-Faradi, the multiple champion. Number 2, Amirat Fairs for Abdullah Al-Saidi. Number 3 is Najmat Khaloud, Ali Al-Mamoni rides. Number 4, Mayasin for Abdulaziz Al-Yaish. Number 5 is Nafalati, Nawaf Al-Fayrouz. Number 6, Aitarat Al-Wadi, Eddie Castro, looking to try and get on the score sheet. Number 7 is Ajala for Tariq Al-Mansur. 8 is Rayat Al-Aliyah for Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 9 is Ailwa Aisa for Ayad Al-Tarisi. Number 10, Jaharat Al-Anud, Asil Al-Sahani riding. Number 11 is Lady Speaker, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 12 is Jabba Allah for Abdullah Al-Fayrouz. 13, Wajahat Al-Maidan, Fawaz Wanas on board. Number 14 is Millionaire for Mohammed Al-Daham. 15, Haboob Aladia, Alexis Moreno rides that one. That's the rider that we didn't have a jockey. Sorry, the horse we didn't have a jockey for. It is Alexis Moreno. 16 is Mayak Al-Taf, Luis Morales rides. 17 is Gayard, Rodriguez Jose. 18, Rakam, Rayan Al-Tawash, and the reserves don't go. 19, 20, and 21. It's a full field. 18 fillies lining up here, and this is one of the hardest races of the day to try and solve. But we've got our top team to try and do just that. There's Kadeen we're having a look at. Let's go back to Callum and Tom.
Thank you very much, Enzo. Yes, Tom, number 1, Kadeen. What do we make of it?
First time starter, Adel Al-Faradi takes the ride on a high.
Oh, absolutely, could be going for the hat-trick, certainly one to watch. Amarit Fares is horse number 2 in shot here, a little bit smaller and got very warm.
Rated just 51. She's not got the nicest walking action. She finished 5th last time at meeting 27, improved from her first start.
Number 3 is Najmat Khaloud, has had one run, finished 18th on meeting 9.
Yeah, needs to improve, coming off a long layoff since that first run. Not for me in here, Callum.
Had a nice enough draw in stall 3. This is Mayazin, who is horse number 4, has had 2 runs and not shown much since, but again, nice draw.
Yeah, nice draw, but much like you just said there, she's not done enough to suggest that she could win a race like this.
Nafalati is horse number 5 in your picture, not from 5, but will be race fit.
More experienced and also race fit, ran last at meeting 21, just rated 54 though.
Ateret Al Wadi is horse number 6. That horse has had one run, didn't show much in meeting 12, but is a lovely looker in the parade ring, just a bit jig-joggy.
Yeah, she needs to relax a little bit now, take everything in her stride. Eddie Castro, can he get a winner?
Ajala is horse number 7. Ooh, really nice type.
One of the leading players in this race, a nice looking filly. She's had 14 starts though, but she did finish second last time. A repeat of that effort will be good enough to be there or thereabouts.
Rayat Alea is horse number 8 on your race card. A little bit of a gap between him and number 7, her and number 7 I should say, making debut. Very small.
Yeah, she's never run before. She's small type, she looks a bit jig-joggy as well, but her rider just finished second in the previous race.
Ayal Walaisa is horse number 9 we just saw.
Yeah, probably going to struggle here. Last run of meeting 15, finishing 9th.
Jawad Al Hanoud we saw as well, but this is Lady Speaker, number 11 in the purple colours.
Both numbers 10 and 11 have something to prove. Jawad Al Hanoud, number 10, is 0 from 3. Lady Speaker's 0 from 7.
We just missed Jabra Allah as well. That was horse number 12 in your race car. Second last time out, would have a chance, surely.
Great chance of winning. Jabba Allah, that's going to be my selection here. 3-year-old filly, owned by King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. Finished second last time at meeting 14. Just needs to prove fitness.
Absolutely, and this is Ajala who's just coming back round again. We'll have a second look at that horse. Some of the others coming into shot there. You just see number 4. We spoke about this horse already. We've spoken about number 2 already. He's getting very, very warm. That is not a good sign if you are a fan of Amrat Ferraz, who shouldn't be doing this considering she's got plenty of experience.
Yeah, her ears are back as well. It doesn't look like she's enjoying the occasion, I have to say. You don't see too many horses get warm here despite the temperature, but she certainly is.
She's certainly used to conditions. You won't miss those yellow blinkers on Mayazan. Clearly someone in the production room is a big fan because I've seen this horse 4 times.
Yeah, the yellow and blue with the blue bridle. It's very iconic, isn't it?
Absolutely, it doesn't clash, it just shines. One of the other horses we'll look at still coming out of the parade ring, number 5 of Jcsa, which is Nafalati, who is another horse coming in with experience, who has gone down to pose really nicely, gone down like a show pony.
Experience counts for a lot. Experience counts for a lot in these kind of races because you've got lots of inexperienced horses that don't know what their job is. She's run here many times before, so she knows exactly what she's got to do.
Plenty of race fitness as well. We see some more horses come out on display. Unfortunately, not able quite to see the numbers there. I think that's Jawad Al Nude in the noseband in the green colours, who's just jig-jogging down 0 from 3, Tom.
Rated 40, but she is owned by good connections. Here's Jabba Allah in shot right now, the big grey filly. I really like her in this race, and here's her last time out. She's in second as we pick up the footage. She's not going to close into the leader. The leader does this very nicely, but you can see that she obviously showed early speed to get into that position as we picked up the replay. I think she's got a great chance. Even a replica of this performance will probably be good enough because it's not a very good contest for the grade. You know, these owners don't mess around. She's actually unlucky just to narrowly miss. The one thing is, though, Callum, how many times have we seen this this footage over the last 2 weeks? The form has not been boosted.
The form of this race has not looked good whatsoever. I thought that was quite an interesting run because she looked quite green at the top of the straight and then seemed to work out what she was doing as she finished off for home. She didn't quite read in the leader. She managed to repel the fast finisher as well. That fast finisher has done nothing to boost the form at all. I'm pretty sure we've seen the winner run as well. That horse didn't do anything either. So hopefully we'll be hoping that horse number 12, Jabba Allah, is the horse to really change that race's fortunes around.
Yeah, I hope so. Ahmed Mahmoud is the leading trainer here as well. I'm sure he will be hopeful that she can finally get off the mark at this 4th attempt because he's going to struggle to find an easier contest, I think.
Millionaire is horse number 14 on your race card in really lovely colours, the yellow cross and yellow and blue sleeves. Not from 4, but will be race fit. You're just slightly concerned that hasn't been able to land a blow so far.
Yeah, exactly. Finished 5th, though, back at meeting 16. He's trained by Gaith Al Gaith. Just a mark of 52. We need to improve.
So, Tom, as we work towards our final race, have you got a selection for me in this?
It's going to be Jabba Allah. I have to stick with her. That effort last time should be good enough, despite the fact the form hasn't been given a boost. Ejala, number 7, is the biggest danger.
I'm going to take you on with that very horse we can see in shot. This is Ejala, who I thought looked magnificent in the parade ring. Second last time out, plenty of experience. You just be a little bit concerned about how keen this horse is to post, but certainly not enough to put me off. So I'm going for number 7. Tom, you are going for number 12. Let us know in the YouTube comments who you're with, who you're against. Are you Team Tom or Team Callum? We'll be battling away right down to the last. I think we're level now, aren't we?
We are 3-3.
We are level, so it all comes down to this. This is our lucky last. And Enzo, you are going to be the man to take us through it.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, I'm glad you asked me for selection here. I found this absolutely impossible. I thought one of the debutantes could even win this. It does look wide open. Good luck to yourself and Tom with the fancies here. And certainly horses with a run quite a few times, and you've got some debutantes as well lining up here. Kadeen's got stall 1, first time out. Jockey's in great form, isn't he? Adel Al-Faradi rides this track as well as anybody, and looks for a treble on the day here. Runners are at the start there. One horse is getting some adjustments in the middle. There's Nafalati, that is number 5. Jockey's dismounted there, Nawaf Al-Fayruz. So we're going 1,600 metres for our 9th and final race. And this will shortly be loading up here. 8:15, we tick towards local time, 1,600 metres. Number 2, Amirat Fares. Amirat Fares for the Hussein stable. There's number 8 we're looking at, Rayat Al-Alaya. Number 9 with the noseband, Aylwa Aisa. 18 in yellow and green, Swakam with the yellow and green bandages as well. 13 in the blue and white there was Wajahat Al Maidan. So horse who had 6 goes already. So quite a few of these have had some races. Mayak Al Taf, this number 4, Maya Sen. Was a little bit on her toes earlier on. 14 Millionaire. Got a blue cap there, blue and yellow cross belts. Certainly a horse that could run well here potentially. Just had the 4 runs so far. Blue and red colours there for 15. Haboob Aladia. Alexis Moreno gets the call up for that one. If looking for the colours for Aitarat Al Wadi, just gone through his shot there. White with a kind of yellow chevron for Aitarat Al Wadi. Eddie Castro. Green colours, number 10. Jaharat Al Anud has got a noseband on there. The grey, that's Gayada. And this is a horse that's ridden by Rodriguez Jose, filly by Official Visit, who's had the 1 start so far. Needs to improve on the debut. 7's got a bit warm there. If you were looking for perhaps a paddock or a prelims negative, Ajalar, Tariq Al Mansur, a little bit warm around the neck, but I guess it is a very warm day here. Although we are into the evening now here at Taif, so things have cooled down certainly since we began the show earlier on. As we head towards the 8:15 in the evening local time. Well, it's then at the start. I think there's adjustments to be made to those 2 that were in the centre there that were having the adjustments. Nafayati was one of them. I think it was Gaydar, the other one. Gaydar, number 17. So now we can load. All the adjustments will be made. Everybody's happy for our 9th and final, 1,600 metres, 25,000 Saudi Riyal for first place, 7,500 for second. We are getting through the loading up process here. Here's number 4, Mayasen for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. This is a horse who has had a couple of runs so far. In the background, there, number 14, Millionaire, going forward, blue and yellow. Blue and white for Amirat Fares. Amirat Fares goes forward into stall 2. Of course, we're back. It's a non-handicap, so we're maiden race. We're back to the stalls numbers corresponding with the race card numbers here once again, which makes things easier for me. Here's Rayat Al-Alaya. Khalid Al-Mamoni on board. 7 is Ajala. Still to go forward, as you can see. We're getting closer to a start now. Final 4 or 5 empty stalls for our 9th and final race. It's been a great Saturday of action here. We've had some thrilling finishes, some impressive winners. Ford Maddox Brown landing the big race again. Here's number 6 coming forward. That is Aitarat Al Wadi. Eddie Castro. To be patient. Next door to him, just playing up a little bit, was Ajala, the horse who has got very warm beforehand. 3 to load. Nafalati still to go in. Jaharat Al Anud is number 10, advancing now in the green. This is Jaharat Al Anud. The other one is stall 12, Jabba Allah, or Abdullah Al Fayruz. This is Nafalati into 5. Nafalati in. So we're almost set. 1 to go in. Last one coming forward now. Jabba Allah into stall 12. She'll complete the line, the grey. We're just about ready for a start. Flag up, set, racing, off they go. Bit of scrimmaging midfield there. One just got a slight knock was the grey Jabba Allah as they race away for this fillies maiden over 1,600 metres. They start on the long stretch down the back straight. Slow to go is Mayarson, that trails the field early doors. One that broke well towards the outside, and now the grey coming forward is Jabba Allah to come and try and take over. So Jabba Allah it is with Jcsa towards the inside. Between them in the blue and red colours, that's Haboob Aladia for Alexis Moreno. That's quite handy as well. So it's now Haboob Aladia who's come forward against the fence to come and just take over. So the grey Jabba Allah racing in second place. In behind the speed, Jcsa, green and white on the inside in third. Racing in fourth is Millionaire in the blue and yellow colours. The grey up on the outside of those in the green and white. Next in the field, that's Gaydaha, who's trying to get a little bit closer to the pace in fifth. 2 lengths then, back to find Jararat Ale Nood, also in green colours. And behind those in the red sleeves, that's Rayat Alalaya, who's trying to get a bit closer too. Yellow and green of Rakam is next to the field. Once making ground up the inside there, Amarat Fares trying to get a bit closer, hugging the rails as they make the home turn. The front two trying to slip away, meanwhile up top. It's the grey Jabba Allah on the outside who's going great guns. And Jabba Allah, it's out in front now by 2 lengths. Two under pressure in second, Haboob Aladia. There's nothing coming from off the pace at the moment. Into third goes Amarat Fares. And then in fourth place is Millionaire. Around the home turn, this leader's gone. 5 lengths clear. Number 12, Jabba Allah, has quickened for Abdullah Al Fayrouz and has put distance between herself and the rest. Racing in second place is Amirat Fares as they enter the final 150. It's all about Jabba Allah here. She's well on top, and Jabba Allah is clear by a space. Jabba Allah is going to hack up for Abdullah Al Fayrouz, an impressive winner in the nightcap. Amirat Fares has got second place in the end. And in behind those, looks like Rayat Alalaya might have got third. But an easy winner for Jabba Allah, number 12. How impressive was that? Up with the speed, accelerated. Another winner for Tom Collins, our expert, who's flying. 4 winners on the 9-race card. Has done very well indeed. This was impressive. And she put distance between herself and the pack. And she's absolutely dismantled this field in the end. Number 12, Jabba Allah. 1 minute 44.97 seconds the winning time. 144.97. It's going to be a big winning margin, isn't it? 13 3/4 lengths she's won by. Number 12 has absolutely hacked up the most impressive winner of the night, perhaps. And we've got the right horse for third as well. Number 8, Rayat Alalaya in third place. 12 the winner. 2 was second, Amirat Fares, and 8 was third, Rayat Alalaya. But look at this, one-way traffic, the grey filly. She's run them ragged here. Abdullah Al Fayrouz for the Mohamoud stable. And she's fairly bolted up here. She went further and further ahead in the final 400 metres. I thought it was a real race on turning in, but not a bit of it. She's turned this into a procession in the end. The 12, the winner of our 9th and final. She breaks the maiden tag. Wins that with a bit in hand, you would have to suggest, on that evidence. So here it is. First, number 12, Jabba Allah. Second, number 2, Amirat Fares. And third, number 8, from a long way off the pace, Rayat Alalaya was third under Khalid Al Mamoni. That's all for myself up in the commentary box. Hopefully you enjoyed the coverage. Back to our top team to wrap things up.
Go and hug one of the poets.
And we see our winner coming into the winner's enclosure. It's Jabba Allah, ridden by Abdullah Al Fayrouz and tipped up by our very own Tom Collins. 4 winners on the day for you, Tom. Well done, that man.
This game's easy, isn't it? It's 4 winners 2 days in a row. We're flying. We're going out on a high, Callum.
It's the modesty which we love the most here on this channel. We absolutely adore it that Tom is so becoming and doing so well. But 8 winners in 2 days, that's a 50% strike rate, isn't it, if I'm correct?
It is. I'm almost keeping up with Adele Alfaradi, I have to say.
I can barely get 1 winner a day, never mind.
Don't worry, Shamila, you tried to take on Callum and Tom and it didn't work.
To be fair, your best selection today ran okay.
Yeah, true. But I mean, he was the highest rated horse of the entire day. And I don't want to after-time this, but I really fancied this horse when she was walking around the parade ring.
Whoa.
Easy to say.
Hold on.
Easy to say when we don't come to you in the parade ring, isn't it?
I don't want to after-time this. You absolutely really wanted to after-time it, didn't you?
Refused to immediately after time.
Yeah.
And they actually had to take her out of the parade ring because she was rearing up so much. So that just means she was raring to go.
Yeah.
So there we have it, Shamila, our paddock expert, being a paddock expert, doing what she does best. Unfortunately, not being able to tell us how to select this horse. So maybe, I mean, it's really on you, Shamila, to be honest. No, but the great thing about this contest is the way this horse went away and did the business. Always up there, always front ranked. I thought my selection, number 7, was in an ideal position, sat right in the pocket. We couldn't land a blow when you kicked for home.
No, she showed really nice early speed just to get on the shoulder of the leader, kick clear off the home bend, and what was it, 13 3/4? So she just dominated this race.
Yeah, 13 3/4 length. Dominant indeed. They were a mile clear of the rest of them.
And another winner for trainer Ahmed Mohamoud. He's the leading trainer currently in Taif so far this meeting. He's just got a phenomenal string. Lots of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons owned horses as well. So there's no surprise he's having a success.
Spare a thought for Camillo Ospina. I know we can't really spare much of a thought. He's spending time with his family, which is totally okay. But he's missed out on 2 winners today.
He has, but Camillo rides plenty of winners. I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine.
I imagine he's in the living room punching the television. Why am I here? I don't want to spend time with my family. Why am I here? I should be on these horses. They keep on winning, but really impressive winner nonetheless.
Yeah, very much so. I don't think it was much of a race. We kind of said that in the preview. You know, this isn't the best fillies maiden that you'll see. But Abdullah Al-Farouz just took the race by the scruff of the neck, got on the shoulder of the early leader, kicked for home, and this filly's just a class above these. I don't know how good she is because, you know, she didn't beach much, but it'll be interesting to see where she ends up next.
But she follows your form line, Tom, 3rd time up.
Yeah, she does. I don't know why this has become an angle. Usually it's 2nd time up is my favourite angle off the layoff, but obviously our fitness has peaked right now. 3rd time up. The form line, finally, from that video footage we saw, has now got a boost.
It now has a winner exactly, Tom, and you've done all 4 of them, and you've had a really good run of things over the past 2 weeks. For whoever's coming after you, what are your key elements for selecting a winner?
Pace, rail, fitness. They're the big 3 words for me. If you're on the speed, you've got a fantastic chance. You don't need to be leading, but you need to be in the first 5 in the early stages, aside from in the penultimate race today, where Habibi Go Lucky came from last. Rail is always the place to be. It seems like if you're wide on the track, you give away far too much ground and momentum. And fitness. If you can't win first time up, apart from the last race yesterday. You know, you tend to struggle coming off that home bend. You don't have enough left in the tank, as proven there. A horse who previously ran here at Taif, ran nicely without winning, can come back and win decisively.
PRF. I'm running with that now. That's a saying we're taking to the grave. It's Rory Delagi, another Irishman for you, Shamila. Rory Delagi will be coming next week. I'm really looking forward to getting into it with him. He's a much older soul. He's going to put me in my place for sure.
I hope he's not watching when you said that.
Like I do with Tom. I will not be able to run right at all. I'll be very much put in my place. Shamila, what was your highlight today? And it cannot be the Superstar Arabian horse, because I knew that was where you were going, your selection early on.
All right, if I can't choose Asfana Al Khalidi, I'll have to go with Habibi Go Lucky, only because I think it was like my first meeting in Taif. I just remember her name, and I see her almost, I want to say, every week. I know it's not that dramatic, but to see her come and win like that, and under a jockey it was only his 2nd run, his 2nd ride in Taif, which is brilliant.
He's come from Kuwait to Saudi Arabia. He came 2nd on his debut and then went to win on his 2nd ride. He'll get plenty of rides, but talk about threading the needle. So impressive.
Yeah, we covered the replay of that race a lot, but rightly so, because just as they came into the straight, the horse wasn't even picture. Habibi Go Lucky was last, and then Monchois was going backwards. The horse Astaroth, who hit the front, they looked like they were right next to each other. Habibi Go Lucky somehow found a gap and won. Incredible.
Absolutely. We were blessed with those fantastic drone shots as well, where we could see right above, like a video game, and you can see the horse sizing through the field.
Yeah.
So good to see, Shamila.
Absolutely. I mean, the cameras and everything, all the access we have here is just brilliant. I mean, I've never seen any other racecourse like it.
Absolutely. Tom, give us your top moment, and I know what it is.
It was a really difficult one, I have to say. I didn't think it was going to be halfway through the card, but with Forward Maddox Brown winning, I almost put him there. But it has to be Asfan Al Khalidiyah in the Arabian race. You know, this horse is now 11 from 11. He's unbeaten. He's rated 1-2-5. He has early speed. He can run from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and 3 furlongs. He's got everything. And you know, Arabian horses aren't given that much credit, are they? You go over to the Europe and they're kind of an afterthought. People don't even arrive to watch the Arabian race that's first on the card. But she was amazing. What do you think about Asfan Al Khalidiyah?
It was brilliant, and now that the Al Manifa Cup has actually been upgraded to a Group 1, I really hope he goes for that again.
Absolutely, you're already planning out future targets. It was great to see this horse do it from a wide draw and still be posted wide throughout with another horse pinned on the rail trying to challenge it for speed. But this animal just has such a high cruising speed.
I thought you were going to say high head carriage again then. I wasn't going to let you live that one down.
You're going to try and fight me at that point, weren't you?
Yeah, he showed great early speed. He got taken on early by Alex Moreno, who obviously knew the only way to get this horse beaten was to try to go fast early and to try and press him. Never going to get the horse beat. Asfan Al Khalidiyah is in a class above. Incredible. He put the race to bed at the halfway point and just kept galloping all the way to the line. Again, I think this was probably a prep for Riyadh. There's obviously bigger and better targets ahead. But at the same time, he was mightily impressive and broke the track record.
I was just about to say, didn't just break the track record, demolished
Annihilated
the track record.
it.
Yeah, 0.8 seconds quicker, and that doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But at the same time, you know, running over that distance, over this slow track as well, it's not a fast track out there, just to even get close to it, let alone break it, is some performance. Rated 1-2-5 for a reason, right?
Yes, it's really impressive performance, and considering where all the other pacemakers in that race wound up, they were all miles behind, walking across the line, and our big winner was still cantering around the backside. It was just so impressive.
Yeah, Abdullah Alafi is one of my favourite riders here already. He's, you know, a rider to watch, isn't he? He finished second last year, and he was brilliant on him. I think you could have probably ridden him to success, but Abdullah was fantastic. Probably.
You're really overstating my riding ability. I think Di Grizel and many other point-to-point traders back down in the southeast of England would be very much against you. They say I would be able to get that horse beaten.
Hey, look, high head carriage. You don't ride horses with high head carriages, do you?
Exactly. I am concerned, though. I am concerned a little bit about the head carriage. I am concerned that we've not seen some other Arabian horses who will be out there to challenge. But this horse is the one to beat. There's no getting away from that. So I'm fascinated to see how that will work out. Tom, you're leaving us now, heartbroken. You are coming back in 16 days, and I will be counting them down.
Good man.
What's been your highlight since you've been here?
Just witnessing this fantastic track. You know, it's an amazing place here at Taif, and I would really encourage people to come over here. And people might know Riyadh from watching the Saudi Cup year in, year out over in Europe, but Taif's fantastic. It's better than most of our weather tracks back in the UK, for sure. We've seen some great horses. Al Motterhead is the horse that immediately jumps to my head after his debut effort. 2-year-old gelding winning first time up. We saw Hala a couple of days ago as well, 2-year-old filly, and Asfan Al Khalidiyah today. So yeah, I've really enjoyed it, and I can't wait to be back.
Fantastic. Shamila, what have you enjoyed over these 2 weeks? You are coming back. I'm sorry you're stuck with us, unfortunately. But what have you enjoyed over the past 2 weeks?
I've actually really enjoyed some of the hospitality we have on offer. Obviously, I can't say anything about my basketball skills.
Oh, they were terrible. I'm sorry. I can say it now.
You brought it up, so we didn't have to.
Hey, I'm off, so I can say it now. I've got no regrets. That was awful.
But we've got virtual reality, we've got entertainment, people singing, dancing, so it's great fun for all the family. Even if you don't like racing, you can still come and have fun.
I think it's been a highlight for me is just seeing how many families are here. Children of all ages. We see groups of young people coming alone. We see groups of young people with their families. We see children with mum and dad. It's just great to see. There's so much on offer. And it's not just the racing, which has been a really high standard, but also so much off the track that, Shamila, you've been exploring and making the most of.
Absolutely, and a lot of people were coming for camel racing here in Taif, and they're almost just discovering this racetrack, which is fantastic.
So, Tom, you are leaving us in for a few days. You're going to come back. We'll miss you very much, but please join us next week. I'll be with Rory Delagi, an Irishman keeping me in my place.